Test, test. Test, test, test. It might be that I'm just.
Good morning, everyone. Just a quick update. We will start as soon as we have a quorum. So we're waiting on one person, and then we'll get started. Thank you. You all are welcome to still make small talk, though. Don't let me stop you.
Test, test. Did that work? It is on.
Good morning, everyone. We are still short quorum, but Patrick, there's no reason I can't ask the police department to do their introductions and stuff before we call roll, correct?
I think that's fine, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Then I'm going to get us started. Sorry to stop everyone's small talk short, but I want to make sure we have time to ask all the questions that folks will have. So let me welcome everyone and say good morning to the third and final day of the City Council's 24-25 budget hearings. We are live streaming on XXI, right? We're good to go. Live streaming on XXI. Thank you very much. And we have information on the City Council social media. Today we have a fairly simple day with very complex departments. We have the Rochester Police Department, Environmental Services, and then finally we have our capital improvement plan. So we do not yet have a quorum. We're missing 2 members of the Finance Committee, but for the interest of time, I want to allow Mayor Evans and then Chief Smith to introduce. Oh, we do have a quorum. Wonderful. Good morning. So let's start that over again and call. I'd ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Monroe.
Here.
President Melendez.
Here.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And let the record show that we are joined by Councilmember Lightfoot, Councilmember Patterson, and Councilmember Smith. So with that, Mayor, I would ask you, first of all, thank you for joining us for a third straight day. Thank you to Suzanne and the entire OMB team for all the time you've put. We've had two very productive days of conversation. Looking forward to a third. And without further ado, I would open it up to you, Mayor, to make any introductory remarks, and then please ask Chief Smith to do the same.
Yeah, let me be brief and just with some brief introductory remarks before I turn it over to the Chief to introduce the senior members of his team and to start getting into questions. Again, I just want to start by thanking the Chief and his team for their work that they've put in this budget and the work that the men and women of the Rochester Police Department do day in and day out. If you notice, I think that you will see a theme running through all of these departments. We started off talking about prevention, violence prevention in particular, and you will see that every single department plays a role in this. We got DES coming up, and I will point out where they play a role in this, what I call the Evans equation, the prevention, intervention, and suppression, and how every department plays that, and you will see that in the police department. One of the things that I've challenged this chief to do, and he started to do and has done, as well as the members of the police department, is to be innovative in thinking as we think about 21st century policing. And I just want to point out a couple of things that I'm sure will come up in conversation as we go throughout this budget, and some of these things are included in this budget. First off, non-fatal shootings. For years, as many of you know, non-fatal shootings were not pursued or gone after the same way in which we did homicides. We've changed that over this past year, and that has brought lots of results. The percentage of non-fatal shootings in terms of them being solved and dealt with was always something that was low across police departments across the country. But we know that the non-fatal shootings have a major impact on a person's life, and this police department under this chief has started to really take on non-fatal shootings in a way to go after them the same way we go after homicides. Also, we were chosen, and this the chief probably will touch on this, for the public safety partnership with the Justice Department to share best practices on how we can continue to improve and evolve as a police department. That's something that we were extremely proud of. One of the few in the country that are a part of that partnership, and that has been great for us. You'll see lots of give funding in this budget. That is a result of the administration working extremely hard with our partners in Albany, the governor's office, and the state delegation to make sure that those dollars come to Rochester. That is a preventative program. You will always hear me say that when a person dies and a medical examiner comes and puts a toe tag on them, that is too late. We have reframed this GIVE program across the state to be preventative, and that is what we've been doing, and we are happy to be seeing dollars that you see in this program. And then the last thing I'll point out is recruitment is something that is a challenge for us, but the police department has been extremely innovative with the workforce development program in terms of the recruitment that has been taking place over the last coming years. It still is a major challenge, but we know that it works. And how we know that it works is the chief can talk to this. The last class, 15 officers. Of those 15 officers, 11 were minority. We still have a long way to go in terms of replenishing the ranks of officers that has been depleted over the years. But the workforce development program serves as a great catalyst to continue to help us with the recruitment efforts. So everyone plays a role in our preventative efforts. When we have our work session on violence prevention, you will see the police department there because they play a role in that. You will see the library there, as I said, because they play a role in that. You will see DES there because they play a role in that, and you will see the Department of Recreation and Human Services there. So this equation of prevention runs throughout all departments, including the Rochester Police Department. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chief to introduce his team, and then we can get right into the questionings. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Council. I have with me, to my right, Elena Correa. She's the Deputy Chief of Administration. I also have with me Deputy Chief Keith Stith. He's the Deputy Chief for Special Operations, which is the investigative and the community affairs side. I have Deputy Chief of Operations Tom Shaw. It is the operational, the patrol side, the special teams. For commanders, Commander Drayton was unable to be here today due to a loss in his family. Our thoughts are with him and his family. He is the commander on the on the administrative side over training. We have Commander Mike Desane, who is commander on the patrol side under operations. I also have Commander Chris Cavanaugh, who reports directly to Deputy Chief Stith. He's the commander on the special operations investigative side. I'm not going to go into everyone else. We do have the members of my appointed command staff here behind me, and then hiding in the back, we have captains from the various patrol sections with us as well. I have Lieutenant Hill from Special Events here. I have Lieutenant Barton from the Professional Standard sections, and I do have Nancy Alberto, our budget director, here.
Thanks, Chief. Any opening remarks you want to make in addition to Mayor Evans?
Yeah, so I think the most, since this is a budget exercise, I think the most significant thing regarding the budget is I'd like to cover the significant reductions in overtime that we've had. We underwent a reorganization last year, a partial reorganization. We are part way through it. As soon as we are through this budget cycle, we plan on diving back in and looking at some other changes that we want to make that have been on hold while we've been going through this process. So for overtime, it is down significantly from the past 2 fiscal years. Patrol personnel shortage overtime has dropped 35% from fiscal year 22-23. Patrol shortage overtime is down 48% from fiscal year 21-22. Currently, we are only 3% above the totals from fiscal year 20-21. Non-patrol personnel shortage overtime has increased, but the personnel shortage overtime drops are significant. So when you look at sections, Lake section has dropped 33% with a reduction of 4,000 overtime hours. Genesee section has dropped down 60% with a reduction of 6,000 overtime hours. Goodman section is down 26% with a reduction of 3,000 overtime hours. And Clinton section is down 25% with a reduction of 2,000 overtime hours. Supervisor shortage overtime hours have dropped overall, 8% in Lake, 33% in Goodman, 52% reduction with the elimination of Central section in supervisor overtime, a slight rise in Lake and a slight rise in Clinton section. Just trying to hit the highlights. And then the other significant reduction is special project overtime is down 32%, or 6,297 hours compared to fiscal year 22 and 23. And those special projects would be our specialized units conducting long-term investigations. And as you remember, last fiscal year we had a couple complex long-term investigations that were very overtime heavy. So significant reductions there.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you for sharing those numbers. Obviously, there's a lot of incredibly important work that the police department does, and appreciate your leadership there. And it is true from a budgetary perspective. Overtime probably is a great place to start. Can you share a little bit? Well, I have 2 questions about the numbers you just reported. One is, how did we get there? That sounds like there's been significant improvement. So if you wouldn't mind sharing what the tactics have been to both, obviously we want to do 2 things at the same time. We want to reduce overtime and also maintain service levels, right? So if you could share a little bit about how that happened. And then also you mentioned the difference that patrol overtime has gone down, but non-patrol has gone up. Can you just share a little bit about what may drive that?
Certainly. So I'm going to answer the last one first because it's the easiest. Traditionally, since we've been going through this personnel shortage, patrol has borne the brunt of most of the shortages. We have started to downsize some of the specialized units. We've left openings in some of the specialized units. So although every vacancy or opening in a specialized unit is not automatically filled with overtime, there's some that we just do without, there is a slight increase because you are seeing the effect of some of those vacancies now being in the specialized unit. Upcoming project is now looking at a lot of those specialized units and their structure and their function, with the goal of, again, making them more efficient, making them more cost effective, you know, again, based on what we have. We are currently 100 personnel short. We're unable to really slow the separation rate significantly, and as hard as we try to recruit, you know, I'm budgeted for full staff, but each recruit class is averaging between 15 and 20 personnel, and obviously we know it takes a year to train them once we hire them. So knowing that this isn't going to end anytime soon, we're looking at what we do. Can we do it better? Can we do it more efficiently with what we have? As far as the patrol reductions, so the structure of the previous 5 sections really drove a lot of the overtime. Central section in particular, because the way their staffing was set up was their minimum was their maximum. So anytime they had an officer on vacation, an officer out sick, an officer at training, an officer at military, it pretty much was automatically filled with overtime. In the 3-beat structure and the number of supervisors required to maintain that, simply it was not efficient at all. So, you know, that has been a big driver. We continue to staff according to the model that we developed this system on. So each section has a different number of car beats depending on how the 911 data parsed out. The section captains continue to fill those car beats. We have shortages. We use overtime to maintain that level. We continue to, unless in the ebb and flow we naturally have a surplus, we do not pay overtime to maintain a surplus. So if, just throwing a random number out, a section has 12 car beats, that section staffs to 12 car beats. If we have 14 officers that day, that's great. We find a little extra work for those 2 officers, but we don't pay overtime to get above that. Unless we have an operational plan in place, a special project, which obviously those we track that overtime differently anyway, depending on funding source and what particular are we doing. The other significant change is we eliminated the 7 at night till 3 a.m. shift. Those officers were placed on other shifts after bargaining with the Locust Club. So those positions helped backfill. We haven't seen any significant calls for service change by limiting those positions as far as response times or workload. I can tell you, we're only 6 months in, so when we design these car beats, we use 2 years of 911 data to come up with the workload, the work analysis that it's based on. I have 6 months of data, which isn't enough to show if it's made a significant impact. I can tell you anecdotally from listening and watching and seeing what's going on, that the car beats that are in the formal central section seem to have better response times than they had under the old model.
Great. So the hope is that this is not an aberration, and
Correct.
You only know 6 months of data, but we'll be able to continue to see these numbers. Hopefully, the overtime numbers hopefully plateau and be able to share back maybe on a quarterly basis or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so this year, although we're going to be slightly over the allocated overtime budget, we're able to make up for that with the vacancies. So overall, we will come in under budget, which we were unable to do previously.
Great, thank you. So I want to just notify council for RPD. We are going to open it up to the entire section. So I'm not going to go bureau by bureau. It'll be every section, and I'm just going to make sure every council member has a little bit of time to ask some questions. I'll start with President Melendez and come down this way and circle back. Just please make sure that when you're asking questions, if you're pointing to a particular bureau, you just call out where you are in the budget book so the chief is aware. Let me just ask one final question for me before I turn it over to President Melendez. At least final for now. So what you just talked about in terms of headcount and open positions and starting to eliminate some positions, it's a little challenging to follow all of that in the budget book. When I look at particularly page 7, which lists the page 7 lists all the sworn and non-sworn officers total. It's hard to see. In fact, I don't see a reduction anywhere. And I'm looking. I also just want to point you to page 13. Page 13 in the year-to-year comparison, it lists in particular here 3 vacant police officer positions are being eliminated mid-year as an efficiency measure, right? So I see in some of the specifics of each page what you're referring to, that there, in some cases, if you have vacancies that you know you're not going to fill, you're beginning to eliminate those positions. But I don't see that reflected in the overall head count on page 7. Can you just shine some light on that a little bit?
Yeah, the overall head count, part of that is part of the GIVE grant. We picked up 10 funded positions through the GIVE grant. So those positions were added on top of the normal staffing. They're funded through the grant. When the grant expires, those positions are no longer funded, and that's part of the non-fatal shooting initiative.
So for those positions, how does that work in terms of, I mean, obviously we know filling open positions is already a challenge. How do you fill 10 new positions that are grant funded?
So those were investigator positions. The terms of the grant specified that in order for those positions to be paid for by the grant, those investigators had to be assigned strictly to non-fatal shootings, which is what they do. There's officers and there's supervisors that are partially funded on that. But when you add that on top of what we had, it does make the grand total larger by that 10.
Got it. So when we have the GIVE grants, you're assigning existing investigators to the GIVE grant, and the positions that you're talking about eliminating, those 3 positions in particular, because I know those weren't the only ones, but those 3 positions, those are positions that are not grant funded, that have not been filled in I assume years at this point, and those are being eliminated. But the individuals, the actual investigator themselves, are moving over to a GIVE grant. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. I do think it would be helpful just to understand how page 7 in particular, the numbers are the numbers. I get that, but it would be helpful to be able to share with council staff after this hearing how many of those positions are specifically grant funded and what the timeline of those grants are. I think it'll just help add some clarity for all of us. Sure. Okay, I will make sure that we all get to have some time, but I'll start with President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I do have to step out, so I appreciate the opportunity to go first. I have a commitment at 10 o'clock that I have to run to, so I apologize for stepping out on RPD early this morning. Related to Community Affairs Division, I know that there's been some challenges overall in patrol and filling shifts, and that there's some moving parts now with Community Affairs. Can you walk through some of the changes that we anticipate seeing and whether or not those changes are going to be temporary or permanent? Because I know that the lieutenants, for example, are covering multiple quadrants at this point in time. And could you walk us through what the changes are?
Sure. So Community Affairs section is headed by Captain Person. The 2 NSC lieutenants that you referred to report directly to him. We are set up for 4 neighborhood service center lieutenants, 1 for each neighborhood service center. Lieutenant Cotsworth is still on the books. He's unfortunately out injured. So there are 3 with 1 position not filled, and Captain Person is kind of doing dual duty on that. Part of that was we were waiting for the city, looking at neighborhood service centers and decide if that format was going to be kept, where the city itself was going to be moving on that. Ultimately, I think we're probably going to be moving or maintaining a 2 lieutenant model in that section. So ultimately, there will most likely be an east side lieutenant and a west side lieutenant, and probably because we have some sergeant vacancies from other places or sergeant positions, we could make that up by possibly putting sergeants in those positions. It does get very complicated. There's a lot of moving parts. For example, one of the positions that we've eliminated is an officer position up in research and evaluation on the 6th floor. But that position goes in to do backgrounds to put a full-time position in backgrounds, where before we were using a part-time person in backgrounds. So things come off the books and things go back on the books, and it does get very confusing. But overall, we're looking at everywhere. Do we need this person? Can we make more effective use of someone else? What are our priorities? Our priorities is backgrounding. And again, everyone is going to have to do without, and that includes my office.
So as a follow-up, Chief, I appreciate that answer. You know, this is now getting into my opinion, not facts, because I know the realities of what you deal with it day to day is challenging in terms of staffing. But in each quad of the city, I just know the work that the neighborhood service centers do, and specifically the lieutenants and the CPOs. And whether it's a lieutenant or a sergeant or whoever's in the lead, I feel like each quad is going to need some level of leadership because it's just such a massive undertaking to deal with nuisance issues, quality of life issues, neighborhood complaints, all the different block clubs that expect RPD to attend those meetings. So in thinking about coverage and ensuring that the public has access at that level, understanding the staffing dynamics aside, it is my hope that we continue to work on this to figure out what is the right staffing level for neighborhood service centers and Community Affairs Bureau, because I know that the need is so great. And oftentimes with the nuisance abatement process, there's a lot of you know this better than I, there's a lot of background stuff that needs to happen, and typically it's the lieutenants or the neighborhood service center CPOs that are leading that effort. So I wouldn't want that to lag behind, because that is really the prevention part of it that many of us on the ground tap into to make sure that quality of life is addressed in neighborhoods. I also had the opportunity to visit the 911 center, and I asked Director Soretto some of these questions yesterday, but I want to get RPD's perspective. In viewing the job cards in terms of you know, what's on the A list, what's on the B list, and the priorities, couldn't help but notice the amount of jobs that we're holding, and even significant jobs, A jobs that are holding, and I get that's a staffing dynamic too. But on some level, I just also want to understand ultimately who's responsible for trying to push particularly those A jobs forward and trying to get to jobs quicker. Is it at the sergeant level? Is it at the captain level? And what systems are in place to ensure that we're trying to push from, I know it's a lot of work, but from call to call to get to those priority jobs?
Yeah, and it falls on first and second line supervisors overall on the road to manage their people and manage their resources. One of the reasons, you know, we stress over and over again to the public is, if they've called 911 and they're not getting a response, don't simply call 911 back. Call 911 back and say, I would like to speak to a supervisor. Because those supervisors, by policy, are required to respond, number one. And number two, those supervisors better have an idea what their folks are doing, even if it's to just assure someone, no, I do know where my officers are. You know, we will get someone to you, as opposed to just being left out, not knowing, because that's the worst feeling in the world, right? I've called and I just don't know when are they coming. I can tell you, response time wise, you know, that there is a slight improvement across the board since we did the reorg, but again, it's 6 months of data. It's slight. And remember this model. So priority A's are divided into tier 1 and tier 2. So tier 1 is the person shot. Okay, a tier 1 job is something we have to get to now. We put the lights on, we're going, we got to get there. A priority A tier 2 is in progress, but maybe officer's discretion. Are we going lights and siren? What quickly? Okay. So this model provides staffing with the beats filled to have resources to respond to all of the tier 1 jobs at any given time, 90% of the time. So 90% of the time, by this model, we have enough officers to go to tier 1 jobs, not tier 2 jobs, not Bs.
Chief,
again,
one clarifying. So
sure.
Could you give us an example of what a tier 2A priority job is?
A larceny in progress,
Great, thank you.
A motor vehicle accident, not blocking, no injuries, but still in a. So something we want to get to quicker, but not imminent threat to life, I guess is the way you would look at it. Again, we do constantly look at response times. I can tell you, across the board there is a slight difference. I can also tell you, because the complaints, we have many different sources of complaint intake, but a lot of them come right directly to my office, and my staff deals with them. And 9 times out of 10, when we hear, because you hear it all the time, right? I called, they never came, they never came, they never came. 9 times out of 10, when we actually contact those folks, that's not the case. I think it is very easy. It's just very easy to say the police didn't come, the police didn't help me. It's the cry wolf. Again, I encourage you, if you don't get a response, you call for a supervisor, then and there.
Yeah.
And let me just add one quick piece to this, and the chief can speak to this. Because through all of this reorganization, through all of the dollars that we are saving, and I get this in the mayor's office, because people say, oh, I hear from probably more people than anybody that's in City Hall, anybody. I hear more from my office. And every staff duty officer report shows this. The calls for service, right, have not gone down. So I think it's important for people to understand that. And this is why you continue to see the dollars that we spend, because when you talk to, try telling someone, and I've done this, and I won't ever do it again, try telling someone, ma'am, I know they came later, but it wasn't a main priority job. You can't tell people that.
Right.
And the chief will tell you you can't tell people that. Try that and see what happens. And particularly as an elected official, try telling someone that. Because if you're on Genesee Street and somebody smashes your window, now they want a response. The question is how do we try to do other things that have other types of responses? But that is a call for service that the police department has to respond to. Has to respond to it at some point. It might be later. It might be later in the time. And I think that is something that I always stress upon people, because I've learned this from my time on council to transitioning to mayor. The calls for service are off the charts during each of the platoons, first, second, third, right? And you can speak to that. When I see these numbers, I'm always staggered by the sheer number of people who still call 911. It's a lot of folks over a time period that are calling in.
Yeah, so part of what we track on the staff duty report is the number of 911 calls per shift. I can tell you an average 8-hour shift is between 200 and 250 911 calls for service in that 8-hour block. If you, as we say, catch a ball game, I have seen busy nights where they have topped 400 calls for service in an 8-hour block. Again, with a finite number of officers. I mean, if you're just going by car beats, you've got 12, 10, and 10, 24, 34, 54 officers and supervisors, and 400 calls for service in 8 hours.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Which kind of gets at my last question. So we've been working through the administration on evaluating 911 calls and looking at sort of that, I guess, that B list of call types. The calls that are very difficult to get to, at least in a timely manner. And I just wonder if, from your perspective, and it doesn't have to be answered today, maybe this is something that we can continue the dialogue around. Where are the calls that are truly challenging for RPD to get to? And what might be the scenarios in which RPD would prefer to not have it on their plate to address that? I know that has to be negotiated, union things. There's other factors that get into that a little bit, but I would love to continue the dialogue around that and ensure that we're doing our best to really right-size the job of an officer, because there's just too much on the plate. I feel like the job keeps getting bigger, and we're downsizing. And I guess my last question is related to recruitment. I know that the workforce development program has made significant strides. I saw that it moved. I believe it's under the office of or under administration now.
Yes.
And in that move, can you maybe walk through if there's any significant changes to the commitment to workforce development?
program itself will remain the same.
Can you talk a little closer into the mic, please?
Yes. Can you hear me? Is it better now? The program itself will remain the same. We are hoping to add a sergeant in charge of recruitment. Currently, we have one officer. We're hoping to add a sergeant and some more staffing to assist, as well as pick up some other activities. We want to bring back the PAL program to continue those relationships and put more commitment into the program with the younger people, and then maybe hopefully there'll be future officers later on. That's part of the program, but we will continue it, look on how we can build upon it at this point. But right now we have a very solid structure, and we're very happy with how it's turning out.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Justin Collins. He does great work and appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. President, I know you weren't asking for an answer, but I do have two short answers for you real quick. We are constantly looking. One of the things that really bogged us down last year was the stolen vehicles. A stolen vehicle report is not something that by law can be done on the phone because the victim has to give a statement. So an officer has to go. You know, things like that moving forward. There are other departments that are getting involved in e-signing. All things we're looking at to streamline things in the future. What we've had the greatest success with, believe it or not, is if we have an officer on light duty. And you can actually, I'm going to give a shout out to Captain Elwood back there from Goodman. He started this. Took an officer on light duty, sat him down in front of a computer, gave him a phone, and said, keep going through the holding jobs and calling these people back and find out what you can handle over the phone. That has been tremendously successful. But again, it depends on, do we have officers who are on light duty to fill those functions? A dispatcher can't do that. A dispatcher is not a police officer, whereas a police officer over the phone does have the ability to triage and handle things and maybe change or divert that response. But you're correct. There's a lot of things we handle that do not need a police officer to go to.
But before I pass it on, I just want to follow up on one thing that you said, Chief. And I understand that you were not speaking in specific, data here, but you said 90% of times that people say no one came, someone actually came. Boy who cried wolf. What's the evidence you're working with there? Forget the percentages.
Well, every time we get a complaint that comes up, they're saying, they didn't come. My staff personally looks into it, and we contact those folks. And usually when you ask them directly, but well, no, they did come. Well, no, they did. I just, and one of the things that we identified, and we have a training program coming up in the fall that I'm very excited about, is it's a culture shift in the department too. One of the biggest problems we have is not that officers didn't go, it's that officers didn't provide customer service when they got there. We need to change the dynamic. Instead of saying, I can't help you or there's nothing I can do, it's like, well, I can't do this, but here's what I can do for you. What can I do for you? And that's basic customer service across the board, right? If you go in a store, you want someone who's going to say, how can I help you? What can I do for you? I may not have that available, but I have alternatives. And that's the dynamic and the mindset we need to get to. And the ICAT training that we picked up from the Police Executive Research Forum that I've spoken to before, and I think I provided the program, we're kicking off in the fall, and I think that's going to be a major part of changing that dynamic, along with first-line supervision and training.
Thanks. Vice President Harris, we have it open to the whole section. I'm going to give everyone about 2 questions. Do you want to start? Okay. Vice President Harris, we'll come all the way down.
Thank you, Chair Gruber.
I'll circle back.
Chief Smith, I have to say I've worked with Justin Collins in the workforce program, and they are phenomenal. I am very pleased with the numbers that he's brought out to our community of all walks of life, including the minority population, which we are trying to target. Just to let the council know and our citizens and our mayor know, they have modeled it such a way where, as a Square Fair chair, I was able to utilize the volunteers, the 20 some odd volunteers of the workforce development program to come volunteer for Square Fair tomorrow. And what's beautiful about that is our volunteers that work for the Square Fair, that are residents, were very pleased to hear that, because a lot of those participants are vetted by the police department, and those participants will be working on the children's games. So I mean, this is very good, because it's like there's this exchange, and there's this ability to kind of connect with those who are coming on the workforce early before they become police officers or sheriffs or troopers or wherever they may be. So I'm very pleased with that. But I'm still very much hopeful for boots on the ground, community policing. I know that we have a way to go. And one of the things I think about is, it may not be something we got to do like the traditional way. There may be ways that we could figure out using technology. We got to start thinking outside the box, because we got to think about prevention, and some of that is prevention. I'd like to ask you about, how do you guys follow up on those low acuity calls? I mean, do you have a customer service way to follow up, like maybe doing a survey, sending a survey out to get that feedback from those folks so you can have that data ready?
Yeah, as part of our community engagement assessment, that was one of the areas that was identified where we were deficient. And Chief Stith and Commander Kavanaugh have actually been engaged in community town hall type events. They had one last night. And again, going to the report on 21st century policing, if you look, that references surveys, and the federal side actually provides at no cost to departments those materials. So we are going to be getting those out as well once the town hall sessions are over.
Okay, so will we be seeing something come out this summer, or when?
Probably more toward the fall at this point.
Okay, and if you can share that with all the council as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I have one final question, community engagement as it relates to, can you speak to what you guys are doing with schools? I find that officer friendly is very important in my day. So what are we doing to engage our youth early before they get in trouble?
Okay. I can answer that, but it's really been Deputy Chief Stith's passion, so I'm going to let him go over that.
So we have several initiatives going on. The first initiative.
Speak into the mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first initiative we do have an internship for middle grade students. The purpose of the internship is to expose kids to the police department and help prove the police youth relationships. We started the program last year. We had 10 students that participated for 3 days to intern at the public safety building. This year was the second program. We had 7 students that participated. We did 1 day at the public safety training facility. They also spent a day at the Office of Violence Prevention, and the third day they spent with the ministers talking about service in the community. I also have go into the schools and talk about policing, have an open conversation with kids about policing, and we start early. And as you know, those kids don't have they stay with on their hearts, and that's important. So we are actively involved in the schools, and we starting early.
Thank you. And I just follow up with that. Can you provide us the data to support that? I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. So there's no formal metric system we have in place. The best metric system I have is that the internship programs, principals, parents, they always ask about the program. They want to expand the program. So that's the only metric system that I have.
And any data that you might have about the utilization of those programs would be helpful, though.
Sure, absolutely.
Councilmember,
in the schools that you actually go into.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I wanted to say good morning, everyone, and thank you, all of you, for your service that you provide to our citizens on a daily basis. I often say, I know you guys probably don't hear that enough. First thing I want to do is just a comment to say that I appreciate through the administration and to the chief, the consistency with the chief. Since I've been on city council, we have had 5 police chiefs. And that makes it very, very difficult for you all to do your job, because there's no consistency in leadership. It makes it very difficult for the police and community relations to move forward because there's no consistency in leadership. So all of that to me, it speaks volume, Chief. I appreciate your commitment to being here and being here for the long haul. I really appreciate that because it makes all of our jobs better. My question is the same question I ask every year. It's the same point that I bring up, and I hope you guys could, you can get back to me in writing. I'm not looking for tactical strategies. I know you can't share tactical strategies and things that you do, but my work with the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition, and I think you guys for supporting that. Captain Murrah is a day one. He's been involved with our coalition from day one, and we've done some great work that has involved into many areas, whether it's human services through the crisis intervention, homicide response, mobile unit, etc., and to how we even do our homicides and our shootings, and we've had some input on some of those things too. I asked for a I'm really looking to see how in this budget, and it's no dig at this administration because this has been going on for decades, right? And when I say this, I mean 10% of the streets cause 90% of the crime and violence in our community. And this is not Chicago. This is not New York City. This is not Atlanta. We're a very mid-sized, small community, right? So if 10% of the streets cause 90% of the crime and violence, and when I asked for the data, and I know Nick is here, and I appreciate him being here. He's a data guy. I asked for certain particular things from 2019 to 2024, right? And I asked for the data for shootings, homicides, robberies, burglaries, larcenies, motor vehicle thefts, okay? And when I got that data back, spanning back from 2019 by zip code, and I would say, I'll be very transparent that many of these areas, Mayor, they've gone down. They've gone down in many of these areas per zip code. So there's some good work that's going on, and I appreciate that. However, you do still see the same zip codes impacted by and have the highest increases in all of these areas, right? And it's not just a perception, because at one point I would say it's perception of those particular communities that they're not receiving the same level of services, police servicing, if you will, that other zip codes within the community are receiving. And when you look at these numbers, people could, when I went to a conference one time and we were discussing this, and someone that's not from Rochester looked at some of our numbers and they said, it looks like containment. And I go, what are you talking about? And they go, well, the problem's being contained to those areas, right? And so that's problematic. Not saying that that's happening, but that's just how it looks. Because when we talk about the Crescent for decades, it's the same thing that's going on for decades. You got to try to make it make sense of why that level of policing, we don't see the level of policing, if you will, at least in my opinion. And I kind of want to understand in this budget, Mayor, what are we doing in the overall vision of how were we doing to address those 10% of those neighborhoods who consistently have the high level of all of these things that I just mentioned?
So, sure. Before I get into the strategy, I can definitely say, it is not containment. Those areas actually draw most of the resources. So if you take the human factor out of it and you look at it as a strictly business model, which we know it isn't, what happens is actually the resources are drawn into those areas, leaving other areas resource depleted. So the most common complaints I actually get is I never see an officer walking on my street because they're always on a shooting. They're always on a homicide. And we know from running the numbers, a shooting, a significant event, ties up a significant amount of officers for a significant amount of time. So if you take out the human factor that, yes, a shooting, a homicide is horrible, they're the most heinous crimes you can deal with, simply from a numbers standpoint, if you reduce the shootings, if you reduce the homicides, you reduce the manpower draw, you're then able to more equitably distribute the manpower that you have. Now, as far as the strategy, we've worked hard, and it is all part of the GIVE strategies that we get from New York State, to move away from reactionary-based policing, flooding an area with police, blanketing an area with police, to case of place investigations. So those hot spots that we talk about, those street segments, we identify them because of the level of violence, but then it becomes, and this is based on Dr. Coper's study from Austin, Texas, that the GIVE program is highly based on. So you identify an area and then you try and find out what the drivers in that area are. If they're drivers that can be addressed by the police department, then we do our part to try and address them. Now, we do foot patrols in those areas. We do, and we hope to do more custom notifications. Now, we talk about that a lot. A custom notification is when we actually identify someone who maybe is in crisis, or maybe we suspect them of criminal activity, or whatever. And we go and we knock on the door and we say, hey, either can we help you? You know, we've heard this, we're here to help. Or, you know, one thing we've started to do, especially with the youth in the issues that we have with the stolen cars, is we go talk to mom, right? Everybody's got a mom. Mom is usually the one. So, you know, we will go if we get information that so-and-so is riding in a stolen Kia. We have no criminal charges. We can find that parent. We go talk to that parent. We refer Pathways to Peace to that parent. We try and get resources to that parent, what is going on in that child's life that they're riding around in a stolen Kia, you know, and try and address it from that perspective.
Chief and Mayor, is it possible for us to get like a work plan, or maybe even a work session on, because there's a lot going on. I know there's a thin line between what you can share and what you can't share. I get that. But it'd be nice to know what activities and what things are happening within those particular hotspots, right? And then how can we as council work on the partnership with the police department to help diminish that perception? Because I'm just telling you, that is, you know, a lot of people feel that way because of the particular areas that they live in, and they feel under siege in their neighborhoods. You know, they really do.
Yeah, and I think 2 points. First point is, yes, we absolutely should have, and this is why we need to have this violence prevention work session that I've been pushing for. We got to have it because that will allow the police department as well as the other departments to come and talk about that specific nature of the areas that we're talking about. When I started to verbalize this, if you remember, it was me 2 years ago that talked about 90% of the shootings and violence happening in 10% of the street segments. Mm-hmm. But one of the reasons why I verbalized that was really to give people hope, to say, look, it's only 10%. And to your point, we're a medium-sized city, which means that it's solvable with that 10%. So that's so when I said that, I didn't say it because I wanted people to think it was containment or that we couldn't do it, but to give hope, to say, look, it's 10%. We can solve 10%. We don't want it to become 15 or 20%. So how can we target the 10% of those areas to make sure that we do that, that we push those resources there? And I think in this budget, for example, the GIVE dollars that you see is geared towards that 10%, that the numbers that we talked about that are there. Our Rock the Block fairs, which aren't a part of the police department, but the police department plays a role in, are geared toward those 10%. So I think to your point, what we have to make sure we are doing a better job of is really sussing out, even if we put it on the map, what's happening in those 10% of those areas. And for the things that are tactics that we might not want to be able to put out, at least still talk about what's happening in those areas in the factors and things that we can do to help that. You know, for example, the dollars that we got on Thurston Road was a major area that we focused in on. We didn't talk a lot about it. We should have, because that's part of that 10% area where we saw those shootings. And if you look in that area, you see those shootings have come down in that area. And some of that was the materials that the lighting. We had the lighting things, SEPTED there, which is designing policing through design. We did that there. So I think it's important for us to pull those things out that we're doing for those 10% that can have a major impact on trying to draw down those numbers. The other thing is that we are able to actively, and the chief has done this, deploy and target areas where we see, because the data is so good, where we could start to see we start to see these increases in violence. We can deploy immediately to be able to do that. We did that on Jefferson Avenue, if you remember last year, where we had the shootings and there was the burning of the woman and all that. That helped us. But I think we have to make sure that we continue to communicate it and then show the numbers. The other thing that's in this budget, it's not in the police department's budget, but it's in the mayor's office budget, is, for example, our advanced peace. And homicides in the Northwest, which is in the zip code one of the zip codes that you mentioned, that 10%, homicides in that zip code last year were cut in half because of a focus on that 10%. So I think it's a communication piece and continuing to show the resources that you're putting there. The last point I'll make is that it also has to be non-police resources that we're putting there that we have to talk about. And we talked about that earlier in the budget process. We have to show the housing developments that we're putting there, the economic development opportunities that we're putting in those zip codes that we're targeting, in addition to the boots on the ground police resources. And you are exactly right. When I'm on Mayor on the Block, even though you may be in a neighborhood where there's a high level of shootings, what they're really saying is, we want to see more foot patrols. They'll say, wait a minute, yeah, and I'll say, no, the police they were just here. Unfortunately, you just had a shooting that happened. Yeah, we get that, but we want to see foot patrols. We want to see people walking, and I think that will also help with that perception of containment as well.
Thank you. So again, it's not a dig. It's just to see how can we work together to change that, because I think that's important. I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman. I want to put in a plug for the gun trace data report. Hopefully, in this budget or future budgets, can be something that we look at doing maybe biannually. And I also want to put in. I know other council members are going to be. Before I get to that, I want to say this: the situation we had, I believe it was on Lake Avenue, where the individual drove the car into the theater and was on fire. What are we doing in regards to securing our buildings? Meaning with the pylons. There's some thought, and I've had conversations with some people that are former police that believe that we should be our facilities and our buildings aren't properly secured and hardened, and that majority of and I know we made significant improvements in our security here, and Mayor, under you, we've put the metal detectors in City Hall and some of our other buildings. But what is your perception, Chief, and the Mayor, in regards to, and does this budget address of any securing of our facilities in, because there is some belief in policing, and I've talked to police officers. Matter of fact, former Deputy Mayor Cedric Alexander, I think, even mentioned about this. We have conversations about this, that some of our facilities should be secured by these pylons, or maybe they're not called pylons. I may have got the wrong word for them, but
Pollards.
Pollards, yes, sir. What is your around that?
Yeah, for public in businesses, I've been stressing since the Kia Boys started driving cars through front doors that, everyone should take a look at their business and harden their businesses against that. As far as city buildings, it's more of a DES question. I know the PSB does have them around the front, and I know we do. I don't think there's any improvements to the PSB this year because we did all our security improvements in the previous budget.
But I think in general, your question is absolutely critical. This city, and the county and other places, we were behind in terms of our security posture, because we think everyone is so nice, but as someone who gets all types of nasty, dastardly threats regularly, including one person that's in federal court getting ready to be sentenced, this is something that we have to take extremely seriously. And you are right on the mark. What happened at Kodak could have been even worse. It could have been even worse, and it can happen anywhere else. Top shooter. Those types of things are something that we have to take very seriously. One of the first things I did, we don't talk about it much because it is security stuff. We have a security governance committee here that is a cross-functional team that is looking at every single building, including all of our facilities. And why this is important is a lot of our facilities deliver water to people. There are places where people regularly gather. So we not only are we looking at the hardening with bollards and other things. You see them outside of the Blue Cross Arena, for example, if you notice they're there. Private businesses, as the chief said, we are encouraging them to make sure that they have those types of bollards that are there.
And we offer security assessments to any business that wants to reach out to us. We will do that for free.
So there's also the police department assessments, but in terms of city facilities, which was your specific question, our security governance committee that the deputy mayor and DES leads are looking at all that. And when you look in the DES budget, you will see you will start to see increase for security equipment such as cameras and other things. But your question is right on the money. This is something that we kind of thought, it can't happen here. It can't happen here. Well, guess what? It's happened here several times, and it's been tragic for us. And we have to continue to look at our security posture, not only just through not just through the police department, but through the Department of Environmental Services as well as our CIP, which I know we'll be talking about this afternoon.
Thank you,
Councilmember.
This is my final. It's just real quick, and I also just want to say that I support the bracket increase of 21 for the civilian police evidence technicians. I support that. I hope that we can get to that. I know other colleagues will bring that up, but I just want to say I support that bracket increase.
Thank you very much. So we have, we're already well behind schedule. So I just want to notify council members, we are going to work through our break. So if people need to get up and take a break, by all means. And we're probably going to end up starting DES a little bit late. So I want to make sure everyone has time. Please be thoughtful about which questions you have that may be better suited in writing. And I ask everyone to take 2 to 3 questions to have conversation with the chief and the mayor. I'll start with Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. So I'm working to understand the framework used to determine that the city needs 728 sworn officers and 100 non-sworn officers. Could you talk about what data, what metrics, what evidence-based research you used to land on this number as the right size for the city of Rochester?
Yeah, 911 data, calls for service, Part 1 crime data. It was all. And Nick, you want to try and hit the highlights quick?
And then I think if you can hit the highlights quick, and then I think this is something that also could be good to put in writing as well for the other council members that aren't here. So Nick.
Sure. Good morning. Are you talking specifically about the reorganization and how we determined how many officers needed to answer calls for service?
Yes, and this number of over 700 has been pretty steady since 2014. So, yes, just understanding that number would be helpful.
Yeah, so for the reorganization, our focus was primarily on the patrol side. The main goal was to evenly balance out the workload amongst the new 4 sections and identify the proper number of staffing to be able to handle, like the chief said, Tier 1 and Tier 2 calls for service. Obviously, there's going to be outlier days where we are just absolutely hammered with calls for service, but what we want to do from a fiscal responsibility standpoint is operate in that 90th percent quartile, right? So about 90% of the time, we have enough staffing to account for our show rates, which takes into consideration vacancies, sickness, injuries, military time, vacations, all of that information. Our show rate is roughly 66%, so you have to factor that piece in. Then obviously work on a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week model, so you've got to be able to divvy up the officers in the appropriate fashion so that they have coverage for those Tier 1 and Tier 2 calls for service. And then the idea is that we want to make sure that we are consistent throughout the year. We don't have the luxury to be able to increase or decrease staffing sizes throughout the year. We do a little bit, but not much play. So what you don't want to have is you don't want to be overstaffed when it's winter, and you don't want to be super understaffed when it's summer in order to balance out spring and fall. So all of those considerations kind of went into identifying the optimal number of officers to have available to handle our current Tier 1 and Tier 2 call volumes without any reduction in service.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and I agree with the mayor. It would be helpful to have that analysis in writing along with the 911 data that you relied upon.
Yeah, and just, you know, one of the things historically, because it was always easy to find cops before, is, you know, I inherited the department that has a lot of nice to haves. And, you know, quite frankly, a lot of the nice to haves we just can't have anymore. We have to focus on what we must have, and that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. And regarding the community responder model, I'm sure you're aware that the city is looking into possibly moving quality of life calls, nonviolent calls to a non-police response. I wanted to get your thoughts on what you think about this framework that we're seeing across the country and how that could interact with RPD.
Well, there are successful examples of that throughout the country, you know, and I've said more than once, there's a lot of jobs we handle that you don't necessarily need a police officer to handle. So, yeah, I am entirely on board with, again, let's get police officers back to doing what their core functions are. And there are things that other folks can do better than us that, you know, maybe we shouldn't be going to. It's, again, but it's reinventing. You know, traditionally we became the catch-all. 911 is a great thing, but 911 made us the catch-all. You call 911, and if there's no one else to send, you send the police, and we have to figure it out. We don't have that luxury anymore.
And I'll just say that this community responder model gives us a great opportunity. We have to make sure we execute on it right, and that it's just not a shelf document. And I know LEAP is almost done. And I think they've spoken to the police department. They've spoken to, I think they've maybe spoke to some council members, community folks. But we have to. It's going to be in the execution, because we're going to have this great report, this great document. We do have some dollars that we've set aside in this budget for that. But it's going to be in the implementation and how we all commit to make it work. But it's going to require unprecedented collaboration in order for it to work. And if we're not able to collaborate, work through all the issues that might come up as a result of a shift and change in that, it won't work. But the good thing is we do have places around the country where it has worked, but it's going to really, really require a lot of cooperation and collaboration between multiple entities to make this work. And kind of reorientating the community. Because they're going to say, wait a minute, who are you? You don't have a uniform, or, you know, so that's also going to be a big piece of it as well, but I believe that it presents an exciting opportunity for us if we can execute on it right.
Absolutely, and I think it's great that there's buy-in from RPD and also the administration and council, so I see like you're saying, a huge opportunity for collaboration. And my final question, and I'll send the rest in writing. I think it was this morning or yesterday, there was a report that came out about an officer who'd been suspended for 2 years with pay. I'm in trying to understand how often that happens and the general duration. Could you please provide data? And I understand this may be have to be confidential about the officers who've been suspended with pay over the last 5 years, the duration of their suspension, and any of the administration's reasoning behind that.
Yeah, so we can certainly provide that. I can tell you off the top of my head right now, I only have one member who's suspended with pay. Generally, it's my decision, obviously, if there's going to be a suspension. The way I look at it is if the allegations could potentially lead to termination, or if there would be a potential danger to the community if I left that person out there, then the suspension goes into effect. Now, in New York State, an officer can only be suspended without pay for 30 days unless you can have that hearing within 30 days. So there really is no option to suspend without pay. It's suspended with pay until it goes through the process. Once it goes through the process, they have the right to an Article 75 hearing, which again takes time. It takes time. So if you look at New York City, you know, you see on TV all the time, they hand out suspensions left and right. Whether accurate or not, that's what you see. They have a designated hearing judge for NYPD that the supervisor brings charges, it goes before that hearing judge, and it's done. We have a list of hearing officers we have to bring in that cover the state. It takes months, sometimes a year, to get on a hearing officer's schedule, then to have the hearing, and then for the hearing officer to render a decision. So that's where you get the long terms. It's the process that we have to deal with.
Thank you.
And the lever there is the state. The state is the administrative judge on that?
I believe so. We've agreed upon list of administrative judges with the bargaining unit. There's a list of 3 that we rotate through, and we reach out. And you have to get one of them to accept the case. They have the option to not accept. So if you can't get a hearing judge to accept the case, then it just languishes on.
That seems incredibly unreasonable.
Yep.
Councilman Martin, you certainly have time for another question if you have.
Yes. I guess this will go to Patrick from Corporation Counsel, Mr. Beath. I do have a question about the letter sent by Corporation Counsel and the administration to the PAB saying that subpoenas to interview officers will be denied. Could you walk us through that decision regarding why that is, what legal framework you may be using to base that decision in, and if there have been any interviews if there have ever been any instances where RPD officers have gone in and been interviewed by PAB?
I'm happy to give you a high-level kind of overview, but if we're going to get into the nitty-gritty, I think a PNC is a more appropriate place, or executive session for that. But in short, the union contract, as part of its discipline provisions, talks about interviewing police officers in cases that could result in discipline. The position we've taken is that interviews by the PAB, if those could ultimately result in discipline, are inconsistent with the contract and therefore have to be negotiated with the club. And that's basically our legal position. To my knowledge, no officers have been interviewed by the PAB.
And that's based on the denial of request, within your analysis or your legal opinion?
I can't speak for any individual officers, but our position with the PAB has been that interviewing should be negotiated with the union.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
There are a few PAB cases where I have gotten them as completed, and as a follow-up, I have ordered PSS to have officers in for compelled statements because I have that ability. So that's the framework we're working with right now.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilor Monroe?
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
As we know, domestic violence is a severe problem, across the country, but certainly in this community, and the level of violence has really ramped up. The question I have is first about training for domestic violence and how officers are positioned for dealing with these very complicated and painful issues.
Sure. So I don't have the exact hours that they receive in the academy. I can certainly get that to you. I wouldn't want to speak erroneously. I know the domestic violence block is a considerable amount of hours in the academy. We also do in-service trainings 3 or 4 times a year. Sometimes the topics will cover updates on domestic violence policies, changes, things like that. A big part of that also is de-escalation training, crisis intervention training. They all kind of fall into one bucket, as you will. Because usually if you go to a domestic, it is a crisis. There's hostility. You have to de-escalate people, and then you have to determine, what is going on. One of the biggest keys is, we need to break the cycle. We've known forever domestic violence is a cycle. They will go through a honeymoon period with their abuser. It will eventually ramp up. It will lead to another incident of violence. There will be intervention. And the key is, are we ready with the intervention to break that cycle, get that person resources, get them out of that situation? We work with our partners to do that. We are part of the, and Commander Dessain is just newly onboarded, but he's going to be taking over our liaison with the Domestic Violence Coalition. So we work hand in hand with our partners on that. Does that answer?
And the other thing I want to add is the chief and I and some partners you may have seen a couple of months ago, we had a press conference with Willow, the county, to really dramatize and talk about how we've seen these numbers continue to increase over the years. And I have this conversation with the chief regularly. I mean, even just this year, if you look at a lot of the violence that you see on the news on the weekend, a lot of that is domestic violence and serious domestic violence. I mean, one of the most egregious cases that you probably saw on the news just a month ago was a woman that was basically hacked to death with a machete. That was a domestic violence case. The other public case that was just recent, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, Chief, the guy that came back stabbed his wife and then chased his daughter outside and then stabbed his daughter. His wife lost more blood than you could imagine. A lot of the menacing cases that you hear about on the news involve firearms in domestic violence. This is a major issue. I brought this issue to our state delegation. I know in September, me and Assemblymember Clark are going to be convening a meeting with state domestic violence folks in this room, in chambers, to talk about this domestic violence issue. It is a major problem in our community. I put it up there with mental health and gun violence. To me, the top three is these domestic violence cases. They are wreaking havoc in our community, and a lot of them are involving firearms and menacing. And the chief knows, he probably gets tired of me saying, I can't believe this is another domestic case. And the other thing I'll say is it doesn't make the news much. The high profile ones make the news, but the ones where somebody's beaten up, thrown against the wall, and a gun put in their mouth, and these are actual cases, you don't hear much about it. And we have to work with the court system, and we have to work with the state in order to see these numbers come down. And every piece of data shows that if someone grew up in a household where there was domestic violence, 9 times out of 10, they will become a perpetuator of domestic violence, or they will also be involved in some type of violence. So it's something I'm extremely passionate about, and I think that it has led to just unnecessary bloodshed and violence in our community.
Yeah, and when you look at our murders, so for this year, 20 murders, the majority of those wouldn't have been prevented by a foot patrol or a Cobra patrol or a give detail. They would have been prevented on the crisis intervention side, because again, there are folks that know each other, are related to each other, some kind of dispute that escalated to this. And we've gone through various iterations in my career. When I came on, we had just gone through the O.J. Simpson trial, and New York State changed the domestic violence laws, and it was a mandatory arrest for almost everything, and it was no bail, and they were held. The pendulum has swung, the other way over the past 30 years. I think the solution is somewhere in the middle, as usually it is. But I can also tell you, Patrol Officers Day, a good 60 to 70% is in someone's houses, in their living room, trying to take care of some kind of dispute that has escalated to the level where they've now called 911.
Yeah, I would certainly say that handling domestic violence is so important, because when we're talking about violence prevention, I think that's really the beginning of everything. When babies are seeing these things, when they're being subject to such violence, obviously this kind of trauma just perpetuates through generations and reverberates. If I could have information about mandatory arrests, so would I be able to get something like a 5-year look at domestic violence calls, and then have that broken down by mandatory arrests made, just arrests that perhaps the victim has requested, and if it's possible to separate out mandatory arrests such that from those where there are orders of protection and those where it might be a first-time incident, because sadly I have heard things that at times officers may not be doing arrests or possibly having leading questions to victims such that you don't want to have someone arrested tonight, do you? And that kind of thing is a person who's just gone through a traumatic incident doesn't have their head about them to be able to answer those questions, or even to be able to see that there could be leading questions of that nature happening. And it's really critical that trauma piece, the place where someone is able to rationalize or not in reason, we have to be there to make sure that those people are protected in that moment. So at least there's that period of cool down. So that I would appreciate that data for 5 years.
Yeah, I'm not sure how granular we can get down there, but we will get you something.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patterson.
Thank you. So, some comments, some praise, and some requests, and then some questions. We're going to start with the praise. I've never had a bad captain in Clinton section, but I certainly have a great captain in Clinton section right now in Sam Lucian. I can't say enough positive about that gentleman. Not only does he command and discipline his officers, and I have heard about his discipline of his officers from community members, but he is proactive in his approach to policing. He does community walks that he leads, and I'll get an invite. Hey, councilman, if you can, come on out. But he's going regardless. And it is regular, it is consistent, it is invigorating, and it is a joy to see. So we're going to start with the praise. Captain Commander Pearson and the work that he does with the outreach in the community, just blown away by the work that he's doing. Captain Sweatman finding out what he's doing with PAB, incredible. I'm going to echo and support what Council President Melendez said regarding lieutenants for the NSCs and the crime prevention officers. As the old guy on council, I was in this room and there was a time when it was proposed to cut back on the CPOs and to get rid of the CPOs, and the Northeast came out to protect their CPOs, the Erics. Big Eric and Little Eric, they're both retired, but you say their name and people smile. And I'll never forget that we had a constituent stand here at this podium and say, I don't like the police, I don't trust the police, but I like Eric, and I like the Erics, and I trust the Erics, and y'all need to keep them on the job. And we did. So we start there. A request. The evidence technicians. Apparently, the people who do the comparable job for the Police Accountability Board make more. Is that correct?
I don't know. We'd have to get you that in writing, and we can check with HR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but I think it's safe to say that the folks who are out there collecting the evidence and who have specialized training, who are integral to the evidence gathering process, and who work side by side with police officers doing the exact same job in many instances, deserve a pay commensurate with the folks that they work side by side with. So it is my hope, the request is that they move to a 21. It just seems rational and just. One of the things that we did here in the council office is that we looked at the alignment of our staffing positions from a perspective of justice and fairness.
Yeah. First off, I will say I believe they are moving to a 21. Okay.
They are?
I can check on. I can check on.
Well, apparently the word we're getting is no.
Yeah. We'll
they're at a 17.
They're at a 17
in the
okay.
proposed budget.
17.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we can have that conversation. I know that this is a conversation that the administration has been having with with the bargaining units, but we can follow up.
It's my hope that we could have this conversation and come to some manner of resolution before we pass the budget. So hate to put you on the spot there, Mr. Mayor, but
yeah, it's
doing right is doing right.
Yeah. Thanks. It's definitely on the spot because I know that we've been having these conversations with the bargaining unit. So it's the first time I'm hearing about the 21. The first time the mayor is hearing about the 21. Okay. It's just what you're saying there, I know that I have had conversations with the union president about us making sure that we benchmark and try to move up the evidence text. We have been committed to that, but the first time I'm hearing about it is here in the public session, so I can follow up with HR. And also, it's human resources and labor relations that look at it. It's not so much the police department.
Fair enough.
But I appreciate you bringing it up, and we will follow up. But this is the first time this has ever happened to me, where I've heard about it. But I'll follow up, and I appreciate
first time it was brought to me, so I heard about it today, so I'm asking about it today. So now, some of our challenges, and you know, I have to give the RPD credit for the work that you do. Our gun violence numbers went through the roof from 2019 to 2020. 2019, we had 172 shootings, 22 fatal. 2020, 335 shootings, 43 fatal. Is there anything significant that happened around that time that, you know, we understand it was COVID, but to have a doubling of both categories is shocking, and it just continued to trend up.
So, well, yeah, those spikes were nationwide. I could certainly try and expound on causality, but I mean, the reality is they were nationwide. We have seen reductions, and as soon as I can find this on the open
I'm looking at the open data. I got all this from your open data portal.
Yeah, that's so. When you look at the count by month for shootings, if you actually condense it and you look at like the past 14 months, we're seeing declines, we're seeing decreases. We're not down to the 2019 level.
Right.
That is my hope, is to get us there. I think a big part of it, again, is our proactive details where we're targeting known gun offenders. We're going to continue to do those. The violence prevention section is doing those. I think a big part of it is the non-fatal shootings unit. So our conviction or arrest rate for non-fatal shootings has gone from 10% to 40% in those cases, which is significant. And I'm hoping to get it even higher. It's above the nationwide level, and again, that comes from having a dedicated unit that treats each shooting as if it were a homicide with the resources appropriate to it. So, you know, that is certainly my goal. I don't relish every morning coming in and seeing that there was a shooting every night, which still seems to be, you know, what we see and hear. The reality is some of those are self-inflicted, which you don't hear the follow-up on afterwards. In the end, they come off the stats if we're able to close the case, but you never hear a news broadcast on, well, we decided that person shot themselves or that was self-inflicted. You know, the shots fired, the biggest challenge we have now is the shots fired into structures or structure shootings, which, and if we do a work session, I can expound on it, but, you know, as we're part of the public safety partnerships we have been for the past year, one of the things we looked at this year at the national conference was the Omaha model. And if you just do a quick Google search on Omaha 360, it is their model that, now they've been at it for 15 years, but significant reductions in shootings and homicides, and it's a partner-centered approach. So once a week, it's not just the police departments, all the community partners come together and have information sharing sections on, you know, okay, what do you have this week? What are you hearing? Who's going to address this? Who wants to put resources here? And it's a truly collaborative effort. We have some meetings scheduled. I'm planning on sending some folks to Omaha for a site visit. And I fully intend to try and adopt and bring the Omaha 360 program to Rochester.
Outstanding. This question, I guess, is for the mayor. One of the things that you've talked about on more than one occasion is that we have a dedicated ATF officer working with us to reduce gun violence. And it does look like there is a significant decrease in gun violence. Is this because we're using the federal dangerousness standard to keep gun offenders in jail pending the adjudication, or why is this a good thing, and what is the positive impact that we're seeing from that relationship?
Well, I think the overall decrease in gun violence is because we actually have a strategy that we're following, the prevention, intervention, and suppression model. The prevention being the most important, and part of that prevention is getting people who carry illegal firearms off the streets before they can actually use said firearm. And part of that equation is working with the ATF. So when in 2021, I convened all of our partners, federal, state, and local. We at that point we had the highest, because of COVID, across the country. You saw the highest homicide rates that you were seeing across the country, the highest shooting rates that you were seeing in years. Last year we saw a 37% drop in shootings. But I think that is just one component, and it's been extremely helpful to us, because I think the word gets out that if you are a convicted felon and you are carrying a firearm, that you can be charged federally, which means that you can be held. So that gives people the opportunity to think twice before they're going to carry an illegal firearm. And I always use the word illegal firearm because if you go and get the background check and do all that stuff, you can carry what you want to carry as long as you don't bring it to City Hall. But you can, so that has been extremely helpful for us, and that is unique to Rochester. We are one of the few cities that has an ATF agent that is available to look at firearms-related cases, and that's important because the sheer level of number of guns that have flooded into this community, and our gun trace data report that the council member talked about shows this, is just off the chart. So we needed that. That was helpful, and I'll see if there's anything else the chief wants to add. But the other thing that we have is a NIBAN machine, right, Chief? That we've been able to get to help us solve those non-fatal shootings and be able to trace more of those crime guns, which will allow us to continue to do another gun trace data report, and hopefully Brady will do it for us. Again, right? So that's been extremely helpful for us. I think that it's been important. It won't solve all of our issues, but it's definitely helped, and we still have a long way to go to try to maintain those numbers and then get back down to pre-pandemic numbers.
Well, so just a little follow-up on that. So if the gun charge rises to a federal level, then using the federal dangerousness standard, that person can be held. What about all of those gun charges for folks who are not authorized to possess a firearm? What about all of those charges? They're arrested. They can't be held? Is that what's going on in New York State? Yeah, I kind of know the answer, but I'm asking anyway.
Okay, yeah. So on the federal side, if you possess an illegal gun and you fit a few other criteria, then you can be held pending court. So each time an RPD officer recovers a gun or takes a gun into custody, we call the ATF directly. They screen the case. If it is beneficial that because of dangerousness, again, that it's felt that person should be held pending trial, it goes that way. Now, on the sentencing end, a lot of times New York state laws are still harsher on the sentencing end. So, you have to weigh. Not every case goes federal. If we think, the New York state laws, we will get a better sentence out of it, and we don't see the immediacy to hold that person.
Okay.
So, it is a case-by-case basis. But I can tell you our relationship with the ATF is a model for the country. The ATF has asked me to go around and speak to other police chiefs in New York State as well as nationally to promote this model. Our level of cooperation with our partners in this city really is unique and unprecedented, and it's something that we've built over the past few years.
How many gunmen have been taken off of the streets because of this relationship?
Well, last year we were over 800 guns recovered off the street.
The individuals, not the guns, but the individuals who carry the guns. How many of them were taken off the street?
That I will have to get back to you with.
Okay, thank you.
Through May 17th, Chief, I think already this year, through May 17th, 300 guns.
Well, that guns, not the individuals.
Not the individuals.
Okay.
We'd have to break down. We can get back to you on.
Are those multiple? So the number of guns is great, but are there instances when you're getting multiple people with multiple guns in multiple instances?
Yes, and that's where we talk about like our known gun offender, targeted offender details, because sometimes we will get someone with a gun and they'll be released and they go out and they have another gun. I mean, folks, someone who's robbing people to sustain their drug problem is not going to stop robbing people. All they care about is their addiction, and they're feeding their addiction. Just as an example, I'm not saying all addicts rob people, but when you have this going on in your life, and you're not going to stop simply because you had that first gun taken away. People need a timeout, need an interdiction, need resources, sometimes need to be held until trial.
But we don't have that mechanism in New York. Just in our general New York state laws, we don't have the mechanism. We don't have the ability to hold those individuals who are caught with a gun.
New York State is the only state that does not have a dangerousness standard.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Good morning, Chief. Good morning, Deputy Chief, Miss Elena. So we spent a lot of the morning talking about the importance of policing in our community, and I think what's equally important, and it's what you so boldly alluded to this morning, is how policing is done in our community, primarily in our Black and brown low-income communities when your team is primarily white. And so this morning you began to talk about customer service. And so I would love to know and get an understanding of that customer service plan and how you guys are building relationships and understanding the cultural differences that exist with it, with the communities that you are policing and your officers. There are lots of differences. So I would love to have in writing what that plan is and any innovative program strategies that you are planning or any innovative partnerships that you are forming to deal with building those relationships. And again, thank you this morning for going there first thing in the morning to talk about customer service.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I hope she doesn't want the answer right now because it would take me 30 minutes, but we can get it to you in writing.
Yeah, but that is a true concern, not only for the safety of our community members, but also for your officers. So if we could have that in writing.
And I can just say quickly, one of the big initiatives has been reinvigorating, foot patrol, which is ongoing and we're monitoring, and we've gotten significant feedback from the communities that are seeing that. The other part of it is, again, workforce development. Each recruit class that we have had since 2021, 2022 has been at least 40% minority, which we've never had that before.
Great. Because I think without that customer service plan, the prevention and intervention strategies, they just won't work if the relationships and the cultural understanding just aren't there.
Yeah, and again, I've mentioned it before. We could even have a work session on it. But the training that we're planning on bringing to the department in the fall is a big part of that. It's not just de-escalation and communicate. There's a lot of components to it.
I think that's one of the things that I value about you and your deputy chief is that just you're bold and you're unafraid to have those very direct conversations around the disconnect, especially the cultural disconnect between your officers and the community members that they're policing. So I appreciate that about you guys. So my next question is related to the Measures for Justice Commons portal. Justin, we can have this in writing just to understand a little bit more about that and the role that the PAB will be playing in its implementation.
Sure, and I'll put it in writing, but I can tell you right now, just quickly, Measures for Justice is an organization that I actively reached out to when I was Chief Harriet's deputy chief because I wanted to get us involved. At the time, they were not dealing with any police departments. They had worked with the Monroe County District Attorney's Office. They're not for profit, and what they specialize in is taking, at the time, information from district attorneys' offices and turning it into public-facing dashboards. So the public, all the questions I routinely get, how do your traffic stops, how many people are stopped or minorities, all the things we don't track or necessarily have public-facing is what Measures for Justice is putting together. There's only still one other police department in the nation in this program with us. I think their dashboard is up and running at Sacramento. But when this is up and running, we will be one of only 2 police departments in the nation that is paired with Measures for Justice to create this dashboard with our data that we give them. We've been working long and hard to get the data in a form that they could accept and they could parse out, and then to build this dashboard so that, all the questions that I, instead of saying, well, we don't track that or we don't have the ability to, it's all going to be there.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, before I have a couple final questions. I know that Council Vice President Harris had a brief question. We will be collecting some final things to put in writing, and we'll work with OMB to get those. You just mentioned foot patrol. How's bike patrol? I haven't seen a whole lot of bike patrol. I know that's something you're passionate about. Has that been coming back at all?
Some, not to the degree that I would like. The beauty of foot patrol is the officer can be in a car, can stop, step out, can go in a shop, can say hi, can get back in the car, and can go take calls. Bike patrol, although I took 911 calls on bikes, it's a little different now because, I had paper tickets, I had paper reports, I could do everything I needed to do on the bike. So although we can have them handle calls, ultimately they're going to have to at some point go back to the office and sit in front of a computer and do all those things. So
got it.
We have the equipment, we have the officers trained. Mostly the crime prevention officers get use out of it. It is definitely a program, in the midst of being reinvented, and what that's going to look like, I don't know. But as long as I'm here, this department's going to have a bike program.
But that's a decision that individual officers get to make.
Yes.
Based on weather, what the workload
Correct.
is, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Vice President.
Thank you. I value the bike patrol too. We've been talking a lot about community relations as it relates to the police, and I know there was a recent news article of how police department treated a deaf resident, and what policies, procedures, and protocols relating to providing ASL interpretation do you have? You can put this in writing if you would.
Yeah.
And what kind of resources will you need? And is this addressed in the budget?
Okay, so currently we have Sergeant Caitlin Turner is our deaf liaison to the community. She is ASL certified. We offer any member of the department who wants to learn ASL, the department will pay for it and send them, as well as any officer who wants to speak Spanish, the department would send them. It is on a volunteer basis. I mean, quite frankly, I think a lot of officers just don't know that it's available to them. As far as, one of the questions in the budget was actual bilingual positions. They were civilian positions. We have many bilingual officers, but we don't track that. So I don't have data on how many officers are bilingual or even how many officers are ASL trained. When it comes to actually having certified ASL folks, we do contract with the Center for Disability Rights. So, for example, if it's a major investigation where a detective is going to be talking to someone, we would go through them and get the certified interpreter. As far as the rank and file on a day-to-day basis, there are apps on phones that can be used that are pretty good. I know I always relied on my old notebook in my pocket that everyone has, and you can pass notes back and forth. I can actually speak to that incident that was in the news article because it went through professional standards, and I actually ruled on it. I actually watched the body-worn camera footage, and the officer actually was very successful at talking to that gentleman because someone was there who could do ASL. And the officer was extremely courteous, polite. That person helped him get his message across. But sometimes in this world, when folks don't get the answer they want from us, or when the report doesn't read the way they want it to read, then the narrative changes and it becomes a complaint. I watched that. The officer communicated just fine. Now, does that mean we can't do better? Of course not. We can always do better. I think maybe if we could get some kind of incentive in the collective bargaining agreement, that if officers wanted to go get ASL trained, they would get a percentage, then that might enhance it. But again, those are all things that have to be negotiated.
Thank you.
Chief, one thing, and we can submit this in writing, but one thing that would be helpful along with some of the questions you've heard before, I appreciate opportunities to benchmark against our sister cities, particularly to the east and to the west. You have a lot of really thoughtful KPIs, and I appreciate that, but I would appreciate some benchmarking in particular around, one of the things that that you and Mr. Petiti mentioned, Councilmember Martin's question, was the number of sworn officers we have is a reflection of the volume of service calls. I'd love to understand, do we have more service calls than some of our other cities per capita? I'd love to understand that. And I think most importantly, the number that I'm most curious about is the response times, which I think I would imagine for a lot of council members, certainly for me, that is the single thing that I hear the most concern about from people, is they call and they don't get a response in a timely fashion. And I recognize this is a very, very complicated world and a very complicated profession, and there's a lot of steps to it. But if we could get some benchmarking of how we're doing in other cities, that would be great. I have a quick question and then a closing thought before we take a quick break. We invested a lot of money last year in, or maybe it was 2 years ago at this point, but I think it was last year, in officer wellness programs. And I'm just curious how well they're being utilized.
So we're continuing to move in the officer wellness program. Last year we hired a clinician she's wonderful. She reaches out to all officers, especially when there's a critical incident, goes to roll calls, makes an effort to go out and meet every single officer we have. So our clinician has been instrumental with the officer wellness program. We continue to have the Cortico app. It's a resource on an app where officers can log on, and if they have concerns, it could be anything. It could be finance.
Is it being well utilized, that app?
So when you log on to the app, you have the option to remain anonymous. So we don't have an actual number. We're hoping that it would be utilized more. So we are looking at additional apps, something that might be a little user-friendly. We're going to put out another survey to the officers to find out what would be beneficial for them. What else are they looking for? What else would they need? And we're also exploring possibly having a dog, officer wellness dog as well.
Great. Thank you very much for that. And I'm sure we'll have more conversation about it over time. Finally, Chief, I guess I just want to end by saying thank you to you and your whole team and everyone in the room today who's working very hard in very, very challenging circumstances. It is clear from the last 2 hours that we've been talking that this police department is trying incredibly hard to continue to serve the community better. And I echo Councilmember Smith's words. I don't think that we've heard the term customer service talked about in a police budget hearing, certainly not to this degree in previous years. Just one quick reflection. This is not a question. It's me taking the opportunity to share a reflection. There's a lot of things you talked about that I think is clear, again, how hard your police department is trying under your leadership and Mayor Evans' leadership. But there's a bunch of things that if people don't know, they don't know. I wrote down a couple things, like the idea of calling 911 back and asking to speak to a supervisor. That makes a lot of sense. This is the first time I'm hearing that. I can't imagine how anybody else would know that that's what they're supposed to do.
Well, the reality is, we have supervisors for a reason. You have supervisors for a reason in every profession. In every profession, you have marginal performers. Needs to be addressed.
Yeah, my point here is that I don't know that there's, it's not that I don't know. I think there's ways that we can better communicate some of the options that are out there. You also talked about the assessments that your team will go do for businesses on the security side, to Councilmember Lightfoot's question. Great service. I doubt very many businesses know about that. I'm sure there are some who would love to take you up on that who have it. And obviously that interaction will be a great customer service opportunity for that business and your department as well. and something we've talked about a great length that you mentioned in passing was there are a number of unfortunate instances, and I think this is germane to Councilmember Patterson's point before about whether or not people's hands are tied about what the outcome is going to be is different from what the customer service is. It is no police officer's job to predict what the justice system is going to do. It is the job of that officer to provide customer service to the person they're engaging with at that time. And you and I both know, we've all seen it before, we've all heard about it before, that there are times where people call and say, hey, someone came to this 911 call, but we were told their hands are tied, so nothing happened. That's not customer service, but there is recourse, to your point. There's ways that they can begin to have their voices heard. All that is to say, I think that it is clear you are doing so much, and everyone in leadership in this department is doing a lot. I think we need to better lay out some options for people. If you call 911 and you don't get a response, please call back and ask to speak to the supervisor, is a simple message that we can put some juice behind that I don't think has ever been stated publicly to folks. And I'd love to just consider some of those options and building on some of the great feedback we got from you today. And if you want to give any closing remarks, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we will absolutely be sharing some questions in writing and getting them back to you in short order.
No, thank you. I'll just end with a pitch for our YouTube channel. If you don't already, please subscribe.
Thank you very much, Chief. We will take a 7-minute break and start DES promptly at 11 o'clock. We're going to get started in 2 minutes. I'd ask council members to come back to their seats when they can. It might be.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get started, folks. Okay, well, I'm sure that council members will be joining us shortly, but I want to make sure that we launch right into it because there is no department that does more things than the Department of Environmental Services. No ifs, ands, or buts. This team and this budget and what we're about to talk about is certainly has the most diverse and variable functions all in one department. And for that reason, I want to make sure that we break it up. We are going to, so for council members who are here, we are going to break it up by bureau, and I'm going to hold you to staying within the bureau that I call. And we'll make sure that every bureau gets a little bit of time. But to start, Commissioner Perrin, would you like to make any introductory remarks and introduce your team?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Gruber. I'll be very brief. You know, when we looked at the questions that Council had prepared and sent along to us, we felt that they lined up very well with what our intent was in going through this budget. In particular, there was a question asked of, you know, how does DES in its budget and its, you know, its choices with respect to where we invest, not just spend but invest. How will that impact quality of life? So we're very much looking forward to having that discussion. Again, we do recognize that with DES there is some blending between the operating budgets and the capital budgets. We do require equipment, vehicles, and the like for us to carry out our functions, and our functions, as you noted, are varied. We also look forward to discussing the elements of equity that we've begun to put in, and also our data-driven performance-based decision-making processes that we've expanded over the last 2 years and going into this budget cycle. I feel like we've both expanded and amplified on what we've done. So we're very much looking forward to it, but I would just say that, a lot of what we're looking at is quality of life. Part and parcel of that is also economic opportunity. We'll be very happy to discuss equity and at the same time let everybody know that we are making the most effective use of the funds that we've been provided for both operating and capital that we feel we can make, again, based on data and objective analyses of where we are as a department and a city, most importantly.
Thanks. Would you like to introduce your team?
Pardon me?
Would you like to introduce your team, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. I didn't know if you wanted to respond to that at all. But no, with us today we have our Assistant Commissioner, Kabute Akansi. We also have our Bureau and key division heads within the Commissioner's office, so that in alphabetical order to the bureaus is Holly Barrett, City Engineer from Architecture and Engineering, Brian Liberti, Director of Buildings and Parks, Scott Corser, who leads our Equipment Services Bureau. From there we have Karen St. Alban in Operations, as well as Jeff Google for the Water Bureau. In addition, we have Ann Spalding, our Manager of Environmental Quality for the Division of Environmental Quality within the Commissioner's Office. And we also have representatives here if we need them from various divisions, including, but not limited to, security and our HR liaison.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I just want to start by commending you and your team. Once again, I would say there's no department, not just that has more stuff than you all, but also no department, I think, that has stronger and smarter and more thoughtful KPIs than DES. And it's very easy to go through your budget book and to be able to reflect on the great work that you're doing, the challenges therein, and ultimately you get what you measure. And it's very clear in your budget book that we'll be able to have some full conversation about that. So, again, council members, please look at page 3 in the DES budget. That's in tab 7, I believe, tab 7. Yes, and there's Office of the Commissioner, and within the Office of the Commissioner, there's a bunch of smaller offices. Then there's A&E, Operations, Buildings and Parks, Equipment Services, and Water, and we will go through them one by one. So we'll start with Office of the Commissioner. And I want to note that within Office of the Commissioner is DEQ, and DEQ identified as their biggest challenge. That's one of the questions we asked you. DEQ identified as one of the biggest challenges keeping up with the pace of new grant opportunities coming from federal and state agencies. That is a great problem to have, although it is a problem nonetheless. So I'd like for you to be able to reflect on that. How are we addressing that challenge? And obviously within that question is, what are some of the big opportunities in front of us right now?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would start by saying that it's not limited to just DEQ. With the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, also known as the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act, followed by the Inflation Reduction Act, which a bit of a misnomer because that's where a lot of the environmental programs come from DEQ. You're right. We've seen this influx of federal funds. Some of them go through the state. Some of them do not. Whenever we go and assess an opportunity, we look at two things. First off, we're not out chasing money. We have very strategic initiatives that we are, and they're all listed out here, that we're seeking to advance. So when we look at these things, we do two things. One, are the things that we're looking to do, not chase the money, but what are the things that we have gone through a planning process that we've vetted, and often with public input. What are those things that are eligible for specific funding programs? And then we look at what is the likelihood. There are programs out there that you look at and you say, okay, it sounds like great, it matches everything. There's $50 million available nationally. That's going to be one that we prioritize as part of those two factors. Does it meet our strategic goals? And then following that, what is our likelihood of being able to receive that? Some of the ones that I'm going to ask Ann Spalding to get into specific programs, because a number of these have come through EPA, and they're doing things like the Home Hero program. They're helping us to electrify our fleet. There's a number of those things, and some of them are somewhat open-ended. So I'll turn it over to Ann to give you the specific program. Before
you turn it over, can I just ask a more pointed question?
Sure.
I don't doubt that every grant opportunity that comes across your desk is being looked at thoughtfully and with strategy. The question I want to ask, I just want to make sure of, is does your team, do we have the bandwidth to look at all the opportunities that are coming in front of us? I mean,
Yes, the answer to that is yes, absolutely. And as we need it, we can also evaluate if we need to bring in, and that's one of the beauties of having a large department, is we can also evaluate that to bring in other resources. For example, in the architecture and engineering, David Riley, who is a transportation specialist. David looks at grants across the board and he coordinates those for us. So we're always making sure that there's a support element there to each one of our bureaus. So the answer is yes, we can handle it.
okay, thanks. And before you pass it over to Anna, let me ask a particular question with nestled within that, and then I'll turn it over to other council members for Office of the Commissioner. Sure. I'm specifically interested. We had a conversation very early in your tenure here about solar, and some of the opportunities that at least were talked about as part of the IRA. We even talked at one point about how the Blue Cross, the War Memorial, when it was done, the roof was basically tailor-made to put solar on. I'm wondering if we are seeing any big opportunities coming, particularly when it comes to solar.
Okay, and again, I'm going to put that over to our manager of
Sure,
environmental
yeah.
quality, and we can speak to that. I would say that the solar can be a bit different. There's obviously credits and things like that local governments are eligible for, but in a lot of cases, the solar is really, at least in my interpretation and the analyses I've read of the Inflation Reduction Act and solar is more there where we're going to have those public-private partnerships if they're going to be furthered and advanced. But Ann, if you would, please, can you talk specifically to at least a couple of the key programs we're looking at and how those may relate to solar? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Gruber, for your question.
And would you mind just talking a little closer into the mic?
Sure, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, in respect to solar, you're right, there are particular opportunities that are available, and in fact, we do have a grant application in right now to EPA through the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant that has 2 specific solar programs associated with it. One would provide funding to install solar on multiple municipal facilities, including the Blue Cross Arena. The other is a residential solar program that would work in conjunction with our existing roof repair program that would provide solar panels for residents in our roofing repair program.
Wow.
So,
I
believe it's on.
I'll repeat it for Councilwoman Patterson. She said that there's 2 grant opportunities, one for putting solar on municipal buildings and the other for incorporating solar with our roofing repair program. Residential.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What is the timeline, Ann, for when we hear back on those grants?
So that grant application has been submitted, and we are anticipating, based on what EPA has told us, to hear back in July. That is the timeline at this point.
Thanks. And I assume, Commissioner Parent, that it is best practice, or it is the practice of this department to not budget for competitive grants like that. Like that would be an amendment if, in fact, it were awarded.
I'll ask OMB to weigh in on that. I mean, on the capital ones, we always look to provide our match, but those are typically for grants that we've been awarded or have a strong likelihood that we expect. But again, given the length of the processes for us developing both the operating budget and the CIP, there's opportunities to move that around. But no, typically what we'll look at is say if we're going to go after something and there is a federal or state opportunity, whether it's a grant or a loan, we always want to make sure that we have the match available. Or that we're counting it towards it. But typically that's not done until we have some certainty, even if it's not fully decided.
Right. And these ones in particular, I assume, are very competitive grants. Ann, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. And I'll also add that grant that we have been awarded through the HERO program does include installing solar on residential properties through the rehab program.
Great. Can we get a follow-up in writing on what that awarded grant includes, or is that coming to council for approval at some point soon?
The HERO grant already has been.
Oh, really?
For approval, yeah.
Shame on me. Can we get an update on how things are going then?
Certainly.
Thank you. Any other council members, again, for Office of the Commissioner, looking at page 7, those are the functions within there. Page 7, functions in there. Councilmember Monroe.
Could you speak to the work to relaunch the electric car share?
Yeah, absolutely. So FlowShare is the branding that we have for our electric car share program. One of the things that happened was that they ran into an issue, and this happened with car share programs throughout New York State, with a component of the insurance law and the way that they were classified. That's been worked through, and so we had a hiatus in the program. We are actually doing the soft rollout for the electric car share program beginning this week and going into next. At that point in time, it is what our vendor is calling a soft rollout, because it will be for existing members. They're also looking at bringing back the same amount of vehicles that we had, and then looking to expand those so that we can have more of those. When we look at, and again, it's an all-electric car share. So we look to have that back up and running this summer. They have worked through it. We've looked at a different pricing structure that will allow them to meet those insurance requirements. And again, as we do this, we always look at what zip codes and where we're placing those vehicles. So whether it's the public market, Genesee Valley Park, or other locations, our goal is to get those in the hands of those individuals who have the least likelihood to own their own private automobile. I would also say that the car share program fits into the larger context of our initiative for mobility as a service. Many people have heard of software as a service. That's what we're looking at for mobility. So that goes along with our bike and scooter share and other programs, where we're saying we don't want ownership to be a barrier for mobility and access, particularly for those individuals who are struggling the most from a financial perspective.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice President Harris.
Thank you, Chair Gruber and Commissioner. I'd just like to know more. I see in the budget that you've added 6 full-time security guard positions, and could you explain that?
Yeah, I'll let OMB sort of get into it if you want to talk about the mechanics of how it happened. But again, this is part of the mayor's desire and commitment to converting as many of the seasonal and part-time positions as we can to full-time permanent, and recognizing now that we live in a world where there are additional security requirements. It's good to have that continuity of having full-time security officers that can address our issues.
This is also one of the things you won't hear people giving us credit for, but I'm glad you called it out. This administration has made the commitment to move as many part-time workers or part-time equivalents to full-time as possible. This is an example in the security area. You have it there, but also realizing, to a question that we talked about before, the importance of making sure that we have adequate security at all of our facilities and that they are committed to the employees, not having to work 2 or 3 other jobs. So that's what you see in this position. DES does a great job. I'm sure you see our great security guards that are around City Hall and our other facilities, and it's important that we that we increase that footprint, and this budget gave us the opportunity to do that. So that's what you see there.
Thank you. I'm really excited to hear that. I mean, I feel like not in City Hall's case, but in other places, security is undervalued. And I just see that that's huge for them to be able to have that opportunity to go from part-time to full-time. And, I mean, keep up the good work with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there's not been a single budget that's gone by in your administration where we have not thanked you for adding part-time to full-time.
I'm not talking about council.
Let me ask one last question about the Commissioner's office before we move over to A&E. There's a note in here about a downtown bathroom and the additional costs. That has been a pretty significant, consistent request from community members. Very glad to hear or see the investment in the budget. Can you share what is entailed for that?
Yeah, absolutely. We looked at an existing restroom facility. The build out of any facility can be expensive, so we looked at the one that's in what's called the Phase 4 building, which is on the southeast corner adjacent to Parcel 5. We have a current restroom in there. It's only open very limited hours. So what we did was say, okay, what do we need to do to ensure that we can make that available on an expanded schedule? And the expanded schedule that we're looking at would be 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And as part of that, we've looked at what we need from 3 perspectives. The first is security staffing, to make sure that there's somebody there, because that facility also serves the the Cortland Tunnel that goes underneath Parcel 5. So we have to make sure that obviously vehicles are able to get in and out of there. We want to make sure that the right vehicles getting in and out of there, i.e. to say that it's residents and businesses. At the same time, we also want to have a sanitary, clean facility. We want this to be a source of pride when people come to an event at Parcel 5 or are just walking by and say, you know, whatever your situation may be, I need to use a restroom, that's there. So we also looked at cleanliness. A very important part, though, is as we know, this community, like everyone in America, is dealing with substance use, and there are those items that we need to be able to address. So we're looking at what would be a passive monitoring system, just so we know not cameras, but when there's movement. So we're going to have those installed as well, and we've looked at ones that have been used in other areas. It's out of Boston. In fact, the deputy mayor had said, hey, what about this, as we're looking to increase those public restrooms. So we feel it's in a very central location. We do see, it's within, a very quick walk of the transit center, although they have their own, but if you get out there. So that's really the point, is we wanted to expand it, but we wanted to do it to ensure that we had a safe, clean facility that we can work with.
And this is the phase 4 building, which is different than the phase 2 building of the Boca Vista. This was an investment that folks have asked for. It's the good thing about this is that it fits into our overall, which we'll be announcing in a couple of weeks, other enhancements that we're making to Parcel 5. Lots of events and things that are going to be going on down there. So we believe that this facility will get a lot of use. We're also working on signage, so people will know that it's there, because a lot of people don't know that there is a restroom over in phase 4, and the other piece of that is that it's going to be monitored regularly in terms of making sure people can get in and out, and I believe the hours are going to be comparable to the times that when things are going on mainly downtown. Do we know what the hours?
Yeah, I believe it's going to be 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
That is great news. Thank you for sharing it, Mayor. Just to make sure I understand, there will be an announcement about this and signage, so it will be open sometime this summer. Not pinning you to a date, but sometime this summer.
Correct.
Thank you, President Melendez. You had a follow-up question on that?
More a comment at this point, because I think most of my questions were answered in the response. First, good morning, Commissioner and DS team. Thank you for your service, your continued service to our community. So, with the signage piece, one of the questions one of the comments I have, I should say, is that I know that the immediate area, I know the building you're talking about, it's easy to miss. So in terms of the signage, not just on the building, but I'm wondering if we could also potentially look at the surrounding area around Parcel 5, maybe closer to Main, and then on the backside to point people, kind of like wayfinding, for consideration, thinking about, how do we get people to point to this specific location? Because I know that there's a lot of issues around Washington Square in terms of restroom issues, and want to make sure people get pointed in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move over to A&E, which starts on page 12. And if council wants to look at page 13, and maybe this is something we can even put on our social media page, James, because I think what's clear is there's just an incredible amount of building being done. It's a very exciting time for the city of Rochester. And I see that there's so much building being done that we're planning to add an architect. I'd like if someone could just reflect on that process, that timeline, and what an additional architect will allow us to do.
Sure. So as you know, one of the things that we have is approximately 200 buildings that fall within the city DES purview for maintenance to ensure that it goes. Those buildings continue to age. I think most people have this idea of architects as being, designers and, coming up with a grand vision for a building. There's so much more to the architecture profession than that, and a lot of it is really blending that design of aesthetic and placemaking elements with the mechanicals, with the electrical, with the plumbing that's behind it. So as the buildings have gotten older, as we've started to see, and the firehouses are a great example, as we've wanted to move to gender neutral facilities and things like that, it's really imperative that we have a strong thorough team, and part of that comes with having additional members as needed. So we want to absolutely make sure that one of the things we're doing is having full staffing. This additional architect allows us to be able to look at those types of various elements, whether it's the waterworks building that we're talking about or any other. So that additional position was meant to really fill a direct need that we've seen for a while, which is we have a very large amount of work, particularly now. I think as you'll notice, if you've looked, we have no ARPA funded positions within our budget. So we are, as it comes right now, weathering the storm of ARPA. And I feel that we're doing very, very well with it, given that we have to have the funds encumbered by December 31st of this year, which is to say we are now 7 months away from that. And I am proud to say we are very much on track. And that is hard because with a still very volatile bid environment, there's a lot to be done there. So this additional position, I want to be clear, is not for this deluge of projects and things that we're seeing as a function of ARPA. This is just for what we need to do to manage an aging set of facilities and infrastructure that have to be addressed.
Thank you. I have one final question on A&E, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Certainly there's, again, on page 13, there's so many different things happening, and I'm not going to ask for timelines on each and every one of those because those come up over time. The one I am curious about, though, is particularly it says continued design of Rock City Skate Park Phase 2 and Phase 3. And I know there had already been some designs, maybe they were very preliminary, but could you just give a timeline on when we actually will be constructing Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the Rock City Skate Park?
Well, design completion is expected later this year, actually late this year. From there, we'll look
this calendar year.
This calendar year, yes. Excuse me, 2024. Sorry, I know we're talking budget years here. So in terms of any funding, or in terms of any construction, that will be dependent on available funding, and that's what we're looking into now.
Okay. So this budget does not yet commit to building Phase 2 and Phase 3. It commits to finishing the design and final costing of Phase 2 and Phase 3.
I believe so. I'll ask our city engineer, Holly Barrett, to just confirm that that's the case.
Yes, I will confirm we're in design right now, and we will be establishing the final costs, and then we'll be coming up with either a singular request for funds or looking at additional phasing in order to complete the entire initiative.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, A&E, Councilmember Monroe?
Could you speak to how we're using street design to help with traffic calming and making our streets safer?
Absolutely. We've had a number of what I would call consistent and interrelated elements to that, and that includes the complete streets policy that the city's had for a while. It also includes the comprehensive access and mobility plan that was done that had specific elements for pedestrian and transit and bicycling, in addition to larger vehicles such as those used for freight and fire response. We've had that. We've gone through. We did an active transportation plan. All of those things are being pulled together under the soon-to-be announced Vision Zero initiative, plan, commitment that we're looking at. So whenever we go through these projects now, our goal, and this is a matter of equity, when we look at it, we sit there and we say, okay, what does it take to ensure that everyone has multiple options for mobility and access? You mentioned specifically traffic calming. And part of that is, again, beginning to create this harmony between the various modes. When we talk about traffic calming, we're talking about one specific mode of travel, automobiles, because a safe systems approach requires safe design. It requires safe users, safe vehicles, post-trauma care and other elements, safe users being critical, and safe speeds, which is what we go. So when we look at safe design, we're trying to create safe speeds as well as safe users. There's a saying that if you build roads like rifle barrels, people will drive like bullets. So what we want to do is to take that away. We want to give a different view so that a user sees it and says, this is an area where I should not be traveling at a high rate of speed. Unfortunately, we have some users that are out there and they're going to do it no matter what. And that's where we work to look at things that we can, like curb bump outs, to narrow the road from a width standpoint, as well as vertical speed elements and most notably speed humps on our residential streets that qualify for those. So those are only a touch of it because all of these things have to work together. We want to have traffic calming, but we also want to ensure that we have safe, protected whenever possible means for those not behind a vehicle, even our car share program. we want to make sure that we have speed control elements built into that. But they're not always what people think. Some of those are the psychology of driving, where if you see something start to narrow and you start to see more elements along the road, you're going to slow down. And so that's why we also value the street furniture. Again, multiple perspectives. Is it a good place to rest? Is there a transit stop there? Absolutely, that's important. But sometimes I think we get hung up on, well, we'll just throw out speed humps and everything will be fine. And that is far from the case.
Are raised pedestrian walkways something that's useful, and how does that work as far as snow and cleaning and things like that?
You know, that's always going to be the challenge when you're in a colder weather environment, is how do you maintain those operations? And so what you refer to is generally called a speed table as opposed to a speed hump. Speed humps typically tend to be more parabolic. Speed tables are flatter. They also happen to be wider. You'll see them out in Exchange Street as you head between Broad and Ford. One of the things that we're working on, though, is that those were put in, I want to say, almost as pilots, and we've had questions about this in the Northeast. One of the things we absolutely have to look at is having a spec that meets all the things you spoke about. And it's not just snow, it's also for emergency vehicles. We get that a lot, and our general rule of thumb, according to the North American City Transportation Officials organization, is that you want to go with speed humps no more, I think it's no more than every 500 feet. Well, I have to tell you, if you have a fire truck that's trying to get to an emergency, going over 10 of those within a mile, and hopefully they don't have to go a mile, but if they had to come and it was a multiple alarm incident, you don't want to be waiting at your house while they're going over these things. So the winter operations, clearly a challenge. We work through those. We're also looking at it from the other perspective of not only that, but from bicyclists, we're using a federal U.S. Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads for All grant to look at some demonstrations that we can do for low-profile concrete barriers that will also protect bicyclists by giving them not just a demarcated space, but a physically separated space. And we've been doing that with our cycle tracks as well. So winter maintenance is always part of the issue, but I think we need to take our cues from other cities like Madison, Wisconsin, and places like that have winter maintenance programs where we can do it. Difference is we're much larger than them. We have a lot more infrastructure, but a lot of that was also the point of the active transportation plan and identifying what we had out front in, I think it was probably 3 weeks ago now, with Reconnect Rochester and others who came out for the Ride for the Spine. So how do we develop that high capacity, if you will, but most importantly, comfortable and safe bike network? And that's what we're going to have to look at. But of course, you're going to want to cross the street, and that's where some of the things you come in. So we are working on that spec. Again, we do that in concert with the Monroe County Department of Transportation as our traffic engineer. And there's always a little back and forth there. We have some more specific, what I'll call urban goals for our transportation system, but they're a good partner, and we will be working with them on that. I know the ones that are going in on I believe it's Maury Silver Way over by MCC. Those are ones that are being put in by Monroe County, their Department of Environmental Services. So we're learning lessons not only from other places within the nation, but abroad about how we can do this better.
Do we have certain safety measures in, large public gathering spaces? Certainly what happened over at the Kodak Theater was a tragedy. But there are other spaces that included as far as how we can try and keep people a little bit more safe when they're gathering. I don't know if that'd be use of bollards or things of that nature.
Yeah, I would say it's the use of bollards. You want to have that physical hardening whenever you can to stop, basically ill-intended purposes like using a vehicle as a weapon. And again, that's the very extreme case. There's other cases of just not paying attention and driving fast. But you're absolutely right. No, when we look at all of those public spaces, that's been our area of emphasis. But again, we look at it in a way that makes sense. What we don't want to create is obstructions to mobility and access, particularly for individuals with disabilities. And we also want to make sure that we decrease any visual clutter that could be created by those. So that's why the low-profile concrete barriers that I mentioned can be very effective while still providing lines of sight, because there is the element of both prevention, but then there's also the element of if we have to have emergency response, we need those first responders to be able to get there effectively. But yes, bollards are one of the ones we're looking at, and we look at that as part of our designs of public spaces now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you for all you do, Commissioner Perrin. I've been greatly impressed by how responsive you've been to requests for service from community members, and it's been outstanding work. I do have a question specifically related to council and our work with architectural services. I understand that council is working with architectural services to possibly locate a building for the Police Accountability Board. To that end, I'm wondering who I'd talk to, one, to take a look at some of the spaces that have been offered, and also get a list of the spaces that have been provided as options.
Yeah, this was something that we've been doing in concert with Neighborhood and Business Development, as well as President Melendez. We have various forms of documentation. I don't know that we have anything in there that's summary of that, but we can look into that for you and see
Yes.
what might be available.
Absolutely. Just anything to help us get a better sense of, the processes, what might be available, what may have been overlooked. I know a lot of us are interested in getting that understanding.
I will tell you that nothing has been overlooked with the comprehensive nature of this, and one of the things that I always like to say is we have almost 200 buildings but no space.
Yes.
And that's a bit of an exaggeration, but I will say that outside of office space and things like that, just for council's awareness, we have put an emphasis on going through a lot of our storage areas, particularly like over on Dewey by Edgerton. When we've looked at that, we've said, what's here? Why is it that we have this? So I just want to let everyone know that we have taken on a space planning for inventory of materials. We're already having discussions between water, architectural services, and building services right now about where we can store things. So I just want to let you know nothing was overlooked. It's not only people, but it's also equipment and materials that we're always seeking to maximize the space we have, because as I noted with the bathrooms, it is expensive to build, particularly now.
Absolutely. I understand. And any list would be helpful. And in visiting and wanting to see spaces, who would council get in touch with from your department to have the chance to look at spaces, what's available? How do we coordinate that? Do we reach out to you, or is there someone in our architecture services you'd like us to reach out to?
I would say probably the best way would be to go through the chief of staff to our council.
Yes.
Liaison, and then we can go from there, because as I noted, it's a multi-department initiative.
Yes.
And a lot of it on our end is that assessment, and then with Neighborhood and Business Development, they look at it as spaces that they have that could potentially be rentals and revenue generating areas. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with letting you know what was considered and those items. But I think the best way to do it is just to coordinate as a council, and we'll coordinate as an administration.
Yes. Incredible. Thank you. And finally, considerations for new builds. For example, I know there is, we're looking at whether it might make sense to move the Rochester Animal Services to a new building. I also understand there's so many limits on space that could provide those services. So how often does council engage in a new build for a department, and what are your thoughts around going that route?
I'll have to formulate them, because I don't know that we're doing any new builds as far as actual new facilities. So I don't mean to make light of it, but we just haven't. It's very rare that we're looking at creating all new facilities. In terms of the process for that, there's obviously a lot of our inventory work that just takes place of looking at if it were to be a new build, what sites might be ready for it. So when we go through the CIP, you'll see that we have a lot of remediation. Well, some of these sites have had such activities on them that I don't know that we can remediate them for, say, single family residential, but it doesn't mean that we can't use them for other spaces. What you're talking about, though, is a sort of a multiple element, which is, like anything else, do we rehab, refurbish, and renew, or do we begin to build from the ground up and do things differently? That really comes down to a host of decisions, but primarily, what are we trying to accomplish? And in the case of Rochester Animal Services, that would be something that I wouldn't want to give an answer for the Department of basically Recreation and Human Services, because they oversee the facility. But those discussions are going on right now with respect to the current facility and what we can do. So again, what are the easy wins? Where can we grab? Where can we make some, what I will call, more than modest to moderate improvements at relatively low costs?
Yes, amazing. Your answers have been very helpful. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you.
So I'd like to just chime in briefly, just going back to the PAB space really quick. certainly can provide all the parameters of the initial search, which landed on 2 very expensive propositions. So the ask and the request after going through that initial search was to really start to look at what internal options does the city have available. And in our search, and we can work together to provide all this in writing, but in our search, the only available building that really had enough space to accommodate the staff and the model that the PAB currently has was the 57 St. Paul Street space, where everything was in one building per se. So I think, you know, we'll provide those details. We're waiting for some work to be done by architectural services to really look at the fit and whether or not this space will work. So before we go external, we wanted to evaluate all the internal options. So I think once we have internal options to consider, and if the space is deemed appropriate, then we will have a conversation amongst the council about next steps.
We are going to move on to operations. Before we do, Commissioner Parent, I just want to make one comment in response to something you said. I appreciate the diplomacy about the Monroe County Department of Transportation, and that and I'm sure they are a good partner in many ways. But I think what you referenced, that we have particular needs here for urban streets, density of population that we have that they don't have in Monroe County. I think that it seems to me their reluctance, and I only get this, you know, third hand or from lack of action. And I don't ever believe it's DES that has lack of action. I think their reluctance to do some things is actually pretty problematic. And I'm wondering, you know, this could be a conversation for another day, but I'm wondering if there's some things that we can do from an advocacy perspective. If there are simple traffic calming measures that we want to do as a city, and there's any reason that the county is saying no or holding them up, I think we ought to have an accounting as to why. And not just because Monroe County Department of Transportation says no to those things. Councilmember Smith, sorry, before we go to operations, by all means.
Thank you, Mr. President. So there is a New York State coalition called New Yorkers for Transportation Equity, and they are really pushing, and Reconnect Rochester is a part of that coalition, and they're really pushing for local jurisdictions to invest in various modes of transportation, and in turn pushing the New York State Department of Transportation to invest in those local agencies or administrations who are doing the work. So I just wanted to say thank you for all that you are doing locally to invest in the various modes of transportation, and also thank you for your responsiveness. Every time there's a question and or concern in the community, you follow up rather quickly. So I just wanted to say thank you for those two things.
Well, I appreciate that, and to all of council, you're welcome. That's the we, not me, that the mayor speaks about. That's this team behind them and their division managers and all of the people that are out there getting it done. So, you know, I'm just your conduit for this, but I appreciate that on behalf of the entire department. Thank you.
Thanks. So moving on to operations, I want to start by asking a question about page 21. I think, I may be wrong, but I think this is the first time where I've seen a $1 million+ decrease in plowing services, and obviously that's a reflection of the fact that we just have not had very busy snow seasons. I don't know if I should knock on wood or what, but it is what it is. Can you help understand the budgeting and accounting for that? Is this $1 million less that we paid last year for contracted services, or it is what we are budgeting $1 million less than what we budgeted last year?
As in my opening remarks, I mentioned that this is data-driven and performance-based. So when we started to look at it, every year we go line by line, and I challenge the folks in sitting on this side with me to always go through and say, what have you done? So one of the things when I first came on was I wanted I believe I asked for a 5, 4, and 3 year of actual expenditures, and that's something that the assistant commissioner helps me with on a regular basis, both using Munis to get that data and looking at it. I'm going to answer your question. This is based on our trend analysis of what we've spent based on how many runs we've needed, considering the fact that those costs may go up. What we've seen it, and we've restructured those contracts too to provide not only an increased guarantee to bring in operators, but also increased penalties to balance that off to make sure that we're, again, these are what in the transportation sector we would term availability payments. You get paid on the availability of specific criteria, and if you don't meet it, you don't get paid. So when we looked at this, we said there's a number of factors going on here, but the big one is do we need to continue to plan and therefore budget for this level of snow and ice removal? And knowing how I am, I'm very cautious, and I thank our my colleague in OMB, Director Warren. I said, okay, but if we don't get it, she's cut me off and said, you'll have money for plowing and snow and ice removal if it comes in higher than what we expect. But again, we want to make sure we have a budget that's not so much right-sized, because as you noted, it's been different. It was right-sized, but now we need to now-size it. What are we seeing today? So no, this is our plan: is to budget less, but know that we can spend what we need to ensure that safe, reliable service.
So this number does not anticipate having as light a season as it did last year. It's just a number that's basically being as lean as possible, realizing that we're not having the winters of 20 years ago at this point.
Well, I'll ask OMB to weigh in on that, but I would say no. One data point does not make a trend. So we looked at this over a longer term, and that was the back and forth that we had. And Karen St. Alban, who has routes maximized, optimized, is doing this, is saying, there's also some things we can probably do there to get the same level of service at a price, but, making the best use of what we either have or are going to go out and procure. But
thanks. Suzanne, is there anything you wanted to add? It looks like you are ready.
If you go back to page 30, or I'm sorry, page 4, the KPIs for 31, 32, and 33, you can see what was budgeted for the current year versus what we actually did in terms of runs. And so this was working together to try to figure out, let's make this reality, closer to reality.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. Appreciate it. So speaking of, you mentioned how the Director of Operations has every route down to a T. I can't say enough good things about our operations team, and I think refuse is probably the thing that most people interact with city more with refuse than any other individual thing, and I think that we always do a tremendous job with customer service, so just kudos there. But I am wondering if we can get a reflection on Rubicon. We made some pretty significant investments last year, and I'm wondering if there's anything you want to share about how things are going in implementation.
Yeah, I would say, things are going very well. The initial part of it was to more or less allow us to have a better idea of where we may have some shortcomings. And, we have it down to a T, but we are going to miss things. From time to time, there may be a side of the street that doesn't get picked up, and we always appreciate it, particularly when council and others let us know that. But the first element of it was really to make sure that we were, had a system in place where we could document and see where there were instances where we weren't able to do it. And I'll give a very common example. Sometimes things aren't real clear on what can be recycled and what cannot be. It's very important to note that. So in a lot of cases, what Rubicon allows us to do is say to a customer who says, oh, I don't think I had that aerosol can in there. No, actually you did. Or this wasn't out. I put it out at 6 a.m. Well, we were there at 10 a.m. and here's a picture that's time-stamped and geocoded that says your tote wasn't out at that time. That was the first part. But as you mentioned, the other part of the investment was, once we did that, how do we optimize these routes? So what is the best? And that has a lot of benefits, not only in terms of just the efficiency of time and making sure that we're able to do a thorough job, but it can also help us out with fuel savings, which has multiple elements, from financial to those that we want to address through climate change. And when you bring up Rubicon, I would be completely and utterly remiss if I did not acknowledge our partners at AFSCME. These are the types of things that can be incredibly contentious, this idea of introduction of technology, but they came into it very open-minded. They asked questions. We were able to discuss with them, and I know Karen sat down with the leadership of AFSCME 1635, and they were a great partner, because this was never intended to be a threat. It was always basically, as part of our first pillar at DES, to empower them, because they're the ones that get the complaints. Operator number, whatever. You didn't. No, we were there. Your tote wasn't out. You can't tell us it was because we got a picture. And as I said, it's time-stamped and geocoded. So I feel like them being able to see that this wasn't just about accountability on their end. This was about accountability of our customers and doing what they need to do so that so that our teammates can go out there and do their job the best they can. So again, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that it really is a partnership of not just what we will term management, but also all of our team. So
Thank you.
It worked out great. But no, it's the route optimization, and then you're never done with route optimization. You just aren't. You're always looking at it. Situations change.
Yeah, and I would be remiss if I didn't share that my 4-year-old son's favorite person in the world is the gentleman who picks up refuse from our house every Thursday morning. Brings out his little dump truck, sits there on the steps waiting, and the service and the connection, same gentleman every time, always with a smile, always happy to serve. It really is a really tremendous customer service opportunity for our city and for the fine people of DES and AXME. Any questions for the operations team? Councilmember Monroe?
Are we moving into special services? Is that part of the?
We're in operations still.
Yep, that's.
Yeah, special services included. Yep.
Okay,
one of the two divisions. Yes.
Well, first, I do want to repeat the fact that DES does a wonderful job. I think it's a real standout in this city. I'm a transplant to Rochester. I moved here in 1998, and some of the things that really impressed me were, well, the snow plowing, sidewalks being plowed blew my mind. I grew up in New Jersey, a little more north, so we did get snow and things like that, but certainly not that level of service. The recycling program, which will bring me to my compost question later on, and the trees. The trees are amazing, and I think it's a real marker and such an awesome investment, and for beautification, for healthy air, etc. You've got a great team.
Agreed.
So my question here is, so with landscaping services for gateway areas, at the gateway there where we have the large red sculpture at 104 and Lake Avenue and
Maplewood Arch.
Yes, yes. So when you're coming off of 104 and heading in towards that marker there, I understand that would be New York State area, but we've had a guardrail that's been broken and part of it is off, and we've had little orange cones there literally for years. I mean, I could definitely say 5, it may be more, and I just want to see what it would take to get that removed so that we really make a great impression when people enter.
Well, you did what you needed to do. You let us know about it. We can work with the state depending on where it's located. The New York State Department of Transportation has some facilities that was the council member Smith's comment about the New York State Transportation Equity Alliance, I believe it is when they bring it up. In a lot of states, the state DOT controls city streets. When the state highway system was being put together, the cities were generally the areas of affluence. And it was those rural areas. So that's why you see when the state routes come into the city, there's very few that are actually owned, maintained, and operated by the New York State Department of Transportation. And we are better for that decision by our predecessors because it includes not only the streets themselves, but also the right-of-way that, on sides of it. So that is very good. In this instance, obviously, guide rails are there as a safety measure, but we will look into it and see what can be done. And if that guide rail needs to be replaced, and it's because orange cones do not provide the same level of protection as a guide rail, but we're happy to start looking into that. But the point I wanted to make was that Lake Avenue, basically from Lyle to 104 Ridgeway area, is the New York State Department of Transportation's purview, along with the entirety of West Ridge Road, which is New York State Route 104. So that's again that interjurisdictional. We do have a great relationship with the New York State Department of Transportation Region 4, and we're happy to start looking into that and see what needs to be done. And I would also add that at that point in time, that was also an instance where we worked with them to figure out what those physical protections could be put in place, including bollards, I believe at the southwest corner of 104 and Lake, because of errant vehicles that were driving into the plaza at points. So we're happy to reach back out to them on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Smith, anything on this section? Okay. Councilman Monroe, you were going to ask a question about composting. Would you like to go there, or shall I?
No, that would be fine. I guess first just a report back on how the composting program is going. I know that it's been in a pilot mode for a little bit. I'm also wondering, I know people then can go and get the rich quality soil back from the composting. Is that food grade soil? That's things that they can grow vegetables in and things?
I'm going to allow someone else. I'll look to either Karen St. Aubin or Ann to speak to what level of the soil is and what they can grow in it. I'm not familiar with where we may be getting all of that from and whether or not we should be doing it. So I guess I would look, Karen or Ann, can you take that one, and then we can discuss the composting.
I can speak to that. Thank you. That is food grade.
Karen, is your mic on?
It is.
Just a little closer to it, please.
How about now?
It's better, thank you.
So it is food grade composting, and it's made from the compost that we provide.
Thank you for answering that, because I just heard, at one neighborhood association, heard some people saying, oh, it's not food grade, and I thought, that doesn't really make sense, and I'm just glad to have that confirmation that, of course, it is.
Right, so the misunderstanding may be that we also compost all of our loose leaf collection, and that compost is not food grade.
Right, the compost that you can get in the bulk give back?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask just a more specific question about the composting program? And I can say with certainty, I think the best way to know that it is it's been successful is the KPIs that are being produced. And every single time I go to do to give my bucket back, there's a line of people. I think the number of people who have chosen to opt into this program and who are excited to go dump their compost once a week or so is phenomenal. The specific question is, what is our mechanism to expand? What would be required of us to expand, or maybe a different way of saying it is, how would, if expansion were to come, aka allowing more people to participate, more drop-off spots, which all require more staffing and dollars, are there similar grant opportunities at the state or federal level for some of that we have our eyes on?
So I'll give a little bit of background on the composting program as both you've asked and also Councilmember Monroe. So it began in July of 21 with 2 sites, Cobbs Hill and Genesee Valley Parks. From there we added in fiscal year 23 the Maplewood Rose Garden. I think it's really important to note that over the time since then, from landfill diversions, we've saved over $11,000 in tipping fees, which is our requirement for where we basically have to pay to have things, more or less taken off of our hands as it comes down to what would go to a landfill, right? So that diversion. But the real thing I want to point out is that we've had 324 tons of food waste. That's how much we've decreased it, and that has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 158 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So when you start to look at that, we have 2,000 participants right now. To your point, Chairperson Gruber, in 22 we did 91 tons, in 23 we did 104 tons, and so far this year we're up to 128 tons.
I think you did that much just on Saturday.
Well, then it was normal Saturday. I could say that, but it's close. One of the things I do want to point out, though, is that this is a bigger question, right? I mean, as you noted, there's a cost to it. I would be a little weary of grants because grants do run out, and ultimately when the grant runs out for operations. We love grants for building things. We build it, and then we figure out how we're going to maintain it with our own resources. But we do have an organics management plan that's underway. And as part of that, one of the things we are going to look at is what we can do to increase our composting. We're even going to do an analysis of feasibility of implementing curbside organic pickup pilot program. But we also want to look at implementing a municipally operated organics recycling facility. Those are I'm going to call those somewhat of our moonshots, right?
Those are not things in this budget. Those are in a grant
These are
application.
things we're studying right now.
Those are
things we want to figure out what our requirements and associated specifications would be. to your question, we're always looking to expand it as the capacity grows. We keep seeing it. I think 2,000 participants is pretty solid, because if you think about it, what is the average household size within the city? And I'll leave that to somebody in planning or NVD to get you the exact number. But, you know, depending on where this is, it really can be. But we want to look to promote it even more. But it should be done in a measured way as part of our organics management strategy, and that's what this plan will lay out for us. Because what we don't want to do, and I'll call it, you know, for those of you who maybe remember the restaurant Boston Market, right? All of a sudden they exploded. They were everywhere. They lasted a couple of years, and they started closing them down as fast as they put them up. We do not want to run into that situation. What we do has to be reliable, and the best way it's reliable is that it's sustainable, and not from the standpoint of, you know, ecology or environment, but sustainable in the sense that we will always be able to afford to do that. I would also say that there's a large amount of or as part of composting, there is a significant amount of education, awareness, and promotion that needs to be done. And so that's something that we would also look to say, how can we increase it? In terms of capacity right now, that's something that we're in the right place for it. It's the operations discussion. So I'll Director St. Alban to speak to that a little bit with regard to still remaining capacity within the program.
So we always monitor all of the areas to see how much more capacity we can do. By opening up Rose Garden, which is really getting some more traction now, we've allowed both the Northeast and Northwest to have a easier, more convenient place to drop off. That seems to be working well. We're always looking for more opportunities. Staffing is really very important. Anybody that participates knows that they know the staff that's there, and the staff knows them. And it's a very good process that we don't want to go backwards on. We certainly want to move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't agree more about the staff there. They're incredible. So is study the right word, Commissioner? It's a study, the organics. What'd you call it again?
It's organics management plan, and just so you know, I always call them plans. Studies sit on shelves, plans get implemented. So I always say we want a plan.
So what is the timeline for that plan to be? Is that plan going to be completed this year?
I'll defer to Ann Spalding, our manager of environmental quality, on the specifics of schedule.
Sure, thank you. Yes, we do have the organics management plan that we're just getting ready to start up now. We have a consultant selected to work with us. It should take about a year to complete, and it will identify both opportunities to increase composting. It'll address other sorts of organic waste in the city's waste stream. I think an important point is that it will also address prevention of food waste in the first place, so a lot of education and outreach opportunities to prevent wasted food. There is a large amount of wasted food in the city's waste stream, so keeping food from being wasted in the first place, I think, will be a big goal. So to answer your question, yes, that planning process will be starting up shortly, and we should be completed within the year.
Great,
One of the things I do want to add to that was, like everything we've been doing at DES, and I can point to like the urban forestry master plan that's wrapping up next month, right? I mean, tomorrow is June. Previously, I don't know that there was even a public meeting held for that. We did 10 as part of that. So we did one in each quadrant plus a virtual meeting, 2 rounds of those. Part of this organics management plan, it may seem like a lot of science, and this is how decomposition happens, this is how nutrients are rebuilt. We have a specific deliverable that is a record of community and stakeholder engagement. So we plan to have a very robust outreach for that as well. And again, that gets to my education, awareness, and promotion comment before, but also not because of all the great things we know about composting, but also finding out those questions like, what are the barriers to it? Maybe somebody comes and says, I've never heard of this, I don't understand it, and neither do any of my neighbors. And where is that occurring? Because if that's happening in our low-income Black and Brown communities, then we're missing a segment that very much we should be paying attention to. So as we look at that equity through that equity lens, the best way to get it is to not go out and tell. It's to go out and ask, and make sure you get the right people around the table to ask. So I just want to point out that while it can sound very technical and scientific, we are still going to go out and get people's input.
Yeah,
meaningful engagement.
I look forward to seeing the results of that report, and I'll just make my one pitch that I've made several times before. The only the next place that we do any compost receiving, I think ought to be the public market, and I would hope that with all the different staff that we already have there, and all the sheer number of people who attend there, that we can find some way. I know that they're not DES staff that are at the market, but I hope there's some way that we can incorporate that as a fourth site at some point, and maybe the study will share some ways to do that. Councilmember Smith?
I'm just really excited about everything that you just presented, because the way waste is happening in our low-income communities, our folks would be great candidates for composting. It's already happening, just not in a structured way. And so I would hope that when you push this out, the language it's enticing, it's simplified, and I think that you could get a lot of community engagement around that. And if there's any outreach that I can do to help promote that within those communities, please let me know, because I think that what you're thinking is very exciting.
Thank you very much for the offer. We appreciate that, Councilmember Smith.
Before we move over to buildings and parks, can I just ask a yes or no question, Commissioner Perrin? You had done a great job building a relationship or strengthening a relationship with RTS to do some snow clearing. We didn't get a lot of snow to prove it. Is there any reason to doubt that that is going to continue this year?
No, that is, sorry. There's no reason to doubt it, and yes, it will continue this year.
Thank you. Buildings and parks, President Melendez.
All right, thank you, Chair Gruber. So first, I do want to acknowledge something you already highlighted, which is the Urban Forest Master Plan. You know, forestry, I can't tell you, feels like every day if I take the same route or if I take a different route, it doesn't matter. There's a new tree somewhere. So I really appreciate the work that's being done there, and equity across the city, and really reforestation of our city is critically important. So I do want to talk a little bit about parks, and I know that Councilmember Monroe kind of brought this up in our earlier part of the session, talking about gathering spaces and when there's folks gathering, their safety. And I want to bring up some specific examples of concerns that have been raised to me that I think we might need to merit some more thought around new strategies to protect parks. So just last night, actually, we had a 6-year-old that was run over by an ATV. This was at Baden Park on Upper Falls, and it was during a scheduled baseball game for the Rochester Hispanic Youth Baseball League, and thankfully, the young man is okay. You know, has some bumps and bruises and scratches, and you know, seems to be okay. But obviously, families were irate. You know, from a public safety perspective, I know that there's other strategies with law enforcement, et cetera. But from a prevention standpoint, I'm wondering if we can start to devise some strategies that will try to limit the access points for off-road vehicles. I know that we need to have access for groundskeeping and to get vehicles and equipment in and out of parks, but as much as we can limit the availability and opportunity for people to bring in off-road vehicles into these parks, not only are they hazardous to other people who are taking advantage of the park, but they tear up the maintenance that the grounds crews do in our parks. So I'd love to just hear maybe some comments around that and your thoughts around opportunities to make some changes.
Well, I would say that I think you've raised a point that there is a structural element in addition to sort of the enforcement component of it. That's something that we can begin to look at, and that's something that we can begin to program for. With that said, you know, we always, as we get into the year, start to see things. I'd like to know a little bit more about what the level of risk is across parks. I know it's very important. I know, for example, on Cobb's Hill, it was less of I will call it a safety concern than that, with somebody speeding around when people are out there, and more of a quality of life and nuisance concern. And, you know, the immediate thing was, well, you know, just put, you know, speed humps up. It's like, that's what these vehicles are built for. You can create a de facto motocross if you don't place these things right. But fences can be put up. I have to say that as we look to it, one of the things I would definitely want to consider is not only sort of that data-driven approach of what the risk level is for each park, but also to look at it and say, you know, if we do this, can we do something that's not creating other safety concerns. And my immediate thought goes to, if we do something that's solid, you now are blocking access into and out of the park, and that can be a problem, right? We run into that sometimes on construction sites. People will say, why don't you? Well, we've got to maintain those eyes on the street, as it's referred to. I would say that, with that said, we also want to have something that's more aesthetically pleasing than just a set of metal poles with swing gates. I don't think anybody likes those. As we found with fences in other areas, they can be cut and things like that. So I guess what I'm getting at is we can obviously look for structural elements, but I want to make them ways that don't detract from the natural character of the parks.
Yeah.
Now, if we could, and I'm just throwing this out there, if we could look at some type of decorative fence that accomplishes that, with, as you noted, the need for maintenance in and out of it, a swing gate, maybe, in me, that would be the only part I want to see. When we put up fences or gates, or even like the bollards, very close together, they create, at least to some, I think, what would be termed visual pollution. You're just adding one more thing. But I think that's something we can look at. I think there's a structural component to some of these, but it would be good to know, based on reports and things that, when I say a report, even coming to you, any council member will take that as it's a report. But it would be good to know where those things are. So I would encourage people to report those, via 311 or some other method, so we know what's happening. And again, in an extreme case, it's going to have to be 911. But yeah, get us some data on that. We can start to look at it. I view it, reckless driving isn't limited to our streets, unfortunately, or reckless operation, I should say.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I certainly don't want to take away from the beauty of our parks in asking for this, but I certainly also know that there is a balance. And as we begin looking at our parks master plan, I know that there's been several public meetings around, like LaGrange Park and others that are in the hopper to see some improvements. I just want to have this as a consideration, and also look at best practices. What are other cities doing possibly around this? I wish it was a problem we didn't have to deal with, but fortunately it is here, and I don't see signs of it slowing down year over year. We've seen consistency around this particular issue in our community. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the downtown district, the downtown enhancement district. So we went through a process, or we're in the middle of going through a process of looking at the business improvement district possibilities, and that no longer is a thing. So at this point, I'm interested in understanding a little bit more about that mechanism, and some of this could be after this hearing and in writing and in collaboration with the administration to understand it better. But for that, it's a special district, and my assumption is that there's a special tax that property owners that are in that district pay into the downtown district, and there is a board or some type of committee that
advisory council, I believe it's termed. Yes,
there's an advisory committee, and in terms of the decision making on whether or not there's an opportunity to request to tax more for that district, where does that decision making process come? Do you know if is that dictated by the city? Is that by the property owners themselves? How does that work?
So in terms of the Zone 1 and Zone 2 levies that happen, that's something I'll defer to OMB on. But there's a couple of points I want to be very clear about. The Downtown Enhancement District is still maintaining what its enabling legislation says it is there for, which is cleaning and maintenance of the Downtown Enhancement District, which is effectively Main Street, and then 1,600 feet, what used to be the old Skyway connected elements of that. There's other things that have gotten added to it. Its real impetus was for when, in the mid-'80s, they did Main Street projects that included the pavers, the bus shelter, some of which we're still working to have removed now. But its entire goal was really beautification. And it was, and when I say beautification, I mean exactly that: maintenance, litter control, items like that. So in terms of any changes to the boundaries, those would, and again, I would defer to law, but if there's an enabling legislation that sets boundaries, I don't know that they would be changed without some change to that legislation. With that said, so would the activities. The activities were pretty clearly stated. We're working with the district and the advisory council and even others, and I would say that we want our downtown, just like all of our areas, to look as as best they can. There's an enhanced level of service that's provided there, I think, in recognition of downtown being, the core. But again, when it was originally initiated, you had a different downtown. You also didn't have as many of the appurtenances and items that we now have to maintain with 10.8 FTEs. So, we are optimizing all of our plans. We've reviewed that with not only the advisory council or advisory committee. I can't remember if it's a council or committee, but it is advisory. And they are the ones that say yay or nay to the budget in terms of, yes, this reflects our desires for the district as part of this, based on appointments that were probably done several years ago. One of the things, if you look at the frequently asked questions that were done, is that this is perpetual legislation, or at least that's what it was termed. The nuances of what that means is not for me to decide. But what I would say is that there is enabling legislation, and any changes to the district's responsibilities or boundaries or levy would have to be discussed as part of that, to my understanding.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is a great opportunity to look at that. I know that this was enacted in the 1980s. I don't know if it's been touched since in terms of the amendments to, if there's been any amendments to the enabling legislation. And, obviously downtown, we've had a lot of conversations about it being a neighborhood now versus, back in 1980s, it was very much commercial focused. And it was also clear to me in reviewing some of the draft materials that came out of the bid process that there is a desire for this enhanced service and more enhanced services and more beautification downtown on Main Street, also around the convention center area, just continuing to see vibrancy around the river. All of those things I think matter, and I would like to have the opportunity to engage the administration and this advisory group on potential next steps, potential upgrades or updates that could be made to the legislation, and understand what might be the right mix of things that we want moving forward, given where we are as a city. So thank you.
Thanks, President Melendez. Any other questions for buildings and parks? Councilmember Monroe.
What is the process for a resident to get a tree? I know that it's limited resources. I also know we've got some great grants, and the equity piece is so critical for retreeing areas that have long been neglected. So what is that process, and is there a way by which a resident could ask for, get approval for, and purchase and plant their own tree?
I would say they can call and request from us, and we can look at doing it ourselves as part of our forestry program, and specifically as part of the tree expansion and beautification initiative. I'll let Brian Liberti, who is not only the director of buildings and parks, but previously, before assuming that role, was the city forester. We also have Andrew Place here, who is now the city forester of parks operations. I'm just going to give them their kudos, because this has been a very large amount of work to figure out how you're going to plant 6,000 trees in 3 years, and they've done a great job. With that said, we're always looking for spaces. Again, the goal is always tree equity, 85% stocking rate in all 4 quadrants, which would raise a place like the Northeast, which is, I believe, at 67%, the most, but also in your district and in the South District, where we're at, I believe, 77 and 76%. Respectively. We want 85% across. So if you have someone that's saying, I will put a tree in the tree lawn in front of my house, I'll let Brian discuss what that process is, but I believe an email or a phone call, and we can start looking at it.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Really, the easiest way is for residents to call 311 or to go onto our 311 Live online portal through the city website. We have a drop-down menu right there for requesting a tree planting. Really, any of our forestry services are on that portal. So if you want a tree pruned or you have some concerns about a particular tree, we also have an interactive map where people can go on and take a look at what tree is in front of their house or in their neighborhood. They can also call our forestry office directly if they so choose and want to speak to a forestry technician and discuss different options for tree planting. And our staff will come out and do an evaluation of the planting site and determine what species would be best suitable for any particular location.
So also reporting areas that are fairly treeless is something that could be done as well. I mean, I know with
absolutely.
the master plan, those are the types of things that you have going, and I believe you have. Do you have a GIS tags on all the trees as well?
We do. All of our street trees, park trees, and cemetery trees are GIS located, and again, you can find that an extensive list of interactive mapping from our complete inventory to where we're currently pruning trees, where we're planting trees, what stumps are out there to be ground, as well as additional resources on invasive species and what we're doing regarding emerald ash borer treatments. That can all be found on the forestry page on the city website.
That's excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we move along to the next section, and we might end a little late, but we'll just move our CIP by a few minutes to make sure we have enough time for lunch. Couple points. First, Deputy Mayor, can you give us a timeline I won't ask any specific questions about it, but a timeline by which we will hear back about management of the War Memorial?
Yes, so right now we've received RFP responses back. We've gotten 4. Over the next month, the evaluation team will look at those and we'll conduct interviews with respondents as we deem appropriate. And the expectation is that based on the timeline we have set now, that legislation should come before the council at the August meeting. So
Wonderful.
If that plan changes, certainly we'll be sure to share that information. But right now, that's the plan.
Thank you. That's great to hear. 4 is a solid number. I'd also like to just give a shout out to Jim back there. It's great to see the convention center pop, and we've seen a lot of great events there, and it seems like there's a lot of activity. Would you mind just answering a quick question? How is activity comparing now to pre-COVID?
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to report the business is improving drastically. So if you think about our 22-23 budget, we're actually proposing a 62% increase in overall revenue compared to that year. So we're absolutely heading in the right direction. Another good point to make, and even more important, is our staffing. So we're now up to 250 part-time workforce. Pre-pandemic, we were about 350. So again, I always like to remind council, a lot of these employees live and work in the city, go to city schools, use public transportation. So we absolutely believe that we help the community as a whole by increasing our employment. But to directly answer your question, yes, we're heading in the right direction. Certainly have a few challenges, mainly across the street at that hotel, and hopefully there'll be more to come on that in the months to come. But all in all, very good news to report.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all you do. Last 2 things on buildings and parks from me. Commissioner Perrin, can you give a timeline by which the Urban Forestry Master Plan will be completed and available to us?
Yes, we are in the process right now of finalizing the document itself. That was after the second round of 5 public meetings, as well as surveys and other methods for people to provide their input. So we will have it done by the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, completed and posted to the website for all to see.
Great, thank you. And I do wish the mayor was here for this, because we've had conversations about it before, but I will make sure the deputy mayor and commissioner report it back to him. I was hopeful that maybe we would see a second dog park in this budget. I don't see it. I really do believe that having a dog park, we have a lot of challenges with animal services right now, as we all know, and I think one of the things that we ought to be doing is giving people an opportunity to have other places outside of Verona Street to be able to engage their pets. The Cobb's Hill Dog Park seems like a very successful initiative, and I'm wondering if there's any conversation on the table about a dog park somewhere on the west side. Has there been any substantial conversation yet, or is that something we should table for another time?
I wouldn't say that there's been a substantive conversation above and beyond what's been done previous or what's been had previously, and I think there's still a lot of relevance to potential sites or anything that would have been looked at. But again, we would need to basically pull that out, take a look at it. also start to look at what do we, like how do you want it to operate? I mean, obviously the one at Cobb's Hill has certain elements, large dogs, small dogs. Those are the types of things that we would work with, Department of Recreation and Human Services on to figure out sort of what the programming need is like we do. But that's obviously a conversation that we can have.
Great, something we'll follow up on. Thank you very much. So turning over to equipment services, I think I can safely say that council has a general interest in the second strategic initiative of, or pardon me, the first strategic initiative about replacing conventionally fueled vehicles with alternative fuel vehicles. Just wondering if there's any kind of update we have across the board, different departments on that work being done.
Yeah, what I would say is we demo everything from various types of vehicles to also small equipment. So, I mean, it could be as you look at it and you go, well, it's not just, SUVs or something like that, although that's where we have the opportunity. But we look at forklifts, blowers, mowers, everything like that. Generally, we consider cost, availability, the duty cycle, and support. In other words, when we look at it, what is the incremental cost? Whenever we can, let's find opportunities to have that covered by somebody else. And you mentioned some of these grants that would be available. The other one is availability. The vehicles still haven't really come out of where they were even a year ago, much less I should say they've come out somewhat more than 2 years ago. But even over the last year and 18 months, inventories are very low. We still have to provide a service out on the street. So we have to consider that. We also have to consider what our weather conditions are. Right now, the battery-powered electric vehicles do not do as well in winter. And the last thing we want to have is a water main break, a truck out there, and all of a sudden it can't start. So we definitely look at the availability. In terms of the duty cycle, what does it take to, and support, how long will these last compared to others? Because you may look at it and go, well, you don't need all of the, oil. Well, maybe not for the gas and the actual engine, but what are you doing for lubing of axles, wheels, things like that? So what I'm saying is we take a very comprehensive look at every single purchase we make to see where it might make sense. And one of the things that we've already looked at is, and this will be a first for us, we are going to be replacing one of the defacer eraser, and that is a medium-duty box truck. We've identified a model for that would be, some form of alternative powered. So we're going to look to do that. We also have 4 SUVs and a cargo van, and our intent is, again, based on that assessment of cost, availability, and how they're going to, fulfill the needs of where they're going to be placed and used. That's what we have going right now. In addition, there were also questions about electric vehicle charging stations, which we can have a discussion on if you'd like when we get to like the CIP and what some of the specifics are there. I will add, though, that the one, and I believe it was a council question that came out, the really critical part to this is what is the infrastructure? One of the things that the automotive industry did was, make it fairly easy for them to be able to handle a lot of these items. And how did they handle those items? Well, they just started building gas stations, and they had a monopoly on how we traveled for so long by vehicle. So as we start to look at that, we don't have the next oil, if you will. We don't have that. There's been talk of hydrogen fuel cells. We do batteries. Maybe we're going to run it on CNG, biodiesel. So we're continually looking at not just is the vehicle there, but how are we going to service it, and more importantly, how are we going to make sure it's got the power source it needs to get out there?
Yeah, thank you. We can further that conversation during the CIP section. Just a note, we would not know, this council would not know if in fact things like the defacer eraser get replaced with an electric or a hybrid vehicle. And I'm not suggesting that every time you get a new vehicle you need to report it to us, but it would be great on a quarterly, even once a year, just being able to share, here's all the vehicles that we have transitioned. I think that would be something we'd all like to know and really would have no other way of finding out.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, it's fairly straightforward in terms of how we do that because that's how we calculate the KPI. So we can look into that and what is some of the detail behind the final number.
Thank you. Any questions on equipment services from council? And finally, we'll close with water. By the way, it's been tasting very good this morning. I don't know how anyone else could compete with us in any other city for best taste. Any questions that people have about water? I guess I'll just ask one question, knowing that it is, other than people, probably the greatest asset that we have in Rochester. Are there any concerns or threats that we have right now to our water system?
There are continual threats, I think, to all of our infrastructure. That's just the nature of it. I think with water and just to face this head on, we don't, strong organizations don't cover deficiencies, they fix them. And I won't go so far as to say that it was a deficiency. It took somebody making a very deliberate attempt and being unfortunately successful at it with respect to Highland Reservoir. But we have a full set of security analysis that's being done not only on that, but across all of our water assets, which include 2 other reservoirs, as well as our treatment plant and affiliated gatehouses and things like that. So yes, there's a threat. We are facing it head on. We're beginning to look at it. And we also, as we start to talk about what is the future of those reservoirs, want to make sure that we adequately engage the community to talk about not just what are the threats, but how do we address those threats in a manner that makes sense for the community. It may be, and again, I'm just facing it head on. There will be discussions about the need to cover Cobbs Hill and Highland reservoirs. But that's why we're doing the study. We're going to base this on objective analysis and the best science and the best information we have to figure out if there are other ways to treat it. And I'm specifically referring to our LT2 compliance study, which is how do we treat the water, and that involves how do you cover it. So as part of that discussion, we had the kickoff meeting for it yesterday. That is for Highland. It will be a large part of what we do at Cobbs Hill as well. But in terms of the threats, we have continual threats. It's just unfortunate, and I would be, I would say the thing that bothered me about the most is that an individual lost their life, somebody who from reports was going through a mental health episode. That's the part that bothers me. But what I will say is that we have incredible monitoring, and as you noted, it's not just the taste. It's what's in that water, or more accurately, what's not in that water that makes it what it is, and that never changed throughout any of the incident in question.
Can you? I know you've already stated this, and I'm sorry that I forgot, so I'm asking again. Timeline for the LT2 study to be completed?
I'll defer to Jeff Google, our director of water and the Rochester Water Works. So, Jeff, do you want to provide a timeline for that based on the latest and greatest from yesterday's meeting? And I believe there's a walkthrough on Monday for a facility.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Like the Commissioner said, we had our kickoff meeting for the Highland Reservoir.
A little closer into the mic, please.
Yeah, we had the kickoff meeting for the LT2 at Highland Reservoir. The consultant's going to analyze the water quality. We have also concurrently a study, optimization study, to study how we can handle lead from lead services, lead corrosion. And what we decide on that study, when that study's active, we started it 1.5 years ago. It should be completed sometime in the beginning of 2025, and we'll have the answer of what additives or what condition we can set the water to reduce lead corrosion, as we actively are removing as many lead surfaces as we can every year with the help of grants and so forth. So that study will be completed, like I said, in the beginning of 2025. In the meantime, we've got the design consultant evaluating all the different options for Highland Reservoir, and keeping in mind that after Highland is done, which has to be completed in 2029, with all construction, whatever we do at Highland, we have to follow up with Cobbs Hill Reservoir.
Cobbs Hill has a different timeline for when it has to be done by?
Yes, it does.
What's the reason for that?
I think it's 2034.
It's just the size of the reservoir? Makes it...
Not based on the size of the reservoir. We were, LT2, when LT2 came out, we had a plan for doing all 3 reservoirs with certain dates. That entered into a bilateral compliance agreement with the state. The state, we set up different dates for each reservoir's completion. We've adjusted that bilateral compliance agreement 3 times now. The 3rd time is probably the last time, and we have the new dates for 2029 and 2034 for the 2 remaining reservoirs. In 2012, we put a liner and cover in the Rush Reservoir, so we completed our compliance objective with with the EPA by taking care of that reservoir.
Got it. So the LT2 study on Highland, do you think it will be completed during this upcoming fiscal year?
Yes.
Great. And just just a reminder, I don't think that this consultant needs to go through and have a conversation with each council member, but I think asking for one session, and council members can come or not come, depending on their interest, would be a very wise thing. This is a huge thing from a aesthetic, from a constituent concerns, and from a financial perspective. So I know I know many of us will want to weigh in on that. So please just make sure we have some time afforded during the course of this year for a conversation.
Yes.
Thank you. President Melendez?
Will do.
Yes, thank you. So I want to follow up on the lead service line replacement projects. I know we have to be lead-free by 2030, or that's the initiative and the approach that we're taking. How confident do we feel that we'll be able to meet that timeline? I know we're approving them left and right, and it's happening, but I just want to get an update on your sense of how well we're doing there.
Yeah, I can give you some what I think are key information. So the number of services replaced since 2018 is approximately 4,400. The additionally scheduled and funded ones that we have right now, so either we're out doing them, we have funding encumbered, or we have funding under contract. I probably should have went in a different direction. Funding under contract or funding encumbered that will go contracts will get us about another 10,000. That leaves us a remaining unfunded amount of about 9,100. So what it really comes down to get by 2030, the answer to your question is, it depends on the funding. Right now we are going all over the place, from federal bipartisan infrastructure law, IIJA, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding. I believe it was $65 billion nationwide, but that is being distributed through states using their state revolving loan funds. That's why we get part of it as a grant and part of it is an interest-free loan. New York State and I'm sure other states are recapitalizing their revolving loan funds with this money. We also look at Water Infrastructure Improvement Act funds, which are a separate state source, and then again obviously the ARPA. So I would say right now we are on that line for progress. Right, if you start to look at it, of about what we figure to be 200 million just for the lead services. The street reconstructions on top of that are an added expense, and those have been going up as everything else. But no, I would say we are on that target. The only thing that can slow us down is lack of resources, because it would be just an entirely too large of a lift for the city itself to be able to take on replacing all of those lead service lines. I know there are some cities that have done it. They are very, very few and far between. And I would also say that as we start to do that, we do recognize that this is the largest determinant of public health, and the mayor is asking these exact same questions to hold our feet to the fire. It's a good thing we got some water to dunk them in, but we're doing fine. We're getting there as we can. But no, our biggest hurdle will always be, where do we find the funds? And what I would add is that it's very encouraging as part of this to see the federal government stepping up. Because for years they had no problem dumping money into highway reconstructions and actual builds through the Interstate Highway Act that emptied everybody out of cities and left us with these very old, water systems, including I think in the city of Syracuse. Google can speak to this. I think they still have wood pipes, like distribution and transmission mains. So there's a lot there, and I would also add that it's not just the replacement of the lead services, but we want to reduce those number of breaks. So it's really nice to see the federal government stepping up the same way they did for transportation and other forms of infrastructure, and we've encouraged that. The mayor has been a huge proponent of this, not just locally and at the state level, but nationally, as part of the St. Lawrence and Great Lakes Coalition, and going out and talking about this continued need for this investment. And I got to tell you, probably the thing that gets me the most is, man, I thought 2030 was far away. It really isn't anymore. So we're at that point where we've made enough progress that when you total them up, we're at about 15,000, and we've got about 9,000 to go at 2025. We're on pace. It's all just going to be dependent on whether or not we continue to get the funding.
Final question, Councilmember Monroe.
What material are we using to replace those lines? What kind of piping?
Yeah, so there's a couple of piping that we use depending on what line it is, but we typically use molecularly enhanced or molecularly optimized PVC or plastic pipe. Maybe it's not PVC. I'll let Jeff get into it, but it's a form of plastic. That is something that does not corrode. But with that said, we still also use ductile iron. Ductile iron is an alloy, basically iron infused with graphite. The original intent behind it was to make it a little more flexible than standard iron. The problem is that it corrodes faster because of the graphite. So now when we use it, what we do is we wrap it thoroughly, and we have what's called cathodic protection, which is it's wrapped and then there are anodes placed all along the exterior of the pipe to draw that corrosion producing chemical reaction so that it lasts longer. But those are our two primary methods that we use, and it just depends on what type of pipe it is and what it serves. So for high pressure, we probably wouldn't use that molecularly optimized plastic. We would go with the ductile iron, again with the protections that we now know are needed so that it doesn't become brittle and break quicker than regular iron, given that it's an alloy.
So for the PVC piece, and is that just I would imagine a higher quality than the types that are in homes? And with that, I'm just thinking there are different reports just starting to come out questioning PVC as far as the health of the water that comes through there for people.
Yeah, from my understanding, at least, and again, I'm gonna ask Jeff to weigh in on this. For what I've seen, though, the newer forms of whether it's polyethylene, I believe it is, PVC, the plastic that we use, I don't think we've been hearing any issues about that. I think what they're seeing is some of these ones that have been in there now. If you have something else, please send it to us. I mean, we're always interested in seeing something from a reputable, objective, scientific organization on those. But I'll let Jeff sort of speak to the specifics of the plastic, and if that's something you want to see, obviously our vendors provide us with specs.
Yes, just to clarify, the water mains in the street are composed of originally cast iron, and then later on ductile iron came into use. And about 2007, we started using plastic PVC for the water mains in the distribution system. The conduits coming from, Hemlock were different materials were used, including a product called lock bar steel. We also used cast iron, and there was another type of steel used as well. When you get down to the services to the houses, originally lead services were used, going from the water main to the house. The city had at one time 26,000 lead services. We've worked that down. We're down to about 19,000 now that our lead service line replacement projects are working on to get rid of those. The services after probably about the 1930s, city stopped using lead and went to copper. So you had copper services going into everybody's house. Part of the problem with that, though, was that the inside service was oftentimes galvanized pipe, galvanized steel pipe. That tends to rust out. There's no protection on the pipe, and after 20, 30, 40 years, that pipe's going to rust out. So what we're replacing, the outside and inside services right now that we replace, we're using polyethylene. And the polyethylene pipe, just as any of our materials that are in contact with water, are NSF certified. It's a private agency that tests materials that are used in the water industry that are in contact with water, and that they're certified safe to use with water.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the level of detail. I think, we can go and turn on our water and aren't thinking about all the different ways that it has to be distributed to us. So thank you for that very detailed response. I appreciate it.
And just to add, that NSF is a national sanitary foundation.
Yes, thank you for the thorough answer there, and thank you to Team DES on a wonderful hearing. It's so much stuff happening in your department. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all the answers and all the great work that you do. I believe that most of the folks who are going to do the CIP hearing are OMB, the deputy mayor, and DES regardless, right? Do you all mind if we start at 1:30 instead of 1:15? Is that okay? 1:30, we'll start back here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we'll see him at 1:30. Start setting it up. Oh.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. You do it. Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
All right.
Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started in just a moment. Come up. Get started in just a moment. So we will reconvene the Finance Committee for the final time this week, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Monroe.
Here.
President Melendez.
Here.
Thank you.
And let the record show that we are joined by no other members of council. That is not a reflection of how important the work we are about to do is. And thank you to everyone out there for being here. Thank you for all the work you've put into this. This is a very ambitious CIP budget. I know we're all the three of us up here, eager to talk about it. And I'm sure that there will be some questions in writing from some of our colleagues as well. Let me open by inviting Mayor Evans to share any opening remarks that he may have.
No, the only thing I'll say is that, it's funny, this is really one of the most important parts of the budget, as me and the council chairman Gruber talk about a lot. I mean, this is the meat and potatoes, and this is why you have this room packed with so many people. So much of the growth, the improvement of everything is really in this capital improvement program. And that's why council sets aside so much time for conversation on this. So we look forward to digging in. I mean, I always I learned a long time ago, 20 plus years ago, interning at the city, that if you want to see infrastructure and things get done, make sure it gets in the CIP. So this is a very important discussion. There's a lot of great stuff in here, and we look forward to the conversations. I want to thank all the departments for their work, DES in particular, and budget for all their work that goes into doing these capital improvement plans. And we look forward to the conversations around this project. And then the other thing, I just want to give a shout out to a feature that's on the city website that a lot of people don't know about. I don't even use it as much as I should. It's cityofrochester.gov/projects and projects and plans. cityofrochester.gov/projects and plans. You can see just about every project and plan that's happening at the city, where it's at, in the details of it on that site. So a lot of the things that we talk about in here are you can find on there, as well as private sector projects as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I can assure you that the three of us up here, a quorum of the mighty Finance Committee, will have ample questions. And the beauty is that we are live streaming on XXI. We are on our social media pages, and certainly our council colleagues will get an opportunity to check this out later. Let's start with just an opening sense of the bigger picture here. I think one of the great challenges of cities right now is essentially weaning themselves off of ARPA funding. And I think that this city has done an incredible job, actually, of not setting ourselves up for any level of distress when ARPA is in fact sunset. And I think that's fairly clearly reflected here in the CIP budget. But I'd ask you or your team to share any thoughts about the sunsetting of how this CIP reflects the sunsetting of the eventual sunsetting of ARPA dollars, and if there are any threats on the horizon from your perspective, Mayor.
Yep, and then I'll turn it over to Suzanne to comment on us kind of being weaned off ARPA as it relates particularly to capital improvement. I'll say one of the things that we did, one of the things that the team has been very good at tracking is making sure that, because the threat was for ARPA as well as the inflationary pressures that we faced in this environment, that you would put money towards a project and use ARPA funds, and there could be a chance that the project could be delayed, or there could be a chance that the cost of the project could go up while you're doing that project. So we've been very good at ensuring that we plan to make sure all dollars are encumbered if they're going to be able to be used for a particular capital project, and that we plan enough to make sure that the project will have been started and all the money expended for that. And if it's not, being honest and saying, hey, this is not going to meet ARPA the ARPA timeline. We're going to set this aside, use money from other sources, and use those ARPA dollars to deploy them for other resources. So that has allowed us to really, really be very good at managing our ARPA allocation and ARPA dollars. We'll miss ARPA. I think that we've maximized it to its maximum ability, and we're very grateful, and it's been very helpful to us. Suzanne, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add in terms of the capital improvement in ARPA, and things that we've used dollars on, and how that's looking.
Sure, Mayor. I think we've been very intentional in trying to have a good blend between the operating budget items and capital items. There's still quite a few capital projects on the horizon that are funded through ARPA and other city and other governmental funds. You'll be seeing some of those coming to you in the next several months to council for approval. Unfortunately, one of the side effects of ARPA was the fact that there was a lot of inflationary pressures added to these capital projects. So at the end of the day, there will be some things we may not be able to do, but we're definitely hopeful that at the end, we will have made some really good investments for the community that will be lifelong for the city.
Thank you. And Clerk Washington, let the record show that we've been joined by Councilmember Martin as well. So we're going to go section by section, everyone, and we will start with Art. But before that, if anyone wants to ask any general questions of CIP budget or process at all, I would certainly take a moment to have those addressed.
If I may,
sure.
I just want to thank everybody and congratulate the city as a group on the use of the ARPA funds. A lot of people don't understand that when you get money, doesn't mean you just can go with it. You have to have the planning, you have to have the project, you have to go out to bid. There are all different kinds of things that have to happen before the money's actually used and the project is implemented. So kudos to everyone for the flexibility, the work, the money end of it, and having to make sure that you're plugging things in where you can to make sure you're really using that money. The whole city will appreciate this, and we will have a great legacy out of it.
So let's jump right in with section 1, which is arts, and I think it's a nice way to ease into the meat of this budget by talking about the new project here, the $325,000 for the City Mark art installation. If someone would be willing to share a little bit about what is being planned there, it'd be great.
Who's on point for the arts? Holly can take it. It's a comms. Comms is driving that, but Holly and DES can speak to it.
Yes, that's correct. We're combining some existing art funds we have with this new request to really work with communications on a very special feature to celebrate the city's anniversary around the city logo.
Is this going to be something that we go out to RFP for? Or do we have artists in mind already?
Yeah, so we'll put out a very strategic RFP, similar to how we do with other art. It includes parameters that are even around structural. So if we're looking at a structure, there's certain things that need to be built and required for an outdoor environment. Then we do what's a call for art. We then create a short list of up to 3 artists. We would then give them a stipend to develop their vision. And then we work with an art panel to make a selection from the top 3 that are shortlisted.
Nice. And may I ask now, Mayor, if you tell me that I'm jumping the gun here, I'll walk back the question. But where is it going to be installed? Or is that a surprise for the community?
I think we're still going to decide that yet. I don't think we've decided on the location yet. We kind of know. Yeah. So we don't not to be determined.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing more.
I have some thoughts, but
that sounds like an exciting project.
Yes.
Anyone else have questions on public art, section 1? President Melendez, followed by Councilmember Martin.
Yes, thank you. Convention Center Terrace Public Art. I know that we completed some work around the Convention Center, but in fiscal year 26, there was earmarked, last year there was earmarked $500,000, and that has been removed. Are we doing anything more around the Convention Center Terrace?
Yeah, so originally there was funds in there in the CIP for public art at the Convention Center. That's since been removed, but that doesn't necessarily close the door on that possibility, especially in light of the aqueduct project and all that's being done in that area, that in future years, once the ground is set, so to speak, with those projects and the infrastructure's in place, there is possibilities to install public art in those locations, but just not in the current outlook.
Thank you. With the Percent for Art funds, I just wonder, I know that we've done a lot with that in the last year or so. Thinking about community engagement around that moving forward, I know that in our centers there was a lot of engagement from the neighborhoods around the murals and things like that. Is there a standard process that we're going to be using for those types of resources to ensure that the public's involved in the art installations?
Let me turn that over to Kevin, but I will talk about the AC3, who has done extensive community engagement related to the Percent for Arts, and that will obviously continue. This is a priority, as you know. This is the first time probably in decades that we've actually been utilizing the Percent for Arts and following that policy that has been on the books for a long time. And also we have another unique opportunity because we have that joint plan that we're also doing with the county. But I want Kevin to just speak to some of the community engagement processes that are happening related to arts in general and in general AC3 and Percent for the Arts.
Sure, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council Member. So yeah, it's really kind of happening at three specific levels that I could point to, and the Mayor mentioned a couple of them. So the Arts and Creative Community Committee is the AC3, and that is sort of our stakeholder steering committee that we're working with, made up of artists and representatives from arts organizations that the team from city planning and the city arts team meets with pretty regularly. And so that's our sort of community steering committee, and they help guide each year. One of the big things they influence is the split between capital and operating funds from the Percent for the Arts dollars. What is that split going to be? And that changes every year, so they have a big influence on that split. And then another way that the community is going to be involved is through the development of this arts and culture plan for the city and the county. And there's going to be significant community engagement throughout that process, just like there would be with the development of any other topic-based plan. So they'll have some influence with that. And then the third level is at a sort of a micro scale. For specific art installations, there is the occasion, not necessarily every time, but there is the occasion when a piece of public art is being installed, a mural, a sculpture, what have you, where the artist that we've selected does some community engagement about, tell us the stories that are relevant to this community and what's important to you. So right now we're working with an artist that's developing a mosaic tile installation in one of the parks on the northeast side, and they've done a lot of engagement with the neighborhood about the content and the stories that be included in that public art.
Great, thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Martin.
How much does the 1% add up to? Like 1% of what? And including CIP investments and other sources, what's the total amount allocated for this year?
Yeah, great question. So it's usually 1% of our total overall operating budget. What's that number this year? The exact number, Suzanne?
It is listed on page 20 in the middle. Percent for arts installations and enhancements. It's equal to 1% of qualifying capital project funding each fiscal year for public arts initiatives. So it's $297,000. And if you'll recall, during one of the operating budget hearings, we talked about the fact that a portion of it was moved out into the operating budget to match with this amount to add up to that $297,000.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Councilmember Monroe.
You mentioned the county when you were talking about the community steering committee. Could you tell me more about that?
Yeah, Kevin, you want to touch on that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So the county is not necessarily involved with the AC3. Those are sort of community members and arts organizations that are part of the AC3. The county's involvement is in the development of the arts and culture plan for the city and the county. And to my knowledge, I think this is the first time that the city and county have ever collaborated on a regional topic-based plan like this. So we're really excited to collaborate with them. The city has put in the lion's share of the funds for the development of that plan, but the city, or the county rather, has contributed funds to that as well. And then they will have a couple of staff that are participating in the steering committee for the plan, which is different than the AC3.
So with the county's involvement, would that be just downtown, or is this something where this whole plan will be reaching out to towns as well and try to create a better sense of the whole area as being arts informed?
Yeah, it's meant to be countywide, but for certain a strong focus on the city, because the city is where the highest concentration of artists and arts activities and arts organizations exist. But the collaborative sentiment there was, recognizing that the arts and culture landscape doesn't recognize municipal boundaries. So we wanted to have a collaborative effort there. So it will have a heavy focus on the city, but we want to make sure that we're engaging with folks in the towns and villages.
I'm so glad that the Percent for Arts program has come to life, and as you all know, had been sitting there dormant for a very long time. And I think it says a lot about a city when we're investing in art, and it brings up our visibility, and also it nurtures everybody in the community, because art beautifies, it makes people think, and attracts visitors and tourists. So thank you.
Councilor Martin, last question on arts here.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify something. So on the celebration of the city's logo, the plan is to spend $350,000. Did I get that right?
325 is
$325,000 for that specific celebration. And for the entire year relating to arts, the plan is to spend $297,000.
No, we spend more than on art. That's just those are just the dollars that we derive each year from that policy that we haven't been doing. Yeah, so it's obviously we invest and spend a lot more on art, but the policy is a big deal because it's been on the city's books and we haven't really done anything with it except for over the last 2 years. So it's just something that we're doing that we want to highlight. But obviously we spend a lot more on art through other sources and other things. But the city's that popular logo with the flower, I think it's the 60th anniversary of it. So it'll be a permanent installation that will mark that august occasion that will hopefully outlast all of us. So that's why that cost is up for that one particular installation.
Yes, I think it would be helpful to just get a sense of, like, if you pull the different amounts allocated through each department when it comes to the arts, to understand and get a better picture of how much exactly, in addition to the 1%, is spent on art each year. Thank you.
Yes, we can get that.
Did you want items from the operating budget, because departments like Recreation and Human Services, they have arts. Yeah, I think classes for.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to show, because Councilmember Martin may not be familiar with this, to show her the capital, what we spend on art from the capital budget, and then what we spend on art from the operating. Some of we can pull some highlighted stuff from the operating budget, where we spend money on art. So the number seems lower in the capital budget, but it's higher in the operating budget.
Yes. And Christina just mentioned that the planning office maintains an art spending tracker, so maybe we can.
Yeah. So we've developed an online GIS map that is available to the public that tracks all of the city's art spending, I believe going back to 2016. So you can see it historically, and it's meant to be a platform where we update that data every year, so you can see that. And really want to emphasize, even though the Percent for the Arts program is getting a lot of attention, for years our colleagues in TES have been doing a lot of investment in public art, as have our libraries and our rec centers and communications, and a lot of different groups have been doing that. So this is just another layer to that. But the Arts Tracker kind of breaks all of that down. It needs to be updated, but it does reflect as of last year. We're working on updating that right now.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. We are going to move along to economic development. So,
Can I just, sorry, do one quick follow-up to Councilmember Martin's. So for the operating piece, that would be the maintenance of all these different pieces?
I can help clarify if you'd like.
Sure.
Yeah, so the operating specifically here is for funding the what we call sort of a program within a program, the Arts Bloom program, which is meant for non-capital public art, so performing arts, arts education, and that temporary art, that sort of thing. So the operating split within Percent for the Arts is dedicated to the Arts Bloom program, and we're in our second year of that right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so economic development is broken up into downtown development, environmental compliance and remediation, housing, land acquisition, and neighborhood development. I'll open it up to all the sections, and I'll just start with a question on environmental compliance and remediation. So we have about $4 million going to vacuum oil refinery remediation, 4.1 going to West River Wall, and there's nothing in the out years. So the expectation is that we're going to bond for it this year and that those remediation projects will be fully completed by the end of this fiscal year. Is that correct?
I'll go ahead and let Ann Spalding, our manager of environmental quality, discuss those, but what I would say is consistent with our approach to capital improvements in general. If we can get somebody else to pay for things, we're going to let them. But go ahead, Ann. If you
So hold on, before Ann answers that, why don't Suzanne, if you just want to mention the cost thing, and then let Ann talk to the particulars.
Right, so this is in addition to previous debt that has been allocated for this cleanup. So there is some outstanding debt that we have not issued at this point. We can provide that information.
That we've already bonded for.
Correct, right? It was authority granted in prior budgets that has not yet been brought to council to be authorized.
Can you follow up with us on the dollar amount there that's already been authorized?
Yep. And then why don't you just talk about the project in general, which is, as you know, this is a major priority for us, this cleanup of this vacuum oil site, because this opens up lots of the developable land in a neighborhood where ExxonMobil basically polluted. So Ann?
Sure, thank you.
And if you speak right into the mic.
Yes, thank you. So we do have an approved plan with the New York State DEC. As you may recall, the vacuum oil project is being performed under the DEC's Brownfield Cleanup Program. So we do have an approved...
Little louder, please, Ann.
Sorry, we have an approved decision document for that project. We have a schedule that we've submitted to the New York State DEC to complete the work. And that work should be beginning with the RFP process in June and culminating with a certificate of completion in 2026. So it is a long-term project. We do have all the funds assembled. Concurrently, we are working with the responsible party on an agreement to have them contribute toward a portion or all of the cleanup of that project. So that is a development that's happened subsequent to last year's CIP process.
That's very exciting news, and I don't know what can or I don't see any lawyers in the room, Mayor, so you'll have to tell me what can or can't be shared. But at the very least, can we get a sense of has there been a specific dollar amount stated that they're responsible for, or a percentage of costs, or how does that work?
I think that we can follow up with you on that. Some of the info might need to be P&C, but that is a good development for us because they did the polluting, so it's good that they're cleaning it up. But we can get an exact amount, and I'd rather get that in writing. And then any other further conversation, I like to have it P&C.
Very exciting. Happy to hear that. Further questions on economic development? President Melendez.
All right, thank you. So related to downtown development, we were just having a conversation in DES about the Downtown Enhancement District and the possibilities of what more we can do with that. I did notice that in terms of downtown streetscape, we removed, at least in the current fiscal year, $72,000 from last year to this year. I just wonder, in terms of downtown streetscape, what would that typically cover, and what are we losing in this budget?
I can answer that. It's pretty straightforward. At this point in time, we're really not losing anything. We're using prior year surplus funds in lieu of new funds this year. So that's where that's coming from. Did you have more specific questions on what this is? Because I can give you just a quick explanation.
Yeah, if you could just provide us a sense of, on an annual basis, what the CIP allocation typically covers.
Yeah, absolutely. As noted, it's really for those capital purchases of the things we put out there. So we have to replace the grates, the benches. We have to buy materials to repair those that have already been done. So this is really just our capital purchases for the downtown enhancement district and the materials and equipment that they'll use, outside of, say, ones that are covered in other areas of the CIP, like their vehicles. And that can include both their trucks as well as the small utility vehicles, the gators, if you will.
Thank you. Under environmental compliance and remediation, High Falls State Park, I know that there's been some timing changes and delays and what that looks like. I think last year we allocated roughly $2 million to that, and also this year, you know, I'm assuming this is timing, but we removed that from the budget. So could we talk through the status of High Falls State Park in terms of what the administration is anticipating and any conversations with the state about investments that we might need to make on our end versus what the state will cover? I know that's a big ask for us, is to really push the state to do as much as investment as possible in the space, but I would love to hear an update on that.
Yeah, I'll just say briefly that we are working hand in glove with the state. They've been a great partner in terms of this High Falls State Park. You know, from us asking for that park, one of the first things I asked for when I was sworn in, and we got it within that first year. So it's something that we are very happy about in terms of the acquisition of the properties and the cleanup. That is all stuff that we are working with the state. They have made clear that they will work with us on anything that is needed in order to get that park up and running, including the site control that is necessary in order to move that park forward. Rich, Commissioner, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
I would just add very quickly that we've already made a lot of our improvements in anticipation of that with the Brewery Line Trail and Granite Mills Park. So as we work through the remediation of those additional sites by the park, that's really our last end of it. And then after that, I can share with you that there was interviews conducted for a design consultant for the state park, and New York State was gracious enough to offer a spot on that review and selection committee to the city of Rochester, which was filled by our DES, hopefully soon to be renamed the Landscape Architecture Division. So we are, as the mayor noted, we are working hand in hand with them on it. But we've made a lot of improvements that will supplement and support the park.
And it was just a great neighborhood meeting. It was on the same day as Clean Sweep for the state park, where they hosted an opportunity for people to weigh in on what that park is going to do. The other point is the Pontherin Bridge and all those investments that we're making around the state park that the commissioner mentioned are only going to enhance all the assets that are there. And I would say stay tuned to proposed future enhancements that might be made to even make the state park even more attractive. Interloop North is going to be another addition that's going to help with that. We're going to help enhance the state park as we look at developing those 28 acres, close to 28 acres of land there. So lots of activity happening with that state park, and everything seems to be right on track as it relates to developing that area.
Thank you. The next is a kudos and a comment before I ask a question. So I'm pleased to see the affordable home ownership development added to the CIP. I know that's a priority of the administration, certainly a priority of mine as well. Can you talk through what we envision doing with these dollars? Will it be matching dollars for projects that might be submitted to the state, like through the AHOP program, or will it be direct dollars that we are investing in our own development at this time?
I'm going to let Eric Frisch and Dana Miller are both back there. I'm going to let either one of those speak to it, and then I'll add color commentary after. And if you guys can just briefly describe our plans as it relates to this pot of dollars.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council President, for the question. I just would like to mention that there are a few different things that you'll see under home ownership or home buyer or housing development, all in most cases focused on affordable. So when you talk about the affordable home ownership development, that is really the extension of our Buy the Block program. So it's creating new houses that are for affordable home ownership.
There's also the affordable housing development, and that's a different program, but that is focused on assisting others who are developing affordable housing in the city. And then you'll see Home Rochester, which is really taking existing housing that is in rundown condition, that is acquired typically through the land bank, and rehabbing that and making that available for home ownership. So there are 3 different programs that all do similar things focused on making housing available to affordable home ownership.
Yeah, and I would say, as you know, the Buy the Block on Thomas Street was extremely successful in terms of the 28 homes, and then the expansion over the Bull's Head with the 30 on the west side is a great compliment as well. And in addition to what you see here, we will continue to have conversations about how we can move that rate of home ownership in Rochester and try to spur development, and not just with the city building, but getting other partners to be able to also get into the game and start building more of these units, particularly because we know there's still a demand for single-family houses in particular.
Thank you. I'll cede the floor for now. I might have additional questions.
Councilor Monroe, then Martin.
To what level, for the vacuum oil site, to what level are we able to remediate that? Is this something that would be so clean that residential could be there?
Yeah, our intent right now is when complete, the site will meet restricted residential soil cleanup objectives. It can include mixed-use commercial and residential development where a single property owner or developer claims the land. But it won't be at a point where we will be able to have, say, single-family residences on the site. The remediation just doesn't go to that level. But that doesn't preclude mixed-use development where you have more commercial, again, more transit traffic coming in and out, and then residential above that. So there will be, it will be mixed-use development, which fits very well with the character there and what we're looking to do along the river with Rock the Riverway from a development perspective.
It's exciting to see this actually getting to the finish line. It's been, how many years has it been? 30? I mean,
yeah, it's been so long. It really is a big deal, and I know the folks in the Plex Street neighborhood, Plymouth Avenue Exchange, will be elated to see this going forward, because it's been something that's been talked about for so long.
And it's just such a great space on the river, and obviously getting more oriented toward our waterways is excellent. In regards to the state park, I was able to attend one of the meetings that they had talking about the entire project, and I was just curious, I don't recall how far north it was going to go, if it's going to get all the way up to Lower Falls and include the kind of sculpture park there. That's right by the Maplewood Y and the Driving Park Bridge.
You want to give a little sketch on how far the park will go up?
Yeah, I'd prefer to take a look at what the latest and greatest is from the state that they provided probably through the RFP, and I don't have it handy with me right now, but we can get that to you to show what they're showing the boundaries are for the design, because that would incorporate it and maybe even go a little bit further.
Okay, that would be great. And I know Assemblymember Clark is very interested to see it incorporate for even further north and, continue our trail connectivity. Thank you.
So in the home buyer assistance program, there is $0 allocated. Could you speak to why that is in comparison to last year?
Be happy to. Thank you, Council Member. For the home buyer assistance program, we have a fund balance available. The market has been very tight and challenging for home buyers to access. So we've built up a bit of a fund balance there. So we intend to spend that down and come back next year with requests for additional funding.
That's helpful. Thank you. And what happened to the previous partnership with Project Phoenix? It seems like that's no longer ongoing, and just want to understand why.
Who can speak to Project Phoenix? If not, we can get that in writing for you. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Oh, Johanna's
Johanna
coming.
will answer that.
All right.
Johanna, if you'd rather come up here, whatever you're comfortable with.
We got so many folks in here. Johanna, you want to go up there? You don't understand.
For the Project Phoenix, we still have funding available from last fiscal year that we haven't used, and we will continue to work with the partner to make sure that we can use what's left over.
That's helpful. So in general, it seems like there is over a $1 million funding decrease across a lot of the housing programs. Are those because of the existing fund balance that wasn't used?
Yeah, if you want to speak to that, usually when I'll let Suzanne speak to that, but usually when you see decreases, because we don't have to put the money here because we have it in other places, but go ahead.
I would say there's not one particular reason. It's more of a mix. Some of the departments had funds that they didn't spend, and that gave us the opportunity to forgo funds. Or it may have been something that we had to make the choice not to fund this year. So it's really hit or miss which one is which.
Thank you.
Okay, did you have further questions, President Melendez, on this section? Before you do, while you think about that, can I just ask Deputy Commissioner Frisch, you mentioned the fund balance and home buyer assistance program. Can we just get a follow-up in writing of what the fund balance is and any utilization stats for the last couple of years? I'd appreciate that. President Melendez?
Yes, my final questions are in land acquisition. I know that last year we had to increase our demolition budget. We had a couple emergency demos.
That's a sore subject.
Sore subject for all of us. But I did notice that both demolitions and strategic acquisitions are down in this year's plan. And I guess could we be provided, it doesn't have to be now, maybe in writing, what is driving the decreases in both categories?
Yeah, we can provide that in writing for you, absolutely.
Thanks. Okay, we are going to move over to our next section, which is equipment and technology. Couple of different categories in equipment and technology, but we will open it up to all of them and give every council member a chance. Just make sure you note where you are so folks know how to answer. I'll start with just a couple of quick questions. Parking meters. The $630,000 here, is this to cover, we talked at this point, it feels like a week ago, but it was just 2 days ago that we talked about parking meters. And I believe it was 90 new Calais meters and maybe replacing 90 new ones and replacing or updating 40 ones, so 130 total. Is that what the $630,000 covers?
Where's you want parking? Is parking in here?
Sarah's coming up to the podium.
Sarah, you can come up to the
She found a spot back there.
On the spot? All right.
Yeah, and the 630,000 is for 90 new Calais Flowbird pay stations.
The 90, and what was the 40 number that was shared the other day?
The 40 was what is already installed using old CIP money.
Got it. And how was my pronunciation of Calais? Did I do a good enough job this time, Mayor?
Perfect.
Yeah, but he did an excellent job. It's like Calais, but Calais.
Quick learner. Okay, thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. My other question about equipment technology is related to the new project, the telecommunications GIS project. If someone can just share a little bit of information about what we are doing there, and yeah, just there. Telecommunications GIS project, $200,000 this year. It's listed as a new project. It's at the bottom of page 36.
Right. So one of the things we've done is we've put in, a real emphasis on what the city's role is and can be with respect to bridging the digital divide. It's really important for us to have a good handle on where is the infrastructure. And this is a little bit different when you think about, like, say, a power infrastructure. You have one primary provider of that at this point in time, right? You have Rochester Gas and Electric. When it comes to the telecommunications, though, there's quite a bit more that goes into it. There are multiple providers, and those multiple providers are at, I would say, various places in the stream. So there are those that may just provide conduit or a certain amount of fiber. There are other ones that will have the direct access to businesses and residences. So for us, we've been building this, but the idea is that we can start to build a more robust system that then allows us to have overlays with other coverages of geographic features to be able to look at it. So once we have a better handle on that, we can then start to look at where is the presence of true broadband, where are those gaps, and what can we do to help, basically bridge those gaps, although within sort of the larger ecosystem of telecommunications that's handled by those multiple providers. So it's really about building out where are those assets and our ability to do a little higher level of analysis to figure those things out when we want to look at where should we be working towards putting emphasis on, for example, the FLX selection that was made through the Monroe County funding that we've been working very closely with and did a great job of getting, I want to say, around 2/3, if not more, of that funding into the city to address the digital divide in low-income neighborhoods. But this is really about us just having better information. If you'd like to see some of the specific features, which is, it's been a while since I've done any GIS myself, but I believe that the specific features that would be part of the records for the various coverages or shapefiles, we can give a data dictionary or an index for you to take a look at.
This is a little bit out of my area of expertise, but let me try to ask a follow-up question here. When we were talking very early on in your tenure here, Commissioner Perrin, with Greenlight and trying to encourage them to open up in other neighborhoods, well, in any city neighborhoods. I'm not sure that they have any right now, at least outside of the southeast. One of the concerns we had from their perspective was that they could not get access to poles. Pretty basic understanding that the poles are owned by other companies, and if they wanted to utilize them, they had to wait in legal limbo for years. Is part of this project to be able to catalog who owns what pieces of infrastructure on our right-of-way?
Absolutely. That is exactly the purpose of it, so that we know whose it is, where it is, and ideally what the capability is of it, so that we can know the various forms of basically upload and download speed. So you've got it. That's what we'll be.
And will that be something that is utilized exclusively for internal use by City Hall, or is that something that we are information we will make available as we try to encourage competition in the telecommunications space?
Keeping in mind that most if not all of the providers, which is to say outside of maybe the county and the city, within city limits, right, where we have the conduit for Monroe County and the city again, or excuse me, county and state primarily for their interconnects at, say, Interloop along Westridge Road and Lake Avenue, the other roads that they operate. Outside of that, that is all basically private infrastructure, and we would have to check on what is available to be shared and not, because it is proprietary information that could be used if it were analyzed in a certain way, likely to figure out what competitive, what competitors they have out there and those types of items. So again, a lot of this is regulated through federal and state acts. We would have to see about what we can and cannot make public.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, anything we can do to try to encourage some competition, because we certainly have something close to a monopoly for telecommunications services in the vast majority of Rochester neighborhoods. Additional questions on equipment from folks? Councilmember Martin?
For the upgrades to services in the council chambers, can you talk about what that includes?
Can someone talk about that? I don't know if it's going to fix the echo that's here.
And this flickering light, perhaps.
Right. But the echo, man, you can't hear anything in here.
I don't. Maybe it involves teaching microphone use to individuals.
Burn.
Never mind.
Right.
Sorry. I believe it is to improve the sound system. Maybe new microphones. That would be great, but I'm not. Christina, do you have anything to add?
It was submitted by James Smith on behalf.
Yeah,
Chief of Staff Smith, anything else? Acoustics, I hope, Chief of Staff.
And Hazel can speak to it as well. But yeah, but the idea is to improve the sound. It's not always user error to the budget director, although sometimes it is. Please speak into the microphone. And also, I know Hazel would like to do something about the windows, because we do have some issues with the shades not always operating properly, and to do maybe potentially some other upgrades for tech if the budget allows for it. So
that flickering light. That one.
A work order was submitted yesterday.
Any additional questions on equipment and technology? President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. So in looking at the implementation of CRM, I know that we're looking at proposed fiscal year 26. In terms of engagement of departments into that process, do we anticipate that every department will be engaged as part of that update? And certainly council, I want to ask that council be specifically included.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we have broad engagement as it relates to this. You know, we're a little bit behind the 8 ball as it relates to CRM, so more to come on that. We haven't decided yet if it would be centralized and how departments would be engaged, but we wanted to make sure it's in the CIP, but definitely more to come on that. We can make sure that council as a stakeholder is definitely engaged in the conversation, similar to what we did with the website.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mayor. And I also just want to highlight that in this section, there's a lot of new projects. Seems like we're coming out of the Stone Age in certain areas, so appreciate all of the investments in technology.
Okay, we're going to move over to facilities, and I'll open it up to council members at any section of facilities. Councilmember Monroe.
Looking at the piece about low roof replacement for the A building, I'm wondering what our experience has been with the green roof on the B building, and if there are any other buildings that we're planning to do green roofs, and if green roofs are really kind of doing the return that we've been looking for in terms of forwarding our climate action plan.
Commissioner Perrin, you want to speak to the roofs?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll defer to Ann Spalding on that, since she's been integrally involved with all of those, including the green roof on the B building, which was part of her tenure. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So I think anytime a roof is contemplated, options, green options are evaluated, including green roofs. There are additional funds that are required, so we would be looking for grant funds to assist with the construction of any green roof. Holly, Barrett, I'm not sure if you are aware of any plans for any particular green roofs moving forward in this plan, but I think that related to climate change and climate change resilience, evaluating green roofs is always a good idea to help mitigate some of the effects of climate change.
And how has the green roof worked on the B building? Has that been a success? Has it been more problematic than if we had done a normal or regular roof?
So the green roof on the B building has been a success. It has held up very well. It blooms twice a year at least. It's very nice. So it has performed as designed, and it was basically installed to provide stormwater runoff management, so reduction of stormwater pollution, and it certainly does provide that function.
And when we look at roofs, you know, across facilities, is there what's the give and take between, for instance, if we have the funding, say a green roof as opposed to solar panels?
So that's an interesting question. So not all roofs are suitable for solar panels. A lot of it depends on the orientation of the roof, the surrounding trees, the age of the roof. You know, solar panels are generally better for new roofs oriented in a southerly direction. Similarly, all roofs are not suitable for green roofs. They have to be able to hold the additional weight of the roofing system. So all of those factors are taken into consideration during that evaluation.
Thank you.
Facilities, I want to talk, just like parking meters, I just want to take a chance to get a second bite of the apple to make sure I fully follow. So we have $1.2 million in for Rochester Animal Services, which is certainly something that I'm sure we're all very supportive of. The vast majority of that is kennels, correct? New kennels. But if we can get some kind of a breakdown of what that 1.2 covers in full, you can do it now or in writing, whatever you prefer. I'd love to know how much of that 1.2 is eaten up by kennels, though.
Let's get that in writing so that way we can make sure it's precise and right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to ask a question about Blue Cross, or the War Memorial, I should say. So the $6 million going in towards the construction of the Riverside Addition. Talk to me. Just give me a sense of what that's going to look like, and if there's going to be any attempt at getting a match or a contribution from the new operator of the arena as well.
Yeah, I can touch on it briefly. A lot of it was looking at, again, it's Rock the Riverway. We want to turn our face towards the river. So a lot of this was looking at what we can do on each floor of it to create potentially even meeting space on the first floor, and at the suite level, push it out. So it's really on that river-facing element there, and it's primarily about the fan experience. This is not, this is an addition, not a literal addition. It is an addition of space to the existing facility that would also open it up, create more windows. We have an excellent design for it, but that's really what that's about. I mean,
and it is the part right now where you can see the flame down, and there's the murals right there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I just want to make sure I'm following where you're talking about.
That's exactly what it is. It's the idea that most people just refer to it like you originally did, the Blue Cross Arena, where in fact it is the War Memorial. And so the eternal flame and other elements would be highlighted as part of that work.
Great.
As far as the second part of your question, at this point in time, as the Deputy Mayor noted in the DES Operations Committee, we're still working on bringing on an operator. Anything would be subject to the license agreement with them with respect to specific investments.
But at this point, we're planning on paying for the whole thing. Something changes, great. But $6 million feels like the full cost for that work.
That's actually the city match, I believe. Yeah, that would be the city match to the Upstate Revitalization Initiative and Empire State Development funding.
Got it. So how much is the total cost?
We'll have to get you specifics on all of the total costs because there are ones that will be borne entirely by the city as well as we go through this.
Okay. President Melendez, facilities.
Yes, thank you. I'm always struck by the cost of elevator modernization, but I did want to get a sense of, it looks like we have 3 years of commitments at this point. Do you have a sense of which facilities would be getting elevator modernization, or is that still to be determined?
I think that's particularly the convention center.
That is specific to the convention center. Okay.
Is that?
Thanks for clearing that up for me, because it wasn't clear for me when I was looking at it.
Is that correct, Commissioner?
That is my understanding, because they have both. When you think about when they do an auto show, it's a very large elevator that has to be able to handle a little bit greater weight than what we ride up and down in City Hall. And so there's that. I would also add too that this is an add-on to the escalator replacement that was done over. We're talking convention center over at the convention center that was done during COVID, which as bad as it was for everything else, was actually a good time to do construction in public facilities.
Got it. Thank you. For the Blue Cross Arena seating phased replacement, will that have any impact on operations of the arena?
We're going to do everything we can to minimize that. There's obviously a slower season for the facility, but yes, we're going to do everything we can to minimize that. In fact, I think even just doing it in phases is also a way to minimize it. Otherwise, you may want to do all of your tear out at once and then your replacement. Some of those seats are original to the arena, so they're in dire need of it. But no, we will minimize any disruption to their events. Also, keeping in mind that some of their events don't require all of the seating; they don't get that much attendance at it. But obviously, the point we want to avoid is in the spring when ideally the Amerks are in the playoffs every year and they're selling out as they advance.
Hear, hear. Any further questions?
I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin, then Monroe.
So in the Loretta C. Scott Center for Human Services, the basement improvements, there isn't money allocated this year, but for next year there's a $4.5 million allocation. Could you give us a sense of what the waterproofing and structural and mechanical improvements entail? and what the condition of the basement is?
We can. I don't know if there's any, if you want to know about what the impacts of that are, in which case I would defer to Commissioner Green, but if you'd like, I can have the city engineer, Holly Barrett, discuss what what the improvements themselves entail.
The combination would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe.
I want to come back to questions about the animal shelter. I don't know if
I'm sorry that if I cut someone off. My
yeah,
apologies.
Holly was just going to answer.
Sorry, Holly. My fault.
Councilmember Martin's question briefly, and then if there's more detailed information, we can get into writing. But Holly, if you want to talk.
My apologies. Go ahead, Holly.
Sure. So we have a program for that exact facility. We have done a full evaluation of all of the engineering and structural and architectural needs. We're doing phased implementation of the different repairs throughout the building. When it comes to the basement, there has been significant water infiltration over the years. So just like any other house or building, we're going to do some just basic remedial repairs down there, and then start working our way through the facility to modernize it and make it more efficient and usable.
Thank you.
You have further questions?
There was someone else who was going to share more details. Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. That's helpful.
Councilmember Monroe.
So a couple of my questions about the animal shelter, and whichever ones you can answer now would be much appreciated. So one would be what the timeline is for these improvements for the lobby and the kennel area. What is the plan then for housing the animals when those renovations are taking place? Is there asbestos removal involved such that the entire facility essentially is going to have to be working out of a different area? And then my last bit here is, it is 1.2 million, and is this a stopgap measure on the way to planning and designing a modernized facility, even if it's in the same location? So are we kind of forced at this point to spend that money to do the stopgap measure on the way to something more permanent or thorough?
I'll say in terms of the stopgap measure, yes, I think you're right in terms of that characterization as we look at longer term, the use of that facility or what the next steps would be, new facility or upgrading that one. In terms of the particular questions, we may need to get some in writing, but if someone can answer the questions about the actual, because this is more of a facility question, not a programming question. Who wants to weigh in on the facility stuff? Dr. Green, are you back there?
So in terms of the kennel replacement that we're talking about, we don't know the exact timeline. We have someone out where they're working on that. But we also know that part of the compliance that we have to meet by December of 2025 includes the kennels. And so we are obligated to do the upgrade to the kennels to meet compliance by the end of December 2025.
And is that compliance with ag and markets?
Yes.
And if I may, it's very exciting that we happen to have quite a few things happening in Maplewood that are going to be wonderful assets. The Nature Center, I think it's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see it. It'll be such a great learning opportunity and such a benefit to that park. The fact that we are finally moving forward with the renovation of the library is another excellent asset. And as Commissioner Green was saying before, she's working with trying to work with School 7 to open that facility up to kind of make up for the fact that the library isn't right there because it is so heavily used. I appreciate the fact that you're able to find space so nearby, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out. I know that's got to be a monumental task for all the organization and the movement of all those items. And that's it for me.
Great. A couple questions from me on facilities. Moving over to the recreation part of it. So I see that we have $350,000 allocated to Adams Street for next year, not this year, and we just did a renovation there. So I'm just curious, what's the utility of those dollars? page 63.
I'll let Sarah Hooper answer that for drives.
Thank you. So the RCSD partnership project that's going to be taking place in fiscal year 25-26 is going to include some drainage additions to the pool deck. We currently have some pooling of water, and we don't want to undo the new pool deck that was just installed. And it also includes, as far as what impacts rec, resurfacing of the parking lot, which is in poor condition for both staff and rec users.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
And I notice it looks like this budget removes Edgerton for some proposed improvements that was in last year, or that was in the out years last year. Curious if someone can just speak to that.
I'll go ahead and have City Engineer Holly Barrett discuss that.
Thank you. This has been temporarily removed as we look at our larger park master plan. We will be coming back with future CIP requests related to this facility and the grounds.
Thank you. And let's see, I saw something else I wanted to ask about. The Jackson Art Center, $388,000 for the modernization of facilities. I, like President Melendez, get sticker shock when I see that. Is that elevator currently fully inoperable?
I would have to get with you on the actual status of the elevator itself. I can tell you that they are in dire need of replacement. So we have made them a high priority for this coming fiscal year.
Okay.
That one is inoperable.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And lastly, I want to ask about the sports complex. As I said yesterday, I think it's one of the great quiet successes of this city is how we've been able to transition the use of that former Rhinos Stadium into a really, really thriving sports complex with, if I recall the KPI from yesterday, about 100,000 visits every year. Curious, there's no significant additions to the budget to CIP, even in out years. It looks like it's pretty much maintenance. Are there any big ticket ideas on the docket there? Anything that we need? At one point, there was talk about a, dare I say, dome.
Well, one big ticket item I didn't tell the staff yet, where they know I've talked, well, communications knows this is what I want. I didn't tell Dr. Green this, is a cover for the field. Which,
a dome, if you will.
No, not a dome. That'd be way too. That's expensive. That's expensive. I would like to have a dome. I mean an actual cover for the actual field, because I don't know if Mr. Rose is here, but he's very protective of that field, and I love concerts, and we'd be able to do a lot more concerts, outdoor concerts at that stadium if we had a cover for a cover for that field. We would have to figure out where storage would be and what the cost would be, or we could work with a promoter if we RFP'd it that could have exclusive use for the stadium to promote shows, and maybe they could then pay for the cover for the field that we could do. That's one of the big items, other than your dome, that we really don't have as it relates over to the soccer stadium. But that is one of the crown jewels that we have in the city for sure.
I'm not advocating for a dome, just for what it's worth. I'm just mentioning
we should ask for it.
That it was thought of at one point. I am curious though, is the sports complex at this point? I mean, when we started operating it ourselves, I remember we had to dig into the McGuire building and clean it out for a long stretch of time and get it up to speed. Is every single part of that facility in use at this point?
Yes, it is.
Great. President Melendez?
Yes, just one final follow-up on the Animal Services building. So could we get in writing just a list of what are the compliance issues that have to be remedied by December 2025?
So we're doing the assessment in July, and we will get that to you after the assessment is done.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move over to our next section, which is Parks and Open Space. And I will open it up to any council member. Councilmember Monroe?
Could we have a timeline for the Parks Master Plan as far as completion of the plan, and then when we think we'll be able to start kicking off actual work? And I don't know if there's a certain order.
Is that Mr. Kelly? Who's on the Parks Master Plan? Or yeah, there he is. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Play little musical chairs. Yes. Well, there are some individual parks that have master plans underway, but there is a citywide Parks and Recreation master plan that we want to do in the near future. That is one of the main recommendations to come out of the Rochester 2034 comprehensive plan. But we're putting together funding to develop that. So we've got money in the CIP, and then we have money that we're trying to secure through CDBG funds as well. And we're also going to see if we can work with some community partners, perhaps foundations, to contribute some funds to that as well. So until we have all of the funds put together in order to do that, we don't have a set timeline. Best case scenario, though, we would get started on that sometime in this calendar year.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
And is that all parks, or it's just some parks? I see Sarah nodding her head. All parks.
Yeah, that's meant to look at the entire system of parks and rec centers, and look at just sort of an inventory of what we have. Make sure that we have the most accurate inventory of all of our facilities, and that inventory would include what the conditions are of everything and what upgrades need to be made, as well as improving equitable access throughout the community for all residents to those parks and rec centers.
Thank you. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. Edgerton Park had renovations in to the tune of about $5 million that was removed from the budget. Could we get an update on where that is? Is that going to be part of the Parks Master Planning process, or why were those allocations removed?
Yes, it will be included as part of the Parks Master Planning process.
Do we have a sense of, so the dollars were earmarked for this year and next year, this coming year and the following year. So do we have a sense of when implementation of items from the Parks Master Plan will begin to show up again in the CIP?
I'd ask, I think Kevin can give a better handle on it. If we don't mind, we'll bring Kevin Kelly back up on terms of the schedule for the plan, and then we can start to talk about when we expect to have items that may require some additional planning to move into a little bit further into design to do the cost estimate. But Kevin, is that something you want to take?
So I thought you were referring to some of the individual parks master plans. So do you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, so specific to Edgerton, there was about $5 million allocated, and it was removed from the CIP. We had $500,000 this coming year, fiscal year 25, $4.5 million fiscal year 26, and just want to get a sense of how this will now relate or feed into the master plan, given that we already were anticipating doing some renovations and work at those parks.
Yeah, so for anything related to individual parks master plans, I'll defer to my colleagues in DRIS, but as it relates to the citywide Parks and Rec master plan, depending on the timing of each of those things, if some of those evaluations are completed ahead of time, we'll just fold that into the development of the citywide plan. But Sarah Hooper could talk about specific parks.
Yeah, so we have a park-specific master plan that we're working on for Edgerton, LaGrange, and Lightfoot right now. It's in progress. We're working with SWBR. So we expect that to be completed sometime this year, and then at that point we'll have estimates and scope, which we can then put forward into CIP requests.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's it for now.
I'm going to share a personal piece of information with the room here. I bought a cemetery plot in Mount Hope this year. I'm very proud of myself.
Wow, that's good. Well, I mean, it is a business.
It was not as expensive as I thought it was going to be either, but they made it clear, I bought it through my synagogue, made it very clear there's very few plots left, and I'm wondering what the, if there's, and I know the city's done a lot in terms of building or creating new scattering plots. Is that the right word, Commissioner? Maybe?
There's a number of options we have for internments, but yes, the scattering gardens and some of the other, columbarium are the two major ones that we've done to try to increase capacity, which is to say how long the cemetery will be able to continue to accommodate internments.
So there's, my question is about Mount Hope in particular. There's no additional dollars added for anything this year. It seems like some maintenance of effort. But I'm wondering if you can just share a little bit about the work that's happening there, and I'm hopeful that no additional CIP dollars doesn't mean that we don't have fund balance from previous years that we're using on this type of work.
With respect to the specific funds, I will obviously let Director Warren answer those. But if you'd like to know about some of the work activities, we can Director of Buildings and Parks Brian Liberty can speak to that. If someone could just give me a sense of the investments being made in our cemeteries at the moment, I'd appreciate that.
You want that in writing or
no? Just
no.
A snapshot.
Yeah, let Brian let Brian talk the high level, and then Suzanne, if you want to talk the money.
Thank you. So we're currently adding some additional internment space through columbarium and niche space. We've also recently completed the decommission of South Avenue within Mount Hope Cemetery, which is going to open up some more in-ground burial space, as well as some opportunities for different and additional interment spaces, such as scattering gardens and ash interments, things of that nature.
So we're physically creating more space.
Correct. We did just finished a road decommission that will open up some more areas for in-ground burials.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Suzanne, is there anything you wanted to add there? No need, but it's up to you.
I was going to mention back in the business equipment section, there is an allocation for cemetery management software, which we are funding through an allocation of the Perpetual Care Fund, and this should help DES to upgrade the record system, which is something I believe is sorely needed for these both cemeteries.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on to a couple other portions of parks and open space. One is related to the playground and play apparatus annual allocation. Just a question here. Any playground that is on RCSD, that is at an RCSD site, who is responsible for those upgrades? Is it us or is it them?
It depends on the playground that we're talking about. So there are some joint partnerships where we take ownership and some that the district takes ownership of.
So for a standalone school where there's no rec center, I'll just use the example of School 46. It's just a school. There's no rec center around. Anything related to playground improvements is completely the responsibility of the district for that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I do want to also just mention, Mayor made a joke yesterday about pickleball and tennis, but right afterwards I was called by a former commissioner of the Department of Recreation.
I might be able to guess who that is, but go ahead.
He's probably watching as we speak. Who actually is being inducted into the Tennis Hall of Fame, I might add. Yeah. Luis Burgos in I think next month. And really did share, we talked a little bit about the idea of pickleball players taking up tennis courts, and then I was notified by someone that the skating rink at GVP is being used for pickleball as we speak during the summer months when there's no skating rink in there.
And it's a beautiful rink.
And it's a very smart idea. It's a great usage of the space to not have to compete with the tennis courts. So I want to go back to that conversation yesterday and just ask for a sense, and writing is fine, of what the plan for investments in pickleball is versus and the investments in tennis. I do want to make sure that we are finding space for everyone who wants to use our athletic fields to be able to do so, and fortunately, we're blessed with enough space. We shouldn't have to make too much competition over that.
Yeah, we can, and we will. I'll have Dr. Green and Eric Rose talk about the investments that are being made on pickleball, particularly where they are. But it sounds like I'm hearing you saying that you want some more tennis courts to be removed and replaced with pickleball.
That is not what I'm saying. For the record, I'd like pickleball to stay at the old skating rink, very specifically. Let me ask a couple last questions before I offer it to my colleagues here in Parks and Open Space. One question is around the playground at MLK Park. I was there for the ABC Community Action Day the other day, and that playground is obviously in substantial disarray, and there's signage all over the place making it clear that it is going to be upgraded this year. But just wanted to see, I see there's dollars allocated for both this upcoming year and next year. So is this a multi-year program?
Yeah, let me say this is a very timely question, because members of the administration, we did a field trip on Tuesday as part of our Mayor on the Block, and I had Commissioner Perrin give an update on MLK Park. I believe that I love Parcel 5, I love Washington Grove, Washington Square, but I think that MLK Park is one of our crown jewels that I want to get as much usage out of as possible, and that requires us making sure that we make these investments that we're making there, including with this amazing playground that's going to be there and the other investments. So, Commissioner Perrin, I think it could be good just to spend a little bit of time talking about the work that's taking place over at that location, and its relation as well to the CIP.
Yeah, so as noted here, these are the streetscape improvements along the Court and Chestnut Street frontages. What I would point out is when we get around there, what you see is a large berm, and so there's also the playground equipment and that element that's in the southeast corner that also needs to be done. As we discussed it too, it's a little uninviting, because if you look at what really is the Woodbury extension, now called Adventure Place, if you look along there are berms, there are other things in there that don't open it up as much as we would prefer. So as we look to do that, that's something that, and again, we do all of this in partnership with Department of Recreation and Human Services. It's really them driving the programming, what the community needs, the various type of apparatus and appurtenances that are added there. But really what it is it's a great park, but it does need some, what I will call, leveling. That's what it comes down to. We have these berms. It doesn't feel open. You have this development that's going on both sides. If you talk with people at Midtown Manor and some of those other places, even they're excited about this. It's definitely in need of it. We have a lot of things there, including the skating rink, which is also a water feature. So all of this is really going to add on to that, but we're looking at the Court and Chestnut Street. That allows us to start to get a better overall design, and then from there we can start looking at what the appurtenances and the playground equipment is that would go in there to make it better.
So it's not just the playground; it's the entirety of the park. And will there be a when will design be done on the entirety of the new park?
So as you noted, in 24-25, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, and I could be, but I believe that the $250,000 in 24-25 is to finalize the design. Obviously, we go through various stages of the design, and then the construction would be funded in 25-26. So
Okay.
That's where that's coming from.
All right, looking forward to seeing the design. My last question on Parks and Open Space is the Durand Eastman Beach House is removed from the CIP budget. Can I have an update on that?
Yeah, we can have the city engineer discuss what the plans are for that. I mean, obviously, always the money follows the activities. So.
We received a Department of State grant to do the design of the beach house. Once we complete the design, we'll have a better handle on the actual estimate. At that time, we'll look at pursuing additional grant funding and potentially come back for a potential CIP request for matching funding.
So the design is done at this point?
The design is in progress at this time in conjunction with the larger updated Durand Beach Master Plan.
I guess this question is for the mayor and the budget director. What's the thought on removing this entirely versus putting it in an out year, understanding that we don't have the money at this moment to fund it? Why remove it in total from the CIP budget?
I'll let the budget director weigh in there, but my thought is I think it's important to actually have the dollars and not just have it in there and then it not happen at all, and then try to find other ways to fund it that might be outside CIP, member items, et cetera. So I think that's an approach we can try to take. So I don't know if budget director, if you had any other thoughts on that.
I mean, I think we're waiting for the final design, coming up with a better estimate of what it might cost, and putting it back in. There's a lot of things that we've heard over the last couple days that we want, so it's definitely going to be making a choice as to what gets put in the out years.
Okay. I will reserve any further question or comment on that. Anyone else? Councilmember Martin?
In the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, when you consider signage, are you also updating signs to include Spanish?
Good question.
At this point in time, we're still in the design phase, so if that's something you'd like us to look at, including adding QR codes, items like that, obviously, we're in a different area of those hard copy signs, if you will. They can be so much more than just what they are now. So we can definitely look at that. Adding them new is always going to be a lot easier than trying to do retrofits.
Yes.
Because there are certain design standards that are required from the sense of you can't have font too small, you can't do those. So when you start trying to do existing signage, what you could run into is the mounting and installation element, right? So what is the sign on? And that would be it. But no, going forward, we can certainly consider that.
Thank you. And with the public markets annual allocation, I see something new and exciting with building weather protected structures. Could you talk more about that and what area in the public market that would be located?
Commissioner Green, would you like me to give at least an initial discussion on Shed C, or is that up to you guys?
You can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Again, as I noted, we work in very close cooperation with the Department of Recreation and Human Services, so I don't want this to be taken as, just the DES answer. In fact, this came from Jim Farr, in large part from his. And what he said is that there's always been a need over the years for more enclosed vendor space. That's always been expressed. So this new Shed C would build upon the success of Shed B and address many of those initiatives. Would provide a variety of types of vendor spaces, accommodate drive-up vendors with temporary fixtures, and then also, which I really think is important, as we try to maximize these assets. Jim had a great statement here. On non-market days, hours, this space would be available for large-scale events, which would garner additional revenue. Maybe even without the revenue. I don't want to commit to anything, but it's just nice to have that flexibility when you have a market that's used a couple times. He also noted that this project would create additional backhouse space for food production preparation and event space with a demonstration kitchen. So anybody who's familiar with the Mercantile on Main and their incubator there for burgeoning chefs and restaurateurs would be really great. And basically what he said is that space is in great demand but not currently available. So it could also be a separate meeting room and market offices. It's really a whole lot. And then there's also the discussion of having a rooftop terrace to be able to get some great views of not only the entire market complex, which unless you look at it from above, you don't really get a great feel for the sheds in those areas, but also of the surrounding neighborhood and the city skyline. So I will note that according to at least the preliminary designs, and this is always something we pay attention, it would not require land acquisition. So all of this could be done within the existing footprint of the market.
There's a master plan that was created that was sent to all of us, but we can make sure we get a copy of that for you as well.
All right. Thank you for your responses. It's really exciting to see the potential development and new additions. It's one of our most utilized resources in the city, so I'm excited about it.
Absolutely. The thanks goes to Jim Farr.
Thank you, Jim Farr.
Any final questions on parks and open space? Councilmember Monroe?
For the MLK Park, when you're talking about redoing the playground, will it still be that unique kind of a playground where it's more sensory, sound, touch oriented and not just your standard climbing, swinging kind of playground?
It's in design right now, so I would defer to, maybe if there's anything that Commissioner Green or her team know about specifics that they've heard or have thought about as we do it. But at this point in time, we have the QR codes on the signs there, so anybody who walks by can scan them and provide their input. But I don't know how far along we are with that. We can get that to you in writing. But there may be some initial impressions that were thought of as part of the impetus for the park rehab. So sorry, Commissioner Green, for putting you on the spot, but I didn't know if you had any initial indications on that.
So as you spoke, it is in design, but we are working with Endless Highways, who is an inclusive organization, so that we can make sure when we get to that phase that we've heard from our partners from Endless Highways.
The musical pieces that are in there and things like that are just so special, and I think works with the Strong so well. Is this an Olmsted design park? Does anybody know?
I don't believe that MLK Park is. No, we have a couple of them around. Obviously, if you head straight up Union Street, you get to the Union and Main Street area where it's Anderson Park, which many people don't know, named after the first University of Rochester, on a small triangle of space. But to my understanding, no, MLK is not in Olmsted.
No, MLK is not Olmsted.
And when the mayor was talking about investments that are currently happening where the state park will be, could someone talk a little bit then about the Trip Hammer wall reconstruction?
We'll have to get back to you on that. I mean, that's if you're talking about right now along the wall. I believe that's a recent closure that we've done while there's some repairs being done. But that's not as part of this. We're doing that as part of regular maintenance and upgrades.
Okay.
Repairs, I should say, not upgrades. Maintenance and repairs.
Okay. I was just asking because I know certainly it gets much more complicated when we're doing work over there, and just trying to get a sense of it. So something written would be great.
We'd be happy to provide that because my understanding is if we're both referring to the same thing, and I'm already having confusing about Parks Master Plan. So, with one that's 3 separate and one that's for everything. But if we're talking about the same thing, that's relatively recent, and we can get you an update on where that stands in terms of schedule and what the work entails.
Am I picturing the right location? That's not the one that's over by the terrace piece where you can go and look down.
I'm sorry, if you're talking about the one in the CIP, we can talk. I was thinking more that there's one that right now that we have some additional work that we're doing.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm talking about the one on page 16.
So this is where the water wheel area is on the other side of Trip Hammer. So we're doing some stabilization over there. So it's really just to stabilize the historic stonework over there, and hope that we can continue to do investments along with the new High Falls State Park.
Thank you. And I also just want to thank James Farr for all the work he's done with the public market. You know, it's a real jewel and feather in our cap here, and it's a mainstay, and so is Mr. Farr. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into the public market over the many years.
Okay, we're going to move on to public safety. Just so council knows, we have 3 sections left: public safety, transportation, infrastructure, and water. We'll move over to public safety, which starts on page 85 in the CIP book. President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. So in looking at firehouse changes, I noticed a theme with removals for kitchen upgrades. We had a Dewey Avenue Firehouse kitchen upgrade, Lake Avenue Firehouse kitchen upgrade, and Chestnut Firehouse kitchen upgrade. They were all scheduled within the next couple years to the tune of about $1.1 million. Could we get a sense of why those upgrades were removed?
Absolutely. I'm going to let the city engineer answer that because it is part of a more about what I'll call an interconnected set of projects that we're working on with the firehouses, including with ARPA funds.
Sure. So we are working on finalizing our larger firehouse facility study. So for the time being, we pulled out some of those singular CIP requests and are going to come back once we have that study complete with a reprioritization, and where we need to do larger renovations, incorporate some of those code and kitchen upgrades within those larger renovations. We also put those on hold to focus on the larger ARPA-funded renovations that we are just completing design and going into construction now.
Thank you, and I appreciate the administration's answer on removing items from the CIP if there's no immediate imminent plan to fund them. I do have some commentary on that from my opinion that I want to just share, which is that I think one of the challenges with complete removal, these are 5-year plans, and I think they're set up in such a way that between council members coming and going, administrations potentially changing, you don't lose the flavor of what was planned and lost in terms of institutional memory. And I say that about, and I've highlighted a lot of projects so far, but there's one coming up in Bridges as well that if we remove the projects completely from the CIP, I think we run the risk of if there is not a priority amongst the council or the administration, losing the institutional memory, losing the project. So I would just offer for consideration that as we look at this, that we really make sure that we're not losing projects that we intend. It's different when there's a project we know that there's a plan for, we intend to do it, and then when there's projects that have been in the CIP forever, to be losing them could be lost forever. That's just a comment. Thank you.
It seems like the biggest maybe not, one of the biggest new investments in CIP for public safety is the self-contained breathing apparatus at almost $3 million. Seems like a very wise and prudent investment. Just a question about the shelf life of equipment like this. Do we have, or how old is our current SCBA, and what is the shelf life expected on the new equipment?
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. The self-contained breathing apparatus are at their usable service life right now, which is 15 years. We simply can't replace them. The technology has changed, so this is the methodology of purchasing all new. NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, requires a 15-year maximum life.
And so we'll replace everything at once.
That's correct.
And then they still have a 15-year shelf life at this point. That's even the new technology is what it calls for.
So yes, we'll replace all the units at one time for the $3 million, and then there are upgrades that are available during those 15 years, and if we deem they're necessary for and practical as well as to increase operational capabilities, then we'll add those.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Public safety, Councilmember Martin, Councilmember Monroe. Who wants to go first? Councilmember Martin, go ahead.
Could you talk about the police motorcycles and equipment section at $380,000? How many police motorcycles does the city have, and what would this amount be going towards regarding that? Okay,
can you make sure for the record it's just for our live streamers?
So this amount of $380,000, it's just for storage of the motorcycles? How?
Yes. Oh, you're referring to the facility money? Yes, that's for storing our motorcycles. We have outgrown the area that we're in right now over on Child Street. We've outgrown it. We've added some more people in there, so this actual facility will house motorcycles, bicycles, and some other equipment that they have stored in the basement there.
Thank you, that's helpful. And regarding the police vehicles, I know at some point there was interest in transitioning some of the vehicles into electric. With the amounts allocated for police cars. Can you talk about if any of it will be going towards electric vehicles or?
Yes, so we did ask for 3.6 million. We received 1.78 million. Generally, we like to purchase 50 vehicles. This year, we're going to put out bids for 34 vehicles. Out of the 34, 12 are going to be Toyota. We're going to hope for the Toyota Camry hybrids. We have put in specs with the state in the past, but it's been virtually impossible to get them due to the popularity.
Thank you. And could you provide some kind of data or analysis around accidents involving police vehicles? I've seen a lot of reports in the news, so I just want to get a sense of how many vehicles are lost due to accidents and how those are replaced.
Okay, do you want us to put that in writing for you?
Yes, please.
Okay, absolutely, we can do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe.
I'm wondering what the useful life is of the body armor.
Our vests are
Yes.
10 years. And every 10 years we replace them.
So I know it isn't for this year, but the next year out, the $90,000, is it a complete replacement at once, or do you have things kind of in different staunches that you work off of?
So a portion of our patrol we replace every year. We have the cycle. It'd be a huge expense to replace everybody all at once, so we are cycling them every 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, I have one more question. It doesn't really apply to this, but it is police. I forgot to ask any questions about the mounted patrol, and so if I could just have some information about how many officers are assigned to mounted, how many horses there are, I would appreciate that.
Of course.
Final questions on public safety, Councilmember Martin.
Could you talk about whether any of this funding allocated will be used to replace any weapons, and if so, what are they? Previously, there was a rifle replaced for $7,000 and a beanbag gun, but I don't see any of that.
So this fiscal year, we had some unspent funds that we are using to purchase those items next year. That's why we didn't ask for the funding. We forego any funding that was required for that. So you will see it in the next fiscal year. We are still purchasing these items, but to save the city some money, we're going to use our unspent funds.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Before we move over to transportation and infrastructure, Mayor, I just want to reiterate a question that we've asked a couple of times here that I know you're working on, and I'm happy for you to tell me kind of where we can find some of the answers. But one of the big outstanding questions that council has had across the board is related to the parcels of land that the previous administration purchased for section offices and neighborhood service centers. And at some point, we need to be able to say pretty clearly to the community what we are going to do with those parcels. And I'm wondering if you have a sense of when your administration is going to have some recommendations.
Yes, very soon. And you know, one of those, yes, very, very soon. We have a document that we are working on. It was a project that one of my special assistants worked on, and we should have an update on where we're going to move with that very soon. I will say some of this without getting, I don't like saying stuff because then people say, he said he was going to do this. Some of it might involve NSC's animal services. So there's some good ideas that are out there for these parcels, including an NSC in the southeast that is more accessible for that land that is there, and possible housing that could be used on some of those parcels. So yeah, so there's lots of different ideas. I haven't committed internally yet on which way we want to go, but a lot of it has to do with cost. So we want to be creative with this, with these parcels, and particularly in the Northwest, there's an opportunity for us to be creative. But the dollars are what I'm concerned about. So I have to make sure that we can have some type of funding mechanism for us to be able to use those parcels. So that way, it's it's an opportunity for us to really be able to get great community use out of it, but do it right. But do it right. I didn't want to rush and just say this. Those parcels were set aside for like large scale police substations. The chief will tell you we moved away from that. I mean, we are technology based. Nobody's going back and spending their time sitting in a some big building, just sitting there waiting for things to happen. Now, NSCs and community space. So we've had a lot of conversations on this. This has been an internal project. I swear you got a listening device somewhere. But this is a topic that we have. But we look forward to presenting some recommendations and ideas to this. But I would just caution that some of it will come with a price tag. Not a huge price tag, but it will come with a price tag.
Well, the land already came with a pretty big price tag. So
and the other thing too that we have an obligation to is that I am very cognizant of. Not even I take off my mayor hat, but as a resident of Rochester, if you took my property and said it was going to be used for community use, and we said to someone, hey, this is going to be used for community use, we have to make sure that at least some of that land is used for community use. NSC, et cetera, et cetera. So, but I'm excited about it, but I want to make sure that all our I's and T's are dotted before we bring something to you in the broader community.
So just for clarity, sometime this fiscal year, probably sooner than later, we will have a conversation about the report.
Yeah, I'll say sometime within the next six months.
So sometime for the end of the calendar year, we'll have a conversation, and presumably CIP next year we'll start to see some of the planning.
Yeah, it would be CIP definitely next year.
Okay.
Or other funds that we might be able to get to be creative.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. So let's move on to transportation and infrastructure. Is your question?
Could someone just share for me the addresses of the parcels?
It's the old Peeler in the northwest. It's the old Peeler on Ridge and
yes,
Lake, right?
I'm not familiar with the other one. So
and the other one is across from the candy shop. I call it the Candy Factory on not too far from the bus station on East Main Street.
Laura Street.
And Laura Street.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
So when we move into transportation infrastructure, this is the place where there was the single biggest decrease from last year to this year in the CIP. Our council staff showed that it went from about 42 million in 23-24 to about 19 million this year. So some pretty substantial decreases across the board. Just before we get into specifics, just asking for a sense of the what and the why there.
I'll let Director Warren take that question.
A lot of it has to do with just the specific projects that are in play for the next few years. I don't know if DES wants to add anything about, we've had some big projects over the past couple of years.
If you'd like, we can do a year-to-year analysis to see what projects were completed and which ones are coming on. But Director Warren's absolutely correct. There are fluctuations based on, particularly when it comes to transportation, when the federal funding is available, which is what we're relying on quite a bit now. So it could be that some projects finished up and came off, and the other ones are coming on. I wouldn't always say that the price tag is a direct correlation to the importance of the project, though. So as we look at it, we're still looking at what are our needs and what do we need to address, and sometimes we can come up with cheaper solutions. So it may be the type of treatment that we do. Maybe there's more milling and resurfacings as opposed to reconstructions, and that will shift through the years of the CIP as we begin to, one, obtain more funds, but two, move into like those bigger higher price tag projects.
So yeah, I mean the big ticket project that got removed is the running track bridge, which I know council president will want to talk about in a moment. But beyond that, some of the individual like road construction, that's maybe because the work was finished, or it may be because it's just been determined that's no longer on the docket. Can we just get a sense of what is what there? In writing as a follow-up is fine.
Yes, that's a year-to-year analysis that we can look at and see where they follow through, and it really is more than just 1 year to 1 year, previous year to current year. We've got to kind of show, because these projects take multiple years between design, you know, any type of acquisition. Ideally, you don't want that, but anything with design to ultimately construction and inspection.
Okay, thanks. And before I pass it to President Melendez, just a follow up to what we talked about in the DES hearing earlier. I would imagine there's a significant amount of federal dollars in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act for this kind of work. I think I even saw. Am I right that the signage right on Genesee and between Elmwood and Brooks lists the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act as the funder for that?
I would believe it did. What the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act did was the typical multi-year reauthorization of the surface transportation legislation. So that's the one that Congress does usually it lapses and it goes for a while, but they rolled that into the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. So that's where those funds come from. And again, a lot of those are formula funds that are competitively procured by the city through our regional or metropolitan transportation planning Regional Transportation Council Metropolitan Planning Organization. But yes, that's where all of the federal funds would be considered, because the authorization was done through that. At the same time, it also included an additional, actually a large percent increase on a small base amount for the discretionary funds, which may be pertinent to the discussion that the council president wants to have.
So my last question on this. So some of the dollars are formula based. There's other fairly competitive grants that I know your department is looking at very closely. If we are awarded some of those grants, any match, where will that come from? I assume that all of them require some kind of match.
Yeah, with the Federal Highway Administration formula funds, typically they can cover up to 80% of the cost, the federal funds. In an effort to be more competitive, what we've done at the city traditionally and continue to do is we will come in and say, well, we're going to ask for less federal funds. 100% of zero is zero. We want to make sure we get those base amount of funds. So we may ask for slightly less. It might not be like, it's not 65, it's not 70%. We do that. Now, there's no guarantee of it, but the state does provide what are called Marchicelli funds. Marchicelli was, I believe, an assembly member from the Bronx who was very big on basically the state coming in. So ideally what you're always trying to do is get up to 15% of the total project cost for the state to reimburse through those Marchicelli funds, and then we pay anywhere between, I'll say 7.5% to maybe 12%, that right around the 10% that we need to do to cover our local share. Those are included in here, and because that call for projects and ultimately the selection of projects, and that's the reason that Congress does a multi-year authorization to provide some certainty. Once we know that, our last award was, I believe, in June of 2022, when we procured about, I think it was a little over $22 million worth of projects through that competitive formula funding that's run through a regional entity. But we also have our eye on, and we've gone after, including that Safe Streets and Roads for All, which I mentioned. We went after that as well. So, and we have other fund sources that we're keeping in mind for projects. So.
Okay, thank you. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. So I guess I'm going to be that guy today. I'm beating a dead horse a little bit on removal of projects, but this one is near and dear to my heart, and for a lot of reasons. So first and foremost, the Running Track Bridge project, and I know that we're looking at other ways to fund it, but I want to highlight why it's important to keep this in the front view, not the rear view. For over 20 years, it was advocated to get this project into the CIP, into our process. The last Democratic county executive from Monroe County, Tom Fry, spent a lot of energy not only on the trail, El Camino, but looking at this specific bridge. So much so that in the community it's called Tom's Trestle. People know it as Tom's Trestle in the community. And I think the removal of this project, even though I understand that there's efforts to look at other ways to fund it, other ways to, whether it's part of the state park or finding other federal dollars to get it done, I would advocate that this somehow, some way gets added back in even if it's $1 in the CIP, to not lose that effort. In addition to that, though, I would say this: having a project that had a $13 million allocation, I mean, that's really the reduction that we're talking about. Is this very specific project? It just, I think, signifies the wrong thing to the community, even if it's the intention to complete the project and move it forward. So I'll get off my high horse now, and yes.
Yep. So thanks for those comments. And actually, there are limited amounts of money that are allocated to this. So when the adopted budget is released, this will be put back in. I will say, I'm going to channel my inner budget director for just a second to say that just as there was significant advocacy to get this into the CIP process, I think so too with this and some of the other projects where we've talked about, other funding sources. Those are advocacy opportunities to secure those additional funding sources so that it's not just city dollars, which we know are limited, but in fact we're leveraging all the other pots that are available.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that. And I also know that it's not a $13 million project. It's going to be much more costly. So I appreciate the reality of the situation as well. But I also appreciate that it will be in the adopted budget. Thank you.
Council members Martin or Monroe, any questions on transportation? Go ahead.
I'm wondering, do we map our street level or pedestrian lighting in our residential areas? I know that we have gaps where there are pretty dark streets, mainly because the lighting that there is the taller for the traffic, and it really doesn't get down to that walking level.
I don't believe that we've done an inventory of our various levels of lighting. I do know that as we do our replacements, we try and do it as part of our Smart City initiative. So when we put in things, we have not only LED but the ability to do some additional adjustments in timing. We always are dark skies compliant, which means that we're not putting it up, but we're putting it down, so that doesn't affect nocturnal patterns for not only humans but also wildlife, which we do have in parts of the city. But no, we have not inventoried that. If there's a particular area, we're happy to go out and look at it. I know we've had requests for more pedestrian level lighting in certain areas, which we accommodate as we can relative to financial resources. But I don't believe that we've gone out and have any inventory of, well, we have this particular level of lumens this far from, street level.
So when you look at just the inventory of street lighting, you're not able to see which kind it is?
I believe we may be able to see what kind it is, but in terms of, what it's doing, I mean, there's more than just a light, right? I mean, think of a light bulb in a lamp. Without a shade, it's very bright. With a shade, it's different. With different types of shade, you can direct the light to where you want it to go. It's very similar to our street lighting. There's really no difference. I think we have 28,000 street lights, so there's quite a bit there. But no, as we replace these, we do know what they are. Our street lighting division within Architecture and Engineering Bureau knows where the specific types of lights are. So we do have some of it mapped, but I don't know, to your point, if we can get down, because there's also tree coverage, there's things like that can affect the lighting.
And that I had mentioned this to you before, and you've been very responsive with everything, which I really appreciate. But certainly I noticed, in the Lyle Avenue neighborhood, there are some streets that do not have pedestrian level whatsoever. It's so dark. And obviously we want to make sure that we can enhance people's safety, and being able to see what's around you obviously is a big piece of that.
Yeah, and that request is on our list. That's something we're looking into, again, to the specific element that you just mentioned, which is, where is it? Is it just a function of some lights being out? Are there different types of fixtures we can use? So that's exactly what we're looking at from that stretch. And I don't know that you provided the exact boundaries, but I think we were looking at it pretty much from Mount Reed over to State at that point, or actually where it turns into Lake. Just because that would be the stretch. After that, it gets a little more auto-centric and in commercial and industrial.
Right. Yeah, and I am talking about the residential ones off of Lyle, where I was surprised to see that some of them just don't have pedestrian lights at all. So thank you.
That's definitely something we will look at.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up that point because, as I mentioned earlier, SEPTED, when we had the RPD hearing, lighting, that's a crime prevention tool. So it's important that we have ample lighting, particularly in areas like that. So we'll follow up and definitely look into that.
Councilor Martin?
With the traffic calming and safety improvements, could you in writing just give us a sense of where these improvements will happen and I guess the justification, but not, I just want to understand the issue with the street as you see it based on your expertise and what you hope to gain safety-wise from the additions. And
yeah, I'm sorry, I just, it's trying to follow along. Which project or element in the CIP, because I know we do have our street.
Yes, page 109, just traffic calming and safety improvements.
Yeah, those are, first off, just so we're clear, when we design any new street, and in a lot of communities, if you're not doing a full-scale reconstruction or significant rehabilitation, we talk about a full-scale reconstruction, that's curbs, right? Start moving curbs, you create more space. But even on our millings and resurfacing, so any project that has defined limits within here, we always evaluate everything we can do consistent with that complete streets policy, comprehensive access and mobility plan, and active transportation plan, all of which are consistent. This is more for the ones that come in. So as you know, there's a process by which you can request from the city engineer speed humps. And these would be the types of things we look at. Or it may be, as the case we had over on Thurston Road with the unfortunate, not unfortunate, the tragic incident involving R.J. Bear Grantham. When we looked at that, we said, okay, that's where those funds come from. We already had a project out there. We might be able to do it as a change order, but if we don't have the money within that budget, that's what this goes to. So this is very much our on-call, but just to be clear, we do have a set of data-driven parameters by which we go whether or not we're going to do that. And to your point, yeah, there are multiple treatments, but you got to pick the right one for the situation you're addressing, which was the comment about why we want to look to have speed tables and raised crosswalks and items like that to have specs for those.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Final question on transportation. The bus stop improvement, the bus stop improvement, the 1.7 million. Just remind me, I know this was a grant proposal that we went out to for, I believe it was ESD or somewhere in the state. Is this did we receive that grant? Are these state dollars, or is this our portion of the match for that?
Yeah, we can give you more details if you'd like on what the specific elements of those stops are, but you are correct. This was one that was applied for through the consolidated funding application process, I believe, in 2022 and received it for this project.
So this year I remember it very well because I was a little bit part of the application process with you all. There were some places where there was going to be new physical shelters built, others there were going to be just some kind of more makeshift not makeshift, but smaller seating. Is all of that slated to be done this year?
I wouldn't commit to it when we're talking for up to 100 of the most heavily used bus stops. There may be elements that we run into. I would say that our goal is substantial completion, though.
And so this dollar amount is our match portion of that grant. I assume RTS is putting some dollars towards it as well.
I believe so. I believe the general cash capital and the private represents the RTS. Those were our equal matches towards the grant. So you can see it's a 50% match. $970,000 from the New York State funds provided through the CFA, and then both the city and RTS putting in $435 to combine to $970 to be our 50% match for the overall project.
Great. I would appreciate anything you can in writing about when that project is going to commence.
We can absolutely look into that.
Very exciting.
Get you that information.
Thank you. Any final questions on transportation? Council President?
This is actually more of an overall question, but and could be put in writing. I just want to make sure I understand all of the city's MWB goals when it comes to CIP type projects. If that could be put in writing, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
And finally, that takes us to water, which I can't imagine there's that many questions on water because only a few short hours ago we had a DES hearing and talked a good deal about water, but does anyone have any questions in the CIP budget on water?
Can I make a comment about an earlier conversation we had about the transportation improvements?
Sure.
So there is, if you notice, on page 113, under lead service replacement program, supplemental pavement restoration. So part of the process of this lead service replacement requires streets to be redone. And you'll notice there's about $5.3 million in general debt allocated there, which would normally show up in the street or transportation section. That's about 20% of our debt limit that we're using for this purpose. So you can kind of tag on to the fact that, yes, it may have looked lower in the transportation section, but over here in water, we're making up for it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, I mean, maybe this is I'll phrase this as a question. It seems like since we started the work on the lead service replacements, it seems like some of the work has gotten a little bit quicker and better, both in terms of how the roads are treated, but also in terms of the, I know some people had some issues with their lawns kind of dug up at the beginning, and that seems to have all kind of resolved itself. Anything you want to comment on there, Commissioner?
I would say it resolves itself so long as we maintain our diligence in ensuring that's happening. For example, I don't mind mentioning that we had a neighborhood association president who reached out to me a week ago today, and I got back to him yesterday and just wanted to let him know that we chased it down, that we have lead service line replacement, we have cleaning and lining, and we have a curb ramp replacement project all going on in that neighborhood, and I believe we're beginning crack sealing in another couple weeks. So we really have to stay on top of those types of improvements because, as you noted, there's so many, we're moving quickly, and when we do, we have to do a higher level of restoration, which, as the budget director noted, is why the money is in the water side of it. So we're doing everything we can, but I'm glad that you feel it's going well. We do too, but that's not to say that, again, we let our foot off the gas in terms of maintaining our due diligence in reviewing, ensuring, and inspecting that these things are being done.
Well, and it's great to be doing all those things at once, but that only serves us very well if we're also notifying neighbors about that. So is that kind of communication happening effectively?
I believe it is, yes, but particularly for the water ones, it's pretty straightforward, and we do the same thing with our street projects. We have our enhanced, what I'll call, extended outreach to make sure that we're trying to keep people involved. As much as sometimes we hear, well, I didn't know anything about it. Check your mail.
Yep.
Check different areas. We have signage and everything else that says, here we come.
Okay. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. Just one quick question related to our water treatment facilities and the life of equipment. So I know that we typically, just looking at the CIP, we have generally expenses every year for small equipment, but when I think of the overall systems, what is the life expectancy of the overall systems that we utilize, and do we anticipate any major replacements down the road? If not, it's not in the 5-year plan, but down the road for water systems.
Yeah, we're always looking at it. It is a very capital intensive operation, and so some of the industry standards that we look to are for structure, and these are very generalized. Structures being a life expectancy of about 30 to 60 years. Again, our life expectancy, we always maximize it and pull it out, as noted by some of our things being longer. Equipment can be between 10 and 15, and the same goes for specific equipment specific to chlorination. I would say that when you really start looking at the ones that have the shortest, it's obviously like anything else, computers come up right away. But another one that's worth noting is our lab and monitoring equipment. We have a lab down at Hemlock that's certified to do the same testing that many water systems will send out to the state to do. So it's definitely an operation that is incredibly important, not just from protecting that, protecting our one of, if not our greatest asset, but also in the sense that we're not only protecting it, but being able to have those enhanced capabilities so that we know about things and can address them before we have to wait 24, 48 hours to have it sent back to us. So we have a breakdown that we can show you, tools and shop equipment, landscape and grading, power operated equipment, communications. These are our general categories that we use, and these are the industry standards.
Councilmembers Monroe or Martin, any questions? Councilmember Monroe?
How are we doing in Hemlock and Canadace as far as any problems with algae blooms, zebra mussels, or other invasives?
I'm going to let Jeff Google, our Water Bureau Director, answer that because, again, you just raised issues that you see in other water bodies. One of the things I will say before I let Jeff answer, though, is that no motorized equipment is allowed on those lakes, which also has impacts both up and down, but definitely as it takes to invasive species, they're much less likely if you're not bringing something in from one waterway to another.
Sure. We have a cyanotoxin plan for algae blooms, the blue-green algae that everybody reads about in the newspapers and so forth. So we do, especially in the warmer months like now, we do a daily inspection, especially around our intake on the lake and so forth. If we see any sign of cyanotoxins, we would go out and we take samples of it, we take it into the lab, we test for it, and particularly we take samples right at our water intake at the lake and test for that. We do have a plan that involves a whole bunch of different steps for dealing with it, but ultimately we may reduce our water production at the plant. We may run longer filter times, all types of different steps in the cyanotoxin plan that was developed a couple years ago. So,
Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Commissioner, let's talk about LT2. I'm just joking. We talked about it forever. Are you ready for your weekend, or should we keep asking you questions? Councilman Martin, you had a question?
No, just thank you for all you do for our safe, incredible drinking water.
Absolutely. President Melendez?
I actually want to thank Chair Gruber for leading us through all of these budget hearings. Thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Thank you for a really wonderful budget, a lot of exciting things happening, and I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. I hope we have great weather. Take care.
Hold on. I know, because we got to do this, but hold on. I just did bring an error earlier telling it comps. I told him 2035. I told him 2034. I was going to give this to... No, hold off. We're okay. 1 year difference. We'll say it. We're good. Hold on, I just want to take care of this. Have a good weekend. Take care. Thank you. But that's different, as long as the signage is out there and everything, yeah. And the only option we really have is to maintain it. We probably have just one-way traffic there. No. Cross the street, do what you're told, we're going to meet you. I got you. All right.